Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial series we will learn about Flutter. So Flutter is basically an open source UI development kit created by Google. It is used to develop applications for Androids, iOS, Windows, etc. So to get started, open your browser and then open flutter.dev. Then click on Get Started. And then over here the installation process is pretty much same. I'll show the installation process for Mac OS, and the Windows users can ignore the Xcode part. Okay, so I'll go to Mac OS, and over here there is an option to download Flutter _Mac OS _v 1.12.13.zip file. So first of all we need to download the zip file. Okay, now once downloaded we can unzip it wherever we want. So I have unzipped it in my documents section under a folder called development tools. Over here I have unzipped the Flutter SDK and I can see all my data are over here. Okay, so now for the development purpose, one thing that is very important for both Windows and Mac users is Android Studio. So first of all go and download Android Studio. The process to download Android Studio is also mentioned over here in the Android setup section. So while the Android Studio is downloading, let's discuss a little bit about Flutter. So Flutter is one of the emerging development software, because if we want to develop an application for both Android and iOS, we had to keep two different code bases and double the work in maintaining the app and bug fixes. But with Flutter, a single code base runs on both the platform. However, to develop for iOS, you will need a Mac OS system. So once Android Studio has been installed, we will try installing Xcode. So for that I'll go in the Xcode section, that is iOS setup, and over there I'll just open my terminal and copy and paste both the lines one by one. Once done, we need to export our path to the system. So for that I'll copy this from here. The export line will be different for Mac OS and Windows, so the Windows users can check accordingly. So I'll open my terminal and paste the command, and over here I'll change this to users, my username, then the documents section, and over there I have a folder called development tools, and inside that I have Flutter and bin. So I'll hit enter. Now I'll create a folder called Flutter projects, and all the projects that we do in Flutter I'll store it over there. So I already have one. I'll just navigate to it. Now over here I'll write Flutter doctor. So then the doctor will start running and it will tell that if the everything is installed properly or not. If you are running for the first time, it might take a few moments. So over here you can see we have Android toolchain. Some Android licenses are not accepted, and we have no connected device. We can ignore this Xcode error over here. Okay, so the system is fine, we can start working with Flutter. So to create a project, we write Flutter create and then the project name. Keep in mind that a Flutter project cannot have dashes and capital letters, it can only have underscores and small letters. Then I'll hit enter and it will start creating my project. So once done, open Android Studio and then go to open an existing Android Studio project, and then I'll simply navigate to Flutter projects and the demo app that I have just now created, and then I'll hit open. So if you first open a Flutter project, it will ask you to download some extensions. So click on download, and once done, we need to set up an emulator. So for setting up an emulator, we go to tools and then AVD manager, and over here I have already created a virtual device called Flutter device, and if you are new, you can go to the create virtual devices and then select any of the preferred sizes you want, click on next, and then the Android version you want to use, then click on next and give the device a name. Okay, so once done, it should appear something like this, and then click on this green arrow button. So if you click on the green arrow button, you can see that the virtual device has started. So once the emulator has been set up correctly, you can run your application by clicking on the run button over here. It is not showing in my case because I don't have the SDKs installed. So the another method to run a Flutter project is go to the terminal and then navigate to the project folder. In this case it is demo, and then write Flutter run. But before writing Flutter run, we can write Flutter doctor to check if the Android device is connected properly. So now you can see we have connected devices, one available. So now we will try running our app. I'll write Flutter run. So once done, don't quit the process and go to the emulator. So you can see this is a prefabricated screen that comes with Flutter, and whenever I click the plus button over here, the counter gets increased by 1. Okay, and now for Mac users, you can also open the simulator and run the Flutter code. So now if we already have a project running and we want to quit it, we just need to press Q, and then it will say application finished. Now to open a simulator, we write open space -a space simulator.app, and this will start a simulator on our screen, and then again if we write Flutter run, then we can see the same application in our iPhone. Now before moving forward, I would like to tell you that the programming language used by Flutter is Dart. So Dart is a programming language that is developed by Google, and it is client optimized. Okay, so you can read more about Dart by simply coming to dart.dev. Over here you see the documentations, you can read about it, and in the website we also have a environment to test our Dart code. Okay, so this was for the video. See you in the next tutorial. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we will start with the basics of Dart. Dart is the official programming language that the Flutter framework uses. I will be using Dartpad to write all my Dart's code. So every Dart program's basic requirement is a main method. Main method is the entry point of every Dart program. We can write the main method like this: main followed by a set of parentheses, then curly braces, and over here we write our code. We can also add a void over here if needed. Void basically specifies that a method or function will not return anything. We will study about functions in details later in this tutorial. So after main method, let us discuss about print. So to print anything on the console, we use the keyword print. and then the parentheses, then single quotes, and then we can write the sentence that we want to be printed on the console. So for this case I am writing programming knowledge and then followed by a semicolon. Now if I run this program in my console, I would be able to see programming knowledge. So you can see programming knowledge is visible in my console. Now if I change the text over here, the output in the console will also change. Suppose I write my own name and then click on run. So now the console is showing my name. Like Python, we can also use double quotes and triple quotes to print blocks of statements. After print, let's discuss about data types. So there are 5 to 6 primitive data types, namely int for storing integer values, float and double for storing decimal values, char for storing character, string for storing group of characters, and bool for storing boolean values, that is true and false. Now in Dart, there are 4 types of variable declaration. The first type is static declaration. In static declaration, we write the data type followed by the variable name, let's call it v, and then a semicolon. We can store values to these variables by writing v is equal to and inside quotes reshuff. Over here we have written string, that means the variable v can only store string values. Now let's try printing it. So to print, I'll write print v followed by a semicolon, and now let's try running it. So it is showing reshuff. We can merge these two statements together. So to merge, we will write. Now again if I try running the program, we will get the same output, but over here it has changed from variable declaration to variable definition. The basic difference between variable declaration and variable definition is that in variable declaration we tell the compiler that the program will have a variable v of string type, but in variable definition we tell the compiler that the program will have a variable v of string type and reshuff will be stored in it. After static declaration, we have dynamic declaration. Over here, dynamic refers to the data types. That is, a variable can store values of different data types. We declare a dynamic variable by writing var v and then the values. So in the first variable I am storing a string. In the second variable I am storing an integer, and in the third variable I am storing a decimal. Okay, now I'll try printing them. So I'll write print v, then print v1, then print v2. Now if I click on run, I am getting the output as reshuff 1069.69. Over here, var automatically changes to type of data stored in it, and memory to the variables are allocated during the compile time. And to check, if I select v over here in the documentation, I get string. If I select v1, I get integer, and if I select v2, I get double. Okay, so after static declaration and dynamic declaration, the third type of declaration is constant declaration. As the name suggests, variable declared constants cannot be changed. So to declare a constant value, we write const const c is equal to 10. Now we can print the constant values. If I click on run, it will give me 10 as the output. And now if I try changing the values, if I write c is equal to c plus 1, and then if I print it, it is giving me an error. This says compilation failed. That is because I have tried to change the value of a constant variable over here. Okay, so after this, the last type of declaration is again dynamic declaration. Over here, dynamic refers to allocation of memory during runtime. For example, suppose we want to show the exact time when the program is executed. Then if we use var or string to store time, then the value will be the time at which the program was compiled and not the time when the program was executed. So in such cases we use dynamic variables. So to create a dynamic variable, we write dynamic and then the variable v, and then we can add the value as and when required. Okay, so this was about variables. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So today we will learn about type conversion. So first let us try about converting string to integer. But before that, I would like to tell you one thing, that for writing comments we can use double slashes and write an inline comment, and we can also use slash followed by a star and then again star followed by space, and then over here we can write blocks of code, and then the final one is 3 slashes, and over here we can write the documentation. Okay, so back in the program, let's try converting string to integer. So to convert string to integer, we create a variable var 1, and then I will write int dot parse, and inside this will be my string value. So suppose I enter 1. Now to check if 1 has an integer value, so we will write assert 1 equals digit 1. Assert is a built-in function to verify that the thing is as required or not. Okay, so now let's try adding some value to 1. If it is an integer, it will add without any problems. Over here I have written the wrong spelling, it will be assert. Now if I try to run the program, you can see 11 is the output. So over here you can see we have given 1 as a string input, then it has been converted to integer, and then I have added 10 to it and then printed. So 10 plus 1 is 11. Now we will try to convert integer to string. Integer to string. So for that I'll create a variable to store. I will write 1 is equal to 1, which is an integer, dot to string. Okay, now if I add some values, it should be concatenated to the end of the variable. So I will write 1 plus equal to reshuffle, and now if I try printing it, the output is 1 reshuffle. That means this integer 1 is converted to string, and then reshuffle is added at the end of the string 1. So this is how we convert an integer to string. Now to convert a decimal to string, we have two methods. First is the one similar to which we have seen just now, where 1 is equal to 3.1234, that is the decimal or double value dot toString, and the other method is where 1d is equal to 3.1234 dot toString as fixed 2. So this basically means that the string will have only 2 decimal places. So let's check that, and to check that we use assert keyword, and then we will write 1d is equal to, so as we have converted it to string, we will keep it inside quotes 3.12, and now then we will try printing. So we'll write 1d. Now if I click on run, the output should be 3.12. So you can see the output is 3.12. So this is how we convert an integer to string, string to integer, decimal to string, and also how to trim the decimal places. After type conversion, let's discuss about operators. So let's start with unary operators. So first I'll create a variable a and store 10 in it. Now to add some value to a, we can write a is equal to a plus 10. So what this will basically do is add 10 to a and then again store it inside the variable a. Let's check it by printing it. So the output is 20. Similarly, we can do for minus. The output is 0, and it will be same for multiplication as well as division. So we can reduce the length of the code if we want. So to reduce, we will write a is equal to a plus equal to 10. So this will also do the same purpose, that is to add 10 to a and then again store in it. So if I run this, the output should be 20. Similarly for minus, for multiplication and for division. Next type of operators is increment and decrement operator. So if I write print a plus plus and then again print a, the output will be 10 and 11. That means first this statement got executed, then the value of a was incremented by 1 and then a's value became 11 and it got printed here. But if I give the plus plus before a and then if I click on run, the output will be 11 and 11. That means before the execution of the statement, a got incremented by 1, as you can see in the console. Similarly for decrementing, we can use minus minus. Now if I click on run, the output will be 10 and 9. That means first the statement got executed, then the value was decremented. And now similarly, if I put minus minus before a and run it, then the value will get decremented first and then the statement will be executed. After unary operators, we have relational operator. So to learn about relational operator, I will create 2 more variables where b is equal to 5, where c is equal to 15, and one more variable where d is equal to 10. So to check equality between any 2 variables, we write if a is equal to d. That means if a equals d, then print true. So the output is true. And now if I change this d to b and then click on run, there is no output because we don't have an else condition. So I'll write else print false. Now if I click on run, the output should be false. We will learn about if and else in details in the future tutorials. We will learn about if else in details later in this course. So after checking equality, there is an operator that checks for greater than equal to case. So if I write if A is greater than equal to B, then the output should be print true, else print false. Now if I run this, the output should be true. That is because the B has 5 stored in it and A has 10 stored in it. So as 10 is greater than 5, this condition is true. And now if I change to D, then again the output will be true because A has 10 stored in it and D has 10 stored in it. So A is equal to D. So the condition is true. And now if I change it to C, the output will be false because 15 is neither greater than nor equal to 10. Now after this we have less than equal to and if we run this, the output will be true. That means 10 is less than 15, which is true. And now if I change it to C itself, then also the output will be true. That is because 15 is equal to 15. Now after this we also have only less than, that means 15, we have to check if 15 is less than 15. So the output should be false as 15 is equal to 15 but not less than 15. And now if I change it to D, the output will be true as 10 is less than 15. And if now I change it to greater than, then the output will again be false as 10 is not greater than 15. So this is how we use relational operators. Now another type of operators is logical operators. So there are 3 types of logical operators. The first one is logical and its symbol is and it checks and it returns true if both the conditions are true, otherwise it will return false. So let check if D is greater than B. So if this is the condition, let's see what is the output. So the output is false. As you can see, D is less than C, that means 10 is less than C, that means this condition is false and this condition is true. And as I told you, and returns true only when both the conditions are true. As one of the condition is false, it returns false and the else statement gets executed. And now if I change it to greater than, that means now both the condition will be true, and if I try to run it, the output should be true. And as you can see, the output is true. Now the next type of logical operator is OR operator, and the sign is this. Now OR operator returns true if any of the condition is true. So suppose, and if both the conditions is true, it will always give true as the result. So now if I run, the output will be true. And now even if I make one of the condition false, the output will still be true. That means if one of the condition is also true, the output is true. And now if I make both the conditions false, then the output will be false. And then the final type of operator is not. So over here, if I write A is not equal to 10, then the output should be false. But as you know, the A is having 10 stored in it, so the output is false, because 10 is equal to 10 and not equal to 10. I hope you are understanding. So this was about operators. See you in the next tutorial. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. In this tutorial we will continue with operators. So the next type of operators are called null-aware operators. So for explaining this, I'll create a class num, and it will have a variable, or you can also call data members num, and it will have a value of 10. We will learn about class in greater detail later in this course. Now after that, over here I'll create a variable n, and to initialize a class we just write num, that is the class name, followed by parentheses. This is also called constructor. Then after that we'll create an integer variable no, and now we will check if n is not equal to null. Null stands for empty reference. Then no is equal to n dot num. That means to get the data member num from the object n, where n is an object of class num, and then we will print n. So now you can see when I print n, it is showing instance of num, and if I print no, it should show 10. So you can see 10 is the output. Now suppose we have not initialized this, and then if we try running, then it will show null. That means that no value is stored in n. So now instead of if else we can use the null-aware operator. So for that we will write no is equal to n question mark dot num, and try running it. The output is again null, but over here we don't have to write the if else. What it basically does is it checks that n is null or not. If n is not null, then it extracts the value from data member num and stores it inside no. So now let's try see the difference by initializing n. Over here I'll write num. Now if I run this, the output should be 10. So you can see the output is 10. Now we will see another type of null-aware operator. So now I'll change it back to null, and now along with this I'll add 2 question marks and give a 0, and now if I try running this, the output will be 0. This means that if n is null, then this will be the default value, and if I again write num, that means call the constructor and try running, then the value will be 10. And then the final type of null-aware operator is this. It is written by 2 question marks and then an equal to. So for that I'll remove this class, I don't need it anymore. I'll create a integer variable no and not initialize it, and now over here I'll write print no double question mark equal to 100. What this basically does is, if no is null, then it will store 100 in it, and now let's try running this. So you can see 100 is stored in no. Now the last type of operators are ternary operator. So I'll create a main method, and I'll create an integer variable 5 and another integer variable 6. And now for the ternary operator, I'll create a boolean value, bool ans is equal to no greater than no1. So this is the condition, and if the condition is true, we will set the value to true, else the value will be false. And now let's try printing the answer. Okay, sorry, the t will be small. So you can see the output is false, that means 5 is not greater than 6. This type of expression is called ternary operator, where 3 operators are used. Over here the operators are ans, no and n01. The functioning is, this is a condition, and if the condition is true, then this part is executed, else this part is executed. So this was about operators. After operators, now we will move to conditional statements. So in Dart there are two types of conditional statements. One is if else and the other one is switch case. So to study about if else, I'll create an integer variable and store 100 in it, and I want to print even if the number is even, otherwise I want to print odd. So for that I can use an if else. So inside the if, I'll try to divide it by 2 and get the remainder, and if the remainder is 0, that means it is completely divided by 2, that means it is an even number, so I should print even, otherwise I should print odd. Odd should be inside quotes. And now if I run the program, the answer should be even. And now if I change it to 1001, the output will be odd. And now if I want to have more than one condition, then over here I can write else if. So for that I'll write else if no divided by 3 and the remainder is equal to 0, then I will print divisible by 3, else print odd. So now if I change the number to 99, which is divisible by 3, you will see the output is divisible by 3. So if I run it, the answer is divisible by 3. So this is how we use if else for checking some conditions. You can add as many else if blocks you want, but if and else block can only be used once. After if else we have switch case. So in switch case we use the keyword switch, and then we need to pass a number or character that will be checked. So I'll be using number in this case, and then we will check the case. If case 0, that means if no is equal to 0, then I want to print 0. 0 should be inside quotes, followed by a break. Break brings the control outside of the switch case. Now after that I'll check for another case, case 100, that then print 100, and then again a break, and then finally we can have default, and there we can print not 0, not 100, and we don't need to give a break because we are as it is at the end of the switch case. So now let's try running this program. As the number is 99, the default case should be executed. So if I run this, the output is not 0, not 100, and now if I change it to 100, the output should be 100, and if I change it to 0, the output is 0. So this is how we use conditional statements in Dart. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So the next thing that we will study in Dart is loops. So basically there are 5 types of loop. The first loop is for loop. So the syntax of for loop is very much same as in other programming languages. We have the keyword for, and then we create a variable where I is equal to 0, that is initializing a variable, then setting the range, I is less than n, and then increment or decrement, and then inside this we write the code that we want to execute. So for right now I will be printing programming knowledge, and now if I click on run, programming knowledge should be printed 10 times. So you can see it has been printed 10 times. So this is how we use for loop. Another possible way to use for loop is setting this value to 10 and checking that I is greater than 0, and instead of incrementing, decrementing the operators. And now if I run this code, the output will be exactly same. So these are the 2 methods in which we can use for loop. The next type of loop is called for in loop. So I'll just remove this. So for in loop is basically used in collections. We will study about collections later in this course, but for now I'll just create a list and store 1, 2, 3 in it. List is a type of collection that stores more than one values under the same name. And now to run, I'll write for where x, where x is a variable that I have created in no. That means x will have 1, 2, 3 every time the loop runs. So now if I print x, 1, 2, 3 should be printed. So you can see the output is 1, 2, 3. Now the next type of loop is for each loop. For each loop is also used on collections. So just for example, I'll write no, that is the variable that we have created, dot for each, that is a method, and inside that it returns n, that is each value inside the no list, and then it should perform some tasks. So to write which task to perform, we first give an equal to, then a right arrow, and then we write the statement print n in this case. So now if I click on run, 1, 2, 3 should again be the output. Now suppose we want to call another function, so for that I'll write void print num. It takes a value num and then prints it to the console. So now instead of this print statement, I'll replace it with my method name, that is print num, and it takes a value num which is nothing else than n. So now if I try to run this, I'll get the same output. Now the next type of loop is while loop. So for that I don't need this function. Now I'll create a variable, integer type variable num, and initialize it to 5. And now I want to run a loop while num is greater than 0. So to run a while loop, the keyword is while. And now over here I'll just simply print the number and then decrement the number by 1. And now if I run the loop, I'll get the output 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is how we use a while loop. Now the next type of loop is do while loop. So for do while, we first write do, and then inside that the code that every time the condition is true should be executed. So I'll just print the number, then num minus minus, and then after do we have while num greater than 0. And now if we run the code, we will get the same output. Now the benefit of do while over while is that even if the condition is true, even if the condition is false, the loop gets executed once. Suppose the condition is, suppose the number is -1, that is already less than 0. So now if I run, the loop will get at least executed once. So the output is -1. But if we use while instead of do while, this will not get executed. Now if I click on run, the console will be empty. So this is the difference between while and do while. Now another thing that is important while studying loops is break and continue. We have seen break in switch cases, and now we will see that in a more elaborate way. The basic concept of break is that wherever break statement is executed, the control comes out of the loop. So suppose I have number 10 and I want to print only till 5, but my while loop has the condition till checks till 0. So what I'll basically do is I'll check if num is equal to 5, then break, and the print statement will also be there, and the decrement statement also. So now if I click on run, it should only print till 6, I guess. Yes. So you can see the output only till 6 is printed, because as soon as num value became 5, this condition became true and break was executed. So as soon as break was executed, it came out of the loop. So that was about loops. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. In this tutorial, we are going to discuss about collections in Dart. There are basically 3 built-in collections that ships with Dart. One of them is list. List is very similar to arrays that we have in most of the other programming languages. We can define a list by writing the keyword list and then the name that we want to give to the list and a pair of square brackets. So in this manner, we have created a variable of list which has a name and it has been initialized and it has no values in it. And suppose if I want to initialize with certain values inside it, then I can simply write them inside the square brackets, and to add more than one value we can just separate them by a comma. So over here I have a list name which has 2 values stored in it, Rishabh and Ram. So list also follows the basic indexing concept that we have in most of the programming languages except Pascal, Fortran, etc. That is, the indexing starts at 0. That means this Rishabh is stored at an index 0 and Ramesh is stored at index 1. So to print the values at a certain index, we just need to write it inside the print statement and followed with a square brackets, and inside square brackets we need to write the index. And now if I click on run, Rishabh should be printed. And now if I change the index from 0 to 1, Ramesh should be printed. And over here I can also change this list to var, and it should not give us any error. This is because Dart with the help of type inference automatically converts this variable name to a type or to a list type which has strings value stored in it. Now we can have values of more than one data type stored in the list. So to do so, if I write 100, which is an integer, and if I also try to add a double value, then this will work and it will not give us any error. So if I click on run, 100 should be the output. Now suppose I want to loop through each of the values, then the most easiest way is to use a for each loop. So for that I'll write var I in name, and then inside this I'll just print I, and then I should be able to see all the values that I have inside the list. And now if I want, I can also change the values at a certain index in the list. So if I want to change the value at index 1 in the list name, then I can just simply change it to Suresh, and this should work. And it is not necessary to change a string value to another string value only. We can give it a integer value also. And now if I click on run, 1 2 3 should be displayed instead of Suresh. So it is working fine. And now suppose we want to have a list that only stores string, then what we can do is we can change this var to list, and after that inside angular brackets I'll define the data type. That means only string values should be there. So you can see the red line below this integer and float values. It is basically there because we have defined the list as a string values container list, and it cannot store integer and double. So if I remove this, then it will not be a problem. Now if I click on run, Rishabh and Ramesh should be printed. Now let me change it back to var, and I'll remove this comment, and then I want to change the value at index 1 from Ramesh to 1 2 3, and then if I click on run, then it is changing. Okay, and now suppose I don't want to change the value at runtime. So what I can basically do is I can put a const over here which makes the values stored inside the variable name as a constant. So now you can see over here I am declaring the variable name as a constant, and after that I am trying to change a value. So if I run this, it should give me an error. So over here you can see uncaught error, unsupported operation, indexed set. And now if I comment this again and try to run this, then this should not be an error. Now after that, suppose I want to copy this list to another variable. So for that I'll create a new variable n, and I'll just simply write name, and over here in the loop I'll change this name to n. And now if I click on run, the output will be same. Okay, but now if I change the value of name, means any value of the list name, then the values in list n will also change. Okay, so it is giving me an error because I have a const over here. So I'll just remove the const for now for the explanation purpose. So now if I click on run, it is still giving me an error. It is because I have missed a semicolon over here. So now if I give the semicolon and run this again, so over here you can see that if we change the values stored in the variable name, then the values stored in variable n is also changing. So basically over here it doesn't copy the set of values, but both the list variables point at the same location, that is the location of the data in the memory. So to avoid this, we have a special function that is prefabricated in Dart known as spread operator. JavaScript developers might be familiar with this. So over here what we basically do is we surround the variable name with square brackets, and before writing the variable name we just simply give 3 simple dots. And now after assigning, if we change the value of the previous list or the original list, then it will not be reflected in the new list. So now if I click on run, the output should be Rishabh and Ramesh. So this is how we get the 2 different copies of a list. So this was for list. See you in the next tutorial. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. In the last tutorial we discussed about lists, and in this tutorial we are going to discuss about another collection that is called set. So suppose I want to define a set of elements, so I'll write elements, and to initialize a set we give a pair of curly braces, and inside suppose I have 2 values, for instance hydrogen and oxygen. Okay, so now over here I have defined a set elements that has 2 values, hydrogen and oxygen, and to iterate through each value we can simply use the for each loop. So for that we write for var x in halogens, then simply for now let's print the value. Okay, and now if I run this, hydrogen and oxygen should be printed in the screen. Okay, my mistake, instead of elements I have written halogens over here. So now if I run this, hydrogen and oxygen should be printed. Okay, so another feature of set is that if we have duplicate values then it gets removed automatically. So for instance, suppose I add another hydrogen. Okay, and now if I try to run this, we will get a single hydrogen printed on the console. Okay, so this is a feature of set that we use while programming in Flutter. Okay, so the next thing about set is that to initialize a set, if we write something like this, which is correct according to the basic convention. Okay, now if I try printing its runtime type, so first of all to print the runtime type we write element dot runtime type and a semicolon over here. And now if I run this, so it is giving me an error because an s is missing right over here. And now if I run this, the output is hash map, but our task was, or our assumption was, that this will initialize a set. So this is a common mistake that everyone does. Okay, so the curly braces stand for a hash map, and if you want to initialize a set, then we can just add a data type over here, or the data type of the values which we are going to store. And now if I run this, this should change from hash map to hash set. Okay, and yet another method is we can write, instead of var we write a set over here. Okay, now if I run this, the output will be again hash set. Okay, and I can also predefine the data type that will be stored in that set by writing like this. And now if I run this, it again says hash set, but instead of dynamic now it has string over here, which means it can only store string values. Okay, so moving on, this was about set. The next thing that we are going to discuss is map, that is yet another collection provided by Dart, and it is very much similar to dictionaries in Python and hash map in Java. And for different languages there is also some reference to this type of collection. Okay, so you understand that how much important this map collection is. Okay, so to create a map, we write, for suppose say I create a map student, okay, that has a key value pair. Okay, so the key is name and the value is my name. Okay, then a comma, then the another value that is another key, that is age, and the value is 20. So mark over here I can store different data types as my key and as my value. Let's say the third value is email, okay, and the answer is my email. Okay, so now over here I have a student map that has three key value pair. The key is name, the value is Rishabh, key is age, the value corresponding to that is 20, the key is email and the value corresponding to it is my email. Okay, and now suppose I want to print a particular value, so that can be done using the key. Okay, so suppose if I want to print my name, so inside print I'll first write the map name and then inside square brackets I'll write the key name. Mark over here I have my key as a string, so the key over here is also a string. Okay, and now if I run this, Rishabh should be the output. Okay, so this was about map, and over here we finished the collections. Now moving forward, the next thing that we are going to discuss is functions, or you can also call them methods if they are inside a class. So over here this void main is itself a method, itself a function, the most important function in any Dart program. This is where the compiler will start executing the code from. Okay, so now suppose I create another function, a very basic function called sum. Okay, I am writing dynamic. Before that, that defines the return type, and dynamic stands for the value will be assigned, the data type will be assigned during runtime. Okay, so the return type will be dependent on the inputs that we give. Okay, so if I write var n1 comma var n2, okay, now simply I just return their sum. So I write n1 plus n2, and now over here I call this method, and since it is returning some values, so I need to store it in a variable, or a shorthand of a shorthand method will be I directly surround it with a print statement, so that the return value directly gets printed. And then sum I'll pass two values, 1 comma 2, and now if I run this, 3 should be the output. Okay, and similarly as I have dynamic over here, it is not confined to integer only, I can also pass a decimal value which will be considered as float over here, and I get a float output, and I can also pass a string over here. So suppose I pass two strings, Shav and Kumar, and if I run this, Rishabh Kumar will be the output. That means string concatenation has taken place. Okay, now the another feature about functions in Dart is that if we have a single line function, then instead of writing it like this, we can use the shorthand method that Dart provides, that is giving an equal to sign, then a right angle sign, and then just writing the operation that we want to provide, and in this case it is n1 plus n2, and we don't need to write a return statement over here. And now if I run this, the output will be the same. Okay, and let's again check it with an integer. If I write 1 comma 2, sorry, now let's run this, and you can see 3 is the output. So this type of function is common in all types of programming language, and this type of function is called positional functions. That means the first parameter will be stored in the first variable defined inside the parentheses, and the second parameter will be stored in the second variable decided in the parentheses. Okay, and the next type of arguments are called named arguments, where we don't need to worry about the order. Okay, so to make it a named argument, I'll just put curly braces in between the parentheses and the variable names. Okay, and now I can pass any value as per my choice. Okay, so I want to pass the n1 value, so I'll just write the key name, give a colon and the value, comma. Similarly for the other parameter, I'll write n2, that is the key name, and a value. Okay, now similarly if I run this, the output will be 3 again. Okay, and now the basic flexibility that it provides over here is that I can change the order in which I want my value to pass. Okay, so suppose I want to pass n2 as Rishabh and n1 as Kumar. So now my output will be Kumar Rishabh. Okay, but if we would have gone by the positional method, then Rishabh Kumar should have been printed, but because we are using named arguments, we are getting this flexibility to change the order of parameters that we give as an input to any method. Okay, so this will be it for Dart deep dive. In the next class, we will start with exploring Flutter and widgets that we have in Flutter. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial, we are going to discuss about all the files and folders that ships with a Flutter package. So as you can see, the first folder is .dart_tool. So it has some basic tools that we use in a developer console, and we will see what is a Dart developer console in one of the videos. Okay, then the next folder is .idea, and it has the basic Android Studio configurations which are used when we run the project on an Android Studio IDE. Then after that we have .vs code folder. So this folder is created by VS Code, which is the IDE I am using right now, and this folder will only be created when you change some default settings, and we can ignore this for now. Then the next folder is the Android folder. So as the name suggests, it has all the files that supports the Android functionality. So it is a super important folder. It contains all the files which are used by Flutter SDK to run our Flutter app on Android devices and Android emulators. It is a passive folder which is created by Flutter itself, and we generally don't need to change anything inside the folder except when we want some variation in Android and our iOS app. Then the next folder is the build folder. So it is also an important folder. It holds all the output files and the generated resources, and it is also a passive folder. Then the next folder is iOS folder. So it is also similar to Android folder, except as the name suggests, its target device is iOS. If you are using Windows, then you may or may not have this folder, as it is not allowed by Windows. But if you are using a Mac OS system, you will be able to see this iOS folder. And what it basically contains is an Xcode project. Xcode is the official development IDE for Apple devices. Then the next folder is the lib folder. As the name suggests, it stands for library, and 90% of interaction that we will have with this or any Flutter project is via this folder. This is the folder where we add all our Dart files and write codes for our project. Then the next folder is the test folder, and as the name suggests, it is used for writing test for the project, and that is done when we move from development to testing. So it is not our main concern right now. After that we have this .getignore, and it has all the version control settings. And if you don't know what is a version control, then you can do a quick Google and get your answer. Then after that we have .metadata and .packages. So it is system generated, and we don't need to worry much about them. Okay, and then next we have this demo.iml. So it is a project. It is the file that has the same name as the project. We will not work with this file also. It is just a file which works with internal dependencies and stuff, and the similar goes to pubspec.log. Then the next one is pubspec.yaml. So it is a file in which we will be working. Over here we can configure all the third party packages that the project will use, similar to the app level build.gradle that we have in Android. We also configure other things such as fonts, location, images and stuff. Then back to pubspec.lock. So pubspec.lock is generated from pubspec.yaml and it basically has a more structured settings than pubspec.yaml. Okay, so this were all the files, and we also have a readme.md. So over here we can specify something about our project, and if we are sharing our project we can add some data over here so that the developer whom we are sharing to can read this and understand. Okay, so these were all the files that we have in a Flutter project, and now let's open our main.dart file. Okay, and let's see what is our prefabricated application has. Okay, so to run any Flutter project I can simply go to run and then click on run without debugging. We can also use this start debugging, but it is a slower process. Okay, because in debugging we need to add some breakpoints and all. Okay, and we are not in that complex level of Flutter project, so I'll simply start with run without debugging. And then over here you can see the debug console has opened and it is writing launching, and the basic requirement is over here you can see I have a Flutter device, that means an Android device connected to my system. Okay, and if you also want you can use an iOS emulator instead of an Android emulator. Okay, but I'll go for an Android emulator right now, and let's wait for the build to finish. So once the application has started running, we can see we get something like this on our emulator. Now the basic UI designing that we do in Flutter is done by a widgets. That means that everything that we see on the screen is a tree of widgets. For example, the text that we see on the center is a widget, the app bar is a widget, and the floating action button is also a widget, and they all are the branches of the root widget, which is the screen, which is also referred as scaffold in Flutter. Okay, so that means scaffold is the root widget, and the center text, floating action button, app bar, all are the branch widgets of the scaffold root widget. Okay, and all these widgets have their sub widgets also, like the app bar has a text widget that displays the text on the app bar. The center widget also has a text widget which displays the text that you see on the center. Similarly, the floating action button has an icon widget, so as to specify which icon will be displayed on the floating action button. And similarly, we can also have a text widget if we want to display some text below this icon in our floating action button. Okay, so now if we go to our main.dart and if you look for build method, over here you can see first of all we have the scaffold widget. Okay, that means our parent widget, the root widget. Then we have the app bar widget, which is a branch of the scaffold widget, and then inside this app bar widget we have another widget, that is the text widget. And over here we have widget.title, that basically displays the text that we can see on the app bar. Then after that we have this body inside scaffold, and body refers to the entire screen leaving the app bar. Okay, then inside the body you can see center, that means our elements will be displayed in the center. Then we have a child, column, main axis element. We will discuss about these things in later in another tutorials. Then after that you can see we have a text widget over here, and you have a text written, you have pushed the button this many times, which is similar to the text that we see in our center widget. Okay, then similarly this text also, where we have dollar and underscore counter, that stands for string interpolation, which we have discussed in one of our Dart deep dive videos. What basically happens that the value stored in this counter variable will be displayed at this place. After that we have this floating action button. Okay, and it also takes an icon widget and it displays the add icon. Okay, now over here you can see our application also has some functionality. That means if I click on this plus button, over here the value will keep on increasing. Okay, so how does this happen? This happens that inside the floating action button we have a parameter called onPressed, okay, which calls underscore increment counter, which means whenever this onPressed method is called, then this increment counter is referred to by the onPressed method. So if you look in the file for this increment counter, over here we can see that this underscore increment counter is a method, and the underscore which we have before the method name or variable name refers to that it is a private member of the class. Okay, so inside this method you can see we have something called setState. We will discuss about this later, and we are incrementing the value of underscore counter, and it is the same counter which we are displaying in our text. Okay, so now just to check, I want to increment the value by 2 instead of 1, so I'll just write counter plus 2. Okay, so now if I'll save this, this will be built automatically. Over here you can see. Okay, this will take a few minutes if you do it for the first time. Once done, if you go back to your application and if you click on this plus, then instead of incrementing by 1, it will increment by 2. Okay, so this is the basic structure of any Flutter application. We will start building the application from scratch in our next tutorial. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So as I told in my previous video that in this video we are going to start making an application from scratch. So for that, first I'll select all the code that was prefabricated by Flutter and remove them. Okay, and now in our Dart deep dive videos we have seen that the maximum code that we were writing was starting from this main method, and which is true, which is the most common convention that is followed from the functionality point of view, which means for competitive coding or stuff like that. But our target is to show UI elements on the mobile screen, and for that we need to follow the convention specified by the Flutter team, and that is to create a class and inherit certain properties. Now if you don't know what inheritance is, it is basically inheriting features from a predefined class, and we can only add features and use the predefined features, but we cannot modify them. Okay, so now let's say I create a class, and to create a class we need to write the keyword class where C is small, and then the class name. For instance, I give my class name as my app. Okay, and then a set of curly braces, and to inherit any other class we use the keyword extends. Okay, and this extends should be written after the class name and before the curly braces. Okay, and the class that we are going to extend or inherit properties from is a class not created by us but provided by the Flutter SDK, which you can see is added in our pubspec.yaml file. Over here you can see we have this dependencies section, and the dependency that we have added is Flutter. Okay, so to import any Dart file in our main.dart or any other Dart file, okay, so we write import, there is a keyword import, and then the file that we are going to use is material.dart. Okay, so as you can see, it is inside the Flutter package. That means it is provided by Flutter, and what it basically has is a whole bunch of widgets to use, and the base class widget which allows us to use this widgets is called as stateless widget. So over here I'll write stateless widget. Now stateless widget is not the only base class that allows us to use widgets in our custom defined class. There are more which we will learn in other videos. So now over here you can see I get a red line below this my app. Okay, that means there is some error in the program, and over here it is specifically because we are missing some methods and functions which should be inside this class, and namely the build function. Okay, so instead of this, the another method that you can use is just write st. Okay, and then the Flutter will itself tell you to suggest you to this Flutter Stateless widget, and if you click on them, then you can see it automatically creates a class. Over here you can give the class name, okay, that extends the Stateless widget, and inside this it has a class that is called build. It takes a parameter that is build context and it returns a widget. Okay, so over here it takes a positional parameter that is context, which is of type build context. Okay, now it is having more red lines. Okay, so it is because we are not importing the material package over here. Okay, so for that I'll again write material.dart, and once it is done, you can see all the red lines are gone. Okay, and now over here it is written return container. Okay, so we will discuss about container a little later. Okay, so now the first thing that we need to return is a material app. Okay, A capital. Now whose basic task is to show all the widgets that you write inside this as an UI element in the app. Now one thing you need to remember is that out of all the other named parameters that it takes, one most important parameter is home. Okay, and whatever widgets or widget tree that we send as a value for this named parameter will be the first thing that will be loaded on the screen as we build the app. Okay, and then later we can toggle to different screens, which in Flutter is called routing or routing. For now, let's just send a text widget, and to do that we write text as in text and mark the capital T, and it takes a string as the parameter which will be displayed on the screen. So for now, let's give programming knowledge as the text. Okay, now text widget also has other named parameters which we will use in the later videos. Okay, but as you can see, I have no name before this string, and that is because it is a positional parameter, which means it is compulsory to send. Okay, and along with this we also have some named parameters, okay, which we will be using later, and these are not necessary to send, as we have discussed in our Dart deep dive video. Now let's see this in action, and for that we need to write a void main. Okay, and then inside this I'll write run app. Okay, so this run app is also a method provided in material.dart, and then we need to write my app inside this run app method, and then I also need to give a set of parentheses because I am passing it as a function so as to tell what it needs to run. Okay, and now as you can see, it is a one-liner method. Okay, so we will use another method to declare the function. Okay, the one-liner method. Okay, so I'll just cut it from here, and then I'll give an equal to right angled bracket, and then simply paste this. Okay, and now if I run this, I will be able to see something on my screen. Okay, so I just need to save, and it will hot reload automatically. So as the app starts running, you can see the text is in red and it has 2 yellow underlinings. Okay, that means the code is not correct. Okay, and that is because, as we discussed in the previous video, that the root of every widget tree in Flutter is a scaffold. Okay, and over here you can see I am directly passing the text instead of scaffold. Okay, so what you can do is you can pass a scaffold, and inside scaffold you can pass a text as the body, okay, or else we will see this in the next video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in the previous video we started discussing about stateless widgets, material app and the text widget, and we passed this text widget as a parameter to this home argument, and then when we were running the application we were getting the text in red and it has 2 yellow lines below it, okay, and this generally happens when there is some error in the code. So the error over here was basically that we were making the text as our home widget, which is not correct because the home takes the root widget, and as we have discussed in previous videos that the root widget needs to be a scaffold widget, okay. So instead of passing a text over here, I'll pass a scaffold, okay, and now if I save this, you can see that the text is gone and no error is present in the console, okay. So now let's add some widgets on our screen, and the first thing that you will see in maximum mobile applications is an app bar. So to add an app bar we write app mark the small a app bar, and it takes an app bar widget. Over here the A is capital, okay. Now this app bar widget also takes a few parameters, and as we want to give an app bar a title, we will call the title parameter, and as we want a text as our title, we will again use a text widget over here, and as we have discussed in the previous video that text takes a string over here which is compulsory to give, okay, and that is also verified. When you hover over it, you can see that the documentation says that it takes a string data which is compulsory, and then all the other values are inside curly braces. That means they are named parameters and they are not necessary to give, okay. So now let's give this programming knowledge, okay, and now if I save this, I'll be able to see an app bar with the text programming knowledge on it, okay, and here you go. You see you have a text programming knowledge, and this blue section is your app bar, okay. And now if you are wondering where did this blue color came from, as we have not discussed or not specified any color over here, so let me tell you that blue is the default color in every Flutter application, okay, but if you want you can also give a custom defined color, okay. So to give a color you need to come out of the text widget, okay, but be inside the app bar widget and then call the property background color, okay, and then the background color takes a parameter called colors, okay. So now colors is an enum, okay, that has a collection of colors which is prefabricated with Flutter, and if you don't know what is an enum, then that is not a problem, as we will discuss about enum in great detail in our upcoming videos, okay. So for now let's just say that colors is a keyword, and if we hit dot, then you can see all the colors that this colors enum has, or that means the colors which are fabricated by Flutter, okay. So let's say I choose red, okay. So now my background color is red, and now if I again save this and go back to my application, you can see the app bar color has changed to red, okay. Then the next thing over here is, okay, before moving to the next thing, you can see that all the code we are writing, the maximum code is written in a single line, okay, and it is not very much formatted, okay. So to format you can give spaces manually here and there, give enters, press enters here and there, but there is also a shortcut. We can use a keyboard binding that VS Code provides us, okay. So to know what is the keyboard binding, we need to go to code, preferences, keyboard shortcuts, and then over here if you look for format, then you will find a command called format document, and then the key binding over here is your shortcut key. So for me it is control command and F. Okay, so I'll apply that in my main dot. If I write control command F, so you can see everything got formatted on its own. Okay, so now the application looks more structured. Okay, so now after the app bar we can also add a body. Okay, so now this body is the space that is left after the app bar. Okay, so the entire screen space excluding the app bar is our body. Okay, so for now, as we have seen in the prefabricated app, we have a text in center. Okay, and so to display anything in center, we have a widget called center. So we will call that widget, and then this widget also takes some parameters, and over here you can see it takes a child parameter. So I will call this child parameter, and what all values it takes, you can see it takes a widget, and that is the child widget. Okay, so for now let us just pass a text, and now you all know that the text takes a compulsory parameter, that is a string that gets printed, and let's give my name. Okay, you can give your name. So now our body has a center and it has a text called Rishabh Kumar. Now again I will format it and then save it. Okay, so once saved, you can see I have a text called Rishabh Kumar in the center. Okay, so over here you can see this is called a widget tree. That means I have a scaffold as my root widget. It has two branches, app bar and center. The first branch, app bar, has another branch, text. Okay, and it has one more branch as colors. Okay, then the second branch, that is body, it has a child branch called text. Okay, so this is how branches are increased and we design our application. Okay, and now you can explore about more parameters, more functionalities about app bar, body, and if you want to do so, all you need to do is after the comma hit control space. Okay, and then all the values that it takes will be available to you, like the center takes height factor, key and width factor. And in the app bar, if we hit control space, you can see it takes an actions, icon, theme, automatically, imply, leading, bottom. Okay, so these are some functions that you can, if you will hover around, then you will be able to know what it is about. So suppose if we choose bottom, and if we hover around bottom, so then you can see this widget appears across the bottom of the app bar. Okay, so for now let's try adding an icon and see where it appears. Okay, so to add an icon, we again call the icon widget. Okay, and then this icon widget also takes an compulsory parameter, and that is an icon data. Okay, so icon data is not something that we need to worry about. That is present in icons enum. Okay, so this is also an enum, and we will study about enum. For now, enum is icons is just a keyword, and if you hit enter, you will be able to see a lot of icons that it has. And for now, let's just say add. Okay, which is the plus sign, as you can see over here. Okay, and now it is still giving an error, and if you peek on the problem, it says the argument type icon can't be assigned to a parameter type preferred size widget. Okay, so this means that we can't give an icon to the bottom. Okay, but that is not the problem over here. I just wanted you to know how to explore all the other things that it has. Okay, and so you can do that now. Okay, and then we will add the floating action button and some functionality to this application in the next tutorial. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about two very important widgets, okay, which are not the UI elements but are very essential while designing the look of the screen. Okay, and the first one is column. And the basic use of column is that we can give more than one widgets to column and they all appear in a column, that is one after another. Okay, so to use a column, first I'll remove this center that I have over here, and instead of that I'll write column. Okay, and it takes a children, and which is, you can see over here, of type widgets. Okay, so inside this we can give a list of widgets that we want to display on the screen, okay, as the body. So the first one is text. Okay, so this is a text. Now along with text I also want to add a button. So first I'll give a comma, and the next widget will be a button. So to add a button in Flutter we write FlatButton. Okay, and it takes a parameter child, as in what will be written or displayed on that button. Okay, so for now I'll just give a text, and the text says press, or just simple press. Okay, and now you can see it has a yellow line below where it is written FlatButton, and if you hover around it you can see the parameter on pressed is required. That means this FlatButton requires the on pressed parameters, and on pressed basically decides the functionality what will happen when this FlatButton is pressed. Okay, and it takes a function, okay. So you can define a function over here and then call it from here, or what I'll do is I'll create anonymous function like this. And so since I don't want to do a lot of functionality, I'll just print it in the console that the button is pressed. So for that I'll write print, and then inside that pressed. Okay, now when I'll first format it and then I'll save it, so I would be able to see two things on my screen. The first is a text with Rishabh Kumar, and after that I'll have a FlatButton which is calling press. Okay, so just wait for a moment for the sync to finish. So once finished, you can see I have a text called Rishabh Kumar, and after that press. So the background color of the button and the screen both are the same, so we are not able to differentiate. So I can add another property that this FlatButton provides, and that is color. Okay, so for color I told you there is a enum that is provided by Flutter called colors, and then I'll just simply write red. Okay, again format it and save it. So over here you can see I have a text called Rishabh Kumar, and below that I have a button press which has red background, and if I press on it you can see I am getting over here presses. Okay, so the text over here was presses instead of pressed, so I am getting the same in my console. Okay, now I can also change the text color over here. Okay, so for that I'll just write text color, and the color can be again colors dot white. Okay, I'll again save this. So once done, you can see my text is in white. Okay, so I can keep on adding as many UI elements I want in this column. Okay, so for instance I add another text. Okay, and let's say it says programming knowledge. Okay, now if I again save this, so below this FlatButton I'll get another text that says programming knowledge, and the order in which we write the elements over here, that will be the same order that we see on the screen. Okay, that means first this text, then this FlatButton, and after that we will have this text programming knowledge. Okay, so now this is how we can add more than one elements in a column. Okay, now suppose I don't want this column to be over here, but instead I want it to be inside the center. Okay, so then we have a parameter that this column takes, and that is called main axis alignment. Okay, and for the column the main axis is the vertical axis, and it also has an enum that is main axis alignment. Okay, and then if you enter dot, you can see all the options, and as my task is to display on center, I'll just hit center, and then if I save this I'll be able to see it in the center. So now you can see it is in the center. Now if you want, you can also try different types of main axis alignment, that is in this enum. So I'll again hit the dot and let's try end. Okay, so now if I save this, let's see what happens. So you can see everything is at the at the end, that is the bottom. Okay, and then similarly you can also try something called start, that will go at the start. Okay, then we have space around, that means it will take all the space. So you can see the entire height has been covered by 3 widgets and basically 2 text and a button. Okay, so this is called space around, and then we also have space between. So you can see the spaces are only between the elements. Okay, that means below this programming knowledge we don't have any space, and above this Rishabh Kumar we don't have any space, but the space is only between the elements. Okay, so this is how we can play with the alignment of the columns. For now I'll make it center. Okay, and then comma. So now the text will be in center. Okay, so now you can see the text is again in center, but you can see it is only the vertical center and not the horizontal center. Okay, so there are two ways to bring it in the exact center. Okay, so as I told you, the column has main axis alignment as vertical axis and the cross axis alignment is the horizontal axis. So along with main axis alignment you also have a cross axis alignment, and over there you can write cross axis alignment, which is also in enum dot center. So then again it will be in the exact center. And the other way to do is to wrap this entire column by a center widget. Okay, so you can do it manually by creating a center, and in the place of child you will pass this whole column. Or easier method is to go to code, preferences, and keyboard shortcuts, and in the shortcuts look for refractor. Okay, so you will get a certain key binding for the refractor. Okay, in my case it is Control Shift R. So if I press Control Shift R, I get the options wrap with widget, wrap with center, wrap with column. Okay, and similar to that, so I'll just wrap with center. Okay, and you can see it automatically adds a center and the child becomes the column. And now if I'll save this, I would be able to see the entire column in the center. Okay, so here you go, the everything is in the center. Okay, so now similar to column we also have a row. Okay, so to demonstrate that, I'll just copy all the children that I have over here. Okay, and instead of a column, okay, I'll also need to remove this. Instead of a column I'll have a row. Okay, so as you can understand by the name, row adds one element after another towards the right, means starting from left towards the right. Okay, so in place of children, if I again pass all those things, I'll format it and save it. So now I will be able to see all these things one after another. So now you can see we have a text over here, and after that we have this button and then the programming knowledge text. And if I again click on this press, so the console is again logging presses, means the functionality is fine. And similarly over here also inside this row you have a main axis alignment, and you know how to use it, and a cross axis alignment. Okay, and you can also wrap it with a center, and it is already wrapped with a center. So you can see it is already in the center according to the cross axis alignment, because for the row the main axis alignment is the horizontal axis and the cross axis alignment is the vertical axis. So as it is already inside center, the cross axis alignment is automatically center. Okay, and if I add main axis alignment as center, then it will be in the exact center of the screen. And once reloaded, we can see the row is in the center. Okay, and so this is how we add more than one elements in the screen. Okay, so this was for the tutorial. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to add some functionality to our application, because till now what we have done is we have just added UI elements and we have seen different ways to add multiple UI elements, but our application is not functional. Okay, so to add functionality, let's say that instead of print process, I want to display a toast. Okay, so the first thing, that toast is not prefabricated in Flutter, we need to add the extension. Okay, and the place where you can find all the Flutter extension is this website pub.dev, and over here if you search for toast, then you will find this toast 0.1.5, and there are other extensions also, but I prefer to use this one. Okay, so now you can see over here it is written how to use, and then the first thing is this toast colon and then a sign, then 0.1.5. this is basically the line to install this dependency in our project. Now in most of the extensions, how to download is not written over here, so you can also find it in the installing section. Okay, so I'll just copy it from here, and as we discussed earlier, we need to add all the extensions in our pubspec.yaml file. So over there I'll add this file. Okay, inside this dependencies section, and at the same line we have this Flutter written. Okay, now if I save this, it will automatically start getting the extension in our file, in our application. Okay, so after this, now we can use that extension in our application. So to use that extension, again in my readme, you can see the first thing that we need to do is we need to import this package. So I'll just copy it from here and I'll paste it below this. So now this file is inside our application, and now to use to display a toast, we write toast.show and then the text, that is message, then the context, and we have the context, that is build context. Okay, that we have in our every application. Okay, then after that we have this duration, then gravity, then text color, background radius, and border. Okay, so now you can see the background color has a default color of this. So over here 0x stands for hexadecimal, that means the code is in hexadecimal. The last 6 digits stands for the color code, and then the first 2 digits after X stands for opacity. Okay, so now to display a toast, we'll use this line. So instead of console logging, I'll write toast dot show, and the message is toast demo. Okay, so now let's try running this. Okay, so once the application starts running, if you click on this press, so instead of showing anything, it is giving me a list of errors over here. Okay, and the main error is unimplemented handling of missing static target. Okay, so this means that we are trying to add functionality in a stateless widget class. Okay, so that means that is because the basic functionality of stateless widget is to just create a static page. Okay, that means if this page is created like this, then we can't change it while the application is running. Okay, and if you want to display a toast, then that means the look of the page will change and the page will not be static, and that will defy the functionality of stateless widget. Okay, so to solve that problem, we have another base class in our material.dart, and that is called stateful widget. Okay, so you can see stateless and stateful, they both are contrary, and so is their features. So to create a stateful widget, we just write stf or something like that, and over here you get Flutter Stateful widget. And then let's give this class a name. So let's say my home app. Okay, so now you can see a class my home app is created, and it extends Stateful widget. Then inside this we have my home app state, that is the app state. Okay, and it calls a method called create state. Then after that we have another class called my home app state, and it extends state. Okay, so this is the basic code that we need to write for every stateful widget, and Flutter and VS Code helps us in writing this. Okay, and if you want to know what are the functionalities of these functions, then you can simply go to Flutter, okay, and open the first link, and then over here go to docs. Okay, so now instead of returning a container, I want to return this scaffold that I have over here. So I'll just cut it from here and paste it over here. Okay, and now over here the home will be my home app class. So I'll write my home app. Okay, now I'll again format this and try running this. Okay, instead of running, I will reload this. Okay, once reloaded, you can see everything is still the same. And now I'll remove this two texts. Okay, just for now. Again run this. Okay, so once the application starts running, now if we click on press, then we are able to see our toast. So that means if we are inside a stateful widget, we can change the state, means the application is not static. But it is suggested that when we don't need to change the state, we should use stateless widget. Okay, so now let's explore this toast a bit. So over here you can see it also takes more parameters, and the duration is toast dot length short, that is the default parameter. The gravity is toast dot bottom, that is also default, and we can override it. Okay, so let's override the duration to length long. So I'll write duration toast dot length long. And now if I save this, so now the toast will be displayed for a longer period of time, and you can see that. Okay, similarly I can also override the gravity. So I'll write gravity toast dot center. Okay, first format it, then save it. And now if we display the toast, so it is in the center. But as you can see, we have kept the button also in center, and we are also displaying the toast in center. So that means according to convention they both should overlap, but when the toast is being displayed, it is above this flat button. So this is because the toast is being displayed at the center of the entire screen, and this press button is at the center of this scaffold part, means the whole screen except the app bar. Okay, so similarly there are other properties also, that is background color, and then I can give it a different color, let's say red. So now the toast is in red. I can also change it to different color, means we can play around. Now the toast will be in this color. Okay, then we can also change the text color, let's say colors dot black. And now the text color is in black. Okay, so this is the difference between stateless and stateful widget. Like when we don't have any functionality in our application, so it is suggested to use a stateless widget, but when we need to add some functionality, then we should go for stateful widget. Okay, I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to programming knowledge. So in this tutorial we are going to discuss about text widgets. So text widget is one of the most used widget, and we ourselves have been using it in 2 or 3 previous videos. Okay, so today we will dig deeper in text widget and see a few of the functionalities provided by the text widget. Okay, so for that, first I will remove this center from the body. Okay, so I will just simply comment it out and then create another body. Okay, it will be a center. The center will have a text. Okay, the center's child parameter will have a text, and the text says programming knowledge. Okay, now if I save this, I'll get a text programming knowledge in the center. Okay, you can see that. Okay, now after this, the next thing that we need to know is that we can constrain the number of lines that our text will be displayed. Okay, like if I only want to display 3 lines, then I have a property called max lines. Okay, and if you hover around it, you can see it takes an integer value. So let's say I only want to display 3 lines. Okay, and now to break the line, you can use \n. Okay, so what I am going to do is I am going to display programming knowledge 4 times in 4 different lines. Okay, so according to the concept of this max lines, only 3 lines should be visible. So let's check that. Okay. Okay, so now I'll first format this and then save this. Okay, so now you can see instead of printing 5 lines, it is only showing 3 lines. So this is how you can constrain the number of lines of your text. Okay, then now I'll bring it back to single line. Okay, just programming knowledge. And the next thing that we are going to discuss is style. That means how to apply styling to our text widget. So there is a named parameter called style, and it takes a text style widget. Okay, so I'll write a text style, and now it also has some properties. So the first property, as you can see, is background. Okay, so background takes a paint widget, and till now we have not discussed about paint, so I'll come back to that later. Then we have background color, and you know we have an enum called colors. Then I can simply give red. Now if I save this, the background of the text will be in red, and you can see that. Okay, similarly we have another property called text color. No, not the text color, just simply color, and then I can give colors dot white, let's say that. Okay, then again format it and save it. So now you can see the text is in white color. Okay, now the next property that we have over here is font weight. Okay, font weight, and that means the size. So if I give, no sorry, the font weight means the styling, like bold, italic and stuff like that. So there is another enum called font weight. Okay, and if I write font weight dot bold, so now my text will be in bold. Okay, now once I save this, so you can see the text has become a bit bold. Okay, now after this you have font size. Okay, and you can give the size of the font of the current text widget. Okay, so I'll give 20, let's say. Okay, so now you can see the text has become a little bit larger. Okay, you can increase the font size a little bit more so that the change is significant and you can observe it. Okay, so now you can see the text has become bigger. Now the next property that we have is font style. Okay, and it takes font style dot italic. Okay, so suppose if we want to make the text italic, and you can see our text has become italic. Okay, so these were the basic about text, and there are other properties also like overflow, text align, and there are many other soft wrap, struct, style, text align, and these are not important right now, because once we know about containers and paddings, then these properties will make more sense. So once we cover those, we will surely come back to this. Okay, so now another type of text that we use, and that is used majorly for styling, that is called rich text. Okay, so I'll again comment this out. I'll have another body. Okay, so first center's child will be rich text. Okay, then rich text takes a text. Okay, and the text should takes another widget, and that is text span. Okay, now text span takes a parameter called text. Okay, which as the name suggests is a text. Okay, and then another thing, that is style. Then again we have text style, we discussed about it just now. Okay, and then I give a color, let's say colors dot black. Okay, now I need to give another closing bracket over here. Now I'll format it and save it. Okay, so you can see we have a text over here called programming. Okay, now the basic use of rich text is to provide a different type of styling to different words in a string or in a sentence. Okay, so over here the first word is programming, and it is in text color black, and if you want you can also change the color. You can give it a size, let's say 15. Okay, so this is one word, and now if you want to give another styling to the next word, then you have another property called children. Okay, and it should also be of type text span. So you define it over here, then it takes a list. Okay, now as we have defined it to be text span, it only takes text spans widget. So I'll write text span. Again inside a text span we have our text. Okay, so text will again take a text. Okay, and now we can provide different styling to it. Okay, so for now I'll just simply copy this, paste it over here, and change the size to, let's say, 30. Okay, now once I save this, you will be able to understand what is the difference. Okay, so now you can see we have two different words but a single text. Okay, now if I want, I can also change this color. Okay, and I should give a space over here so that it becomes more understandable. And now you can see we have programming in this color, and which is in a smaller size, and knowledge in red color with a bigger size. Okay, and similarly you can add as many text spans as you want over here. So I'll add another text span. The text is, let's say, Flutter. Okay, and this should also have a space or whatever you like. Then again a style. So the style will again be text style, colors dot, let's say, green. Okay, and then we have font size of, let's say, 20. Okay, now I'll format all these. Okay, I need to give a comma over here. There is some error. Okay, I missed a closing bracket over here. Now I'll save this, and then you can see another text that is Flutter, and it is in green color, and it has a different size. Okay, so you can see we have three different words, but they are inside a single widget, that is the rich text widget, and they act as a single string. Okay, so its real life use is in places like this, like where you have a single text but a part of it is over here acts as a redirecting link. Okay, like in our Flutter application, if I would click on this, then I would open another page. Okay, and the rest of the text is just simple text and no changes are there on that. Okay, so in such kind of scenarios, rich text come to play. Okay. And now another thing that I also want to cover in this video is like how to create how to separate widgets in different Dart files and use it in another Dart file. Okay, so for that, first of all, I'll create a new Dart file. I'll call it my home underscore app dot dart. Okay, and now inside this my home app dot dart, I want this class to be there. Okay, so I'll just copy everything or cut everything and paste it over here. So now it is giving errors because I need to import material.dart. Okay, now I'll save this, and over here you can see this my home app is giving an error because this file doesn't know what is my home app. Okay, so now we need to add this my home app.dart in our main.dart file. Okay, so for that again I will write import, then dot and slash, that means to look in the current directory, and then over here you can see as the suggestion says my home app.dart. Okay, so now inside my home app.dart we had this my home app. So now over here the error is gone, and now if I save and run this, no change will be there. But now what we can say is our main.dart is a bit more cleaner. Okay, so you can see the same thing. Okay, so that was for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we are going to discuss about buttons. So button is a very basic yet very important UI widget that Flutter provides us. Okay, so the first thing, I'll comment this body out. Okay, then next I'll add another body. Okay, center and child. Okay, so now there are different types of buttons. Okay, and we will discuss all of them. And the first type of button is flat button. Okay, so capital FA, flat button. Okay, and it takes a child. Okay, so child is the widget that will appear on the button. Okay, so you can give any widget. Okay, so let's try with text. Okay, and the text says press me. Okay, and if I save this, I should be able to see a button that says press me. Okay, now it is not restricted to text. As I told, it takes any widget. I can even give an icon. Okay, and then icon has an icons enum. Okay, and then if you give a hit a dot, then you can see all the icons that are already available. Okay, for now I'll just give add, that is a plus sign. Okay, and now if I save this, I would be able to see a flat button that has an icon plus. Okay, so you can see that. Okay, now you can see this flat button has a yellow underlining. Okay, and if you hover around it, you can see one thing is missing, and that is on pressed. Okay, because over here you can see it is written that the parameter on pressed is required. Okay, so let's provide that. So basically on pressed is takes a function that will be executed when the button is pressed. Okay, so you can see it takes a function that is void, that means it doesn't return anything, and the function is run when the button is pressed. Okay, so for now let's just create an anonymous function, a one-liner function, and I'll simply print button pressed. Okay, so that means whenever I'll press on this button pressed will be written in my console. Okay, so let's try this. So now if I click on this plus, over here you can see button pressed is being logged in my console. If I go on pressing, it will go on adding. Okay, so this is an on pressed method. Okay, so now it is not necessary to have a anonymous function like this. Okay, you can have a function in over here. Okay, so let's say I call it void button action. Okay, that means the action that button will do, and then simply over here I write print button pressed. Okay, and now over here instead of calling this I can call that function. Okay, so button action. Okay, and we don't need to give a parenthesis because we are not actually calling that function, but we are pointing to that function. Okay, so then again hit save, and now again we should see the same action. Okay, so now if I hit plus, so you can see it is again giving button pressed, but along with that it is also giving some other logs. Okay, so that is not our concern. So you can see as many times I press the button, that many times our console is being logged with button console. Okay, so this you can use this way also. Okay, now the problem occurs when you want to pass a certain parameter. That means this function accepts a parameter, let's say string name. Okay, and it logs the name also. Okay, that means name is required. But over here, since you are pointing, you don't give a parenthesis. Okay, and hence you can't pass a value. Okay, so then what you need to do is you need to again click like write like this. Okay, and anonymous function, and then over here you can pass the parameter. Okay, so for now let's say I am passing reshuffle. Okay, now if I save this, everything should work fine, but instead of console logging button pressed, it should log button pressed reshuffle. Okay, so let's try that, and you can see button pressed reshuffle is being logged. Okay, so these were the three methods in which you can write the functionality for this on pressed, which takes a function. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the original, means the first one that we have written. Okay, over here just print button pressed. Okay, now the next thing that we are going to discuss is the color. Okay, so color, then as you know, colors enum is there present in Flutter, and it has a certain colors over here. You can select any one of them. I am going to use red. Okay, so now if I save this, my button should be red in color. Okay, and you can see that. Okay, now similarly I have a parameter called colors brightness, and it also has an enum brightness, and brightness has two values, dark and light. Okay, so dark means that the button would be visible even in a dark surrounding. Okay, so now if I run this, you should see how the changes happen. Okay, so you can see the difference that the plus sign has become white instead of black. Okay, and that is understandable. When you have a black background, white color is significant, means you can point it out. Okay, so that is what has happened over here. And similarly, if you change it to light, okay, that means the theming of that button will change for a light background. Okay, and then you can see the button color is black. That means if you have a bright background, then this plus icon is noticeable. Okay, and so is the case over here. Okay, now the next thing that we have is a text color. Okay, now suppose if we have a text, till now we don't have a text, but if we have a text, we can also provide some colors over here. Okay, and you know how to add a text. Instead of passing icon as the child, we can pass text as the child. Okay, now the next feature that we are going to discuss about is enabling the button. Okay, so like sometimes you might not want the button to be enabled at once, but after some time it should be enabled. Okay, so in that cases you need to disable the button. Okay, so earlier we used to have an enabled parameter that used to take true or false, means true for the button is enabled, false for the button is disabled. Okay, but in the latest Flutter update it has been removed. Okay, so the way around is, instead of writing any function for on pressed, if you write null, then that means our button has become disabled. Okay, so now if you save and run this, you will not see any significant change. Okay, but if we click on this, you can see nothing is being logged in my console. That means the button is disabled. Okay, so now you can similarly add a disabled color, like we had a color that was for when the button was enabled. So disabled color is when the button is disabled. So colors dot, let's say this color. Okay, so now since our button is disabled over here, we should see this color, and you can see that. Okay, and similarly we have a disabled text color when we have a text as our child. Okay, you can use that. And then the last property in flat button is on long pressed. Okay, so on pressed when you just simply click on the button, and on long pressed when you click and hold. Okay, so let's see what this long press takes, and it also takes a function that is non-return type. Okay, that means it doesn't return anything. So again I'll create an anonymous function, and simply I'll print button is pressed for long time. Okay, now let's see this in action. So now if I press and hold the button, this text should be logged in my console. Okay, so now if I press and hold, you can see it is showing button is pressed for long time. Again if I press and hold, same is the log in the console. And now if I try just clicking it, so it is not working, and because over here we have made on pressed as null. Okay, so I'll change it back to what it was. Print button pressed. Now if we run this, you can see if I click on it, then the log says button pressed, and if I click and hold, it says button is pressed for long time. So this is how we add functionality to our button. If you want, you can display a toast over here, call some function that does some complex calculations. You can do whatever you want, means all the functionality part you can add in this on pressed or on long pressed, as ever you want your button to react. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to continue our discussion on buttons. Okay, so the first thing, I'll comment this out. This is about flat button, which we discussed in our previous video. Okay, so the next type of button that we are going to discuss is raised button. Okay, so first I'll create a center, and the child will be a raised button. Okay, so the basic difference between flat button and raised button is that raised button looks a little bit elevated, like floating on screen, and flat button is infused on screen. Okay, so if you go to Stack Overflow, you can find a very good example. Over here you can see these buttons are bulging out over here, and these are basically raised buttons. Okay, and then if you scroll down, you can see over here the button seems to be infused, like there is no difference between the button background and the rest of the body of the alert dialog. So the button seems to be infused in the dialog, and such type of buttons are flat button. Okay, so back in our project, over here we have a raised button. Okay, and raised button also takes an on pressed. Okay, on pressed is compulsory for every button. Okay, then over here also I'll add a simple anonymous function that says button pressed. Okay, and then I also need to give an child. Okay, so again you can give any text widget. I am giving an icon. From the icon enum, and the icon will be add. Okay, and you can see there's an error over here, and that is because we are missing a parenthesis. Okay, now I'll format it and save it. So now you should be able to see a button that has a plus icon on it, and you can see that. And if you look closely, you can see there's a little bit shadow at the bottom and on the left side. So that means the button is a little bit elevated from the screen. Okay, so that is the z axis. We have the shadow in the z axis representing that the button is a little bit elevated. Okay, then we can apply the same properties that we have in our raised button, like color. Okay, so the colors is again red, so now the button will be in red. So an elevated button in red will be visible, you can see that. Okay, then similarly we have the color brightness. Okay, then again it is, let's say, brightness dot dark. Okay, and the rest of the features also, like a disabled color and on long press. Okay, so now the another property that we have over here is elevation. Okay, elevation, so that means how much shadow will be there, that means how much will be the length of the z axis. So let's say if I give 10, so now you can see there's a little bit shadow. Now if I run this, the shadow would be a little bit thicker. Okay, so let's see that, and you can see the shadow has become a little bit thicker and it is more significant now. Okay, so this says that the button is a little bit raised, and this actually over here acts as the shadow. Okay, and now over here if I make this null, the on pressed function as null, so then let's see what is the difference. Like in flat button, if we were making it null, so no difference in the button was visible, just the functionality was not there. Okay, and that is because we have changed it to null. But over here, since we are making it null, that means we are making the raised button disabled. You can see the color automatically changes to a disabled type of thing. Okay, and if you press, then the functionality is also not there. Okay, so now you can even try adding some disabled color. Okay, so suppose if the button is disabled, then the disabled color is, let's say, this. Okay, so now if since the button is disabled, our color will be this. Okay, and so now you can see the difference. Okay, so this was about raised button, and there are particular scenarios where we need flat button and we need raised button. Okay, so you know where to use what. Okay, now the next type of button that we are going to discuss is outline button. Okay, so first things first, I'll create a body, a center. Okay, and the center has a child, and the child is outline button. So as the name suggests, this button doesn't have any background, it just has an outline. Okay, so first of all, on pressed, and on pressed I'll create an anonymous function that simply prints in my console button pressed. Okay, and it has a child. Okay, that is again an icons, so that all the buttons have the same icon, like all the buttons that we have discussed till now. Icons dot add. Okay, over here it will only be icon and not icons. And now if you save this, you should be able to see a button that only has an outline, and the background will be same as the entire screen. And you can see that this is our button. Okay, and it has a boundary. Okay, so this is the default width and height of every button. You can change the width and height by using a container, and we have not yet studied about container, but we will. Okay, so if I press, you can see button pressed, so everything is working fine. Now the next feature that we have in this outline button is, first let's format this. Okay, the next feature is border. Okay, so in an outline button, the most significant part is the border. So we have a property, a parameter called border side. Okay, and it takes a border side widget. Okay, and it is used for designing the border. Okay, so basically this border side is used for all the four sides. Like in general cases, when you give a border to something, then you need to give four borders for top, bottom, right and left. but since it is an outline button and in button we want to have the same border throughout, so a single border side will only be applied to all the 4 sides. Okay, so border side takes a color, okay, that is the color of the border. So let's say I give red. Okay, so now you can see the color is something grayish. Now if I save this, the border should be in red color. Okay, and you can see that over here the border is in red color. Now the next property is width. Okay, that means the border width, and it takes a I think double, yes, it takes a double value, and the default width is 1. Okay, so if I make it to 5.0, then the border should be a little bit thick now. Okay, so and you can see that. Okay, so the border is a little bit thick. Now the next thing that we have is a style. Okay, so style is basically just if you don't want to show the border. So if you click on border style none, the border will disappear, and border style solid, that is the default type, means the border will be there. Okay, so border is there, so I'll try border style dot none, and now my border should be gone. Okay, so there's some error, I am missing a parenthesis over here. Okay, again I'll format it and save it, and now you can see the border is gone. And to bring the border back, I'll simply just remove this, or you can give it border solid, so that would also be fine. And this is our outline button. Now over here also, if you want, you can add on long pressed and all the other functionalities, all the other things that we have seen in flat button, and the same goes for raised button. All the parameters that we have seen in the flat button can be applied in both raised button and border outline button. Okay, thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about icon button. Okay, so as the name suggests, icon button is a button that has an icon on it. Okay, so first I'll comment this center out. Okay, then we'll create another body that is has a center. Okay, and the child of the center will be a icon button. Okay, so in icon button, the two important things are icon and the on pressed method. Okay, so first icon, and icon takes an icon widget. Okay, and then inside icon we have an icons enum. Okay, and if you hit a dot, then you could see all the available icons. Okay, so I'll simply go for add. Okay, so now if you save this, you can see a plus on the screen. Okay, and now you can see the yellow line persists because I told there is two necessary things, that is the icon and the on pressed function. Okay, so for now it will do simply print in the console, print button pressed. Okay, I'll format it and save it. Okay, so now if I click on this, you can see it is being logged in my console over here. Okay, so now like all the other different types of button, it also has a color. Okay, and the color over here is for the icon and not for the background. Okay, so color takes a colors enum, color which we can get from colors enum, and for now I'll give it red. Okay, and now I should see my icon in red. Okay, and then you can also disable it and give it any another disabled color also. Okay, if you like, something like that. Okay, so then the next thing that we have over here is icon size. Okay, and as you can see, it takes a double value, and if you don't give it, then the default value is 24. Okay, so I'll make it 40.0, and now we should see the icon size has increased. Okay, now the next thing is splash color. Okay, so splash color is the color that will appear when we press the button. Okay, so again I'll give colors dot, let's say some other color, green. Okay, so now let's see the difference. Now you can see if I hold this, green color is there. Okay, green color comes in the background. Okay, so this was one thing. Then there's a padding. Okay, and if you don't give the padding, then also there is a default padding of 8 from all sides. Okay, so as you can see over here, padding takes an edge insets type. Okay, so I'll write edge insets. Okay, now it has a few variations. Okay, dot all for all the 4 sides, then it has symmetric, that is horizontal and vertical, and then only, that is top, bottom, right and left. Okay, we generally use these 3. Okay, so for now I'll go with all. Okay, and I'll change the value from 8 to, let's say, a significant change will be 20.0. Okay, so now let's see. Now if we press it, the circle should be larger. Okay, and you can see that. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to know about IconButton is tooltip. Okay, so this actually takes a string that describes the functionality of this button. Okay, because this button doesn't have a text, so sometimes the end user might not know the use of it. Okay, so this helps to know what that button is used for. Okay, so I'll give a string, let's say description of the button. Okay, so now if we save this, okay, and if the user doesn't know what this icon is for, so if we press and hold, then you can see this toast type of thing appears. Okay, and it has the tooltip written on it. Okay, so in this way the end user will know what that button is there for. Okay, so now over here you can see inside this icon button, if I try adding some color, so it is not there. Okay, some background color, I didn't mean color but background color. Okay, so any background color feature is not there. Okay, so generally icon buttons don't support specifying a background color or other background decorations, because typically the icon is just displayed on top of parent's widget background. Okay, so if you want to add a background or a background color, so out of many ways to do so, we will only discuss about the method discussed in the Flutter docs, and that is to use a ink widget. Okay, so I'll comment this child out for now. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll comment this out. Okay, then this center takes another child, and the child is a ink widget. Okay, so ink is basically a convenience widget. It is generally used for designing purpose. Okay, so we'll see a little bit about ink also in this video. Okay, so first the child, and the child is icon. Okay, an icon button. Then 2 important things, icon. So I'll give an icon of, let's say, Android, icons dot Android, and the next important thing is on pressed. Okay, for now it simply prints the console button pressed. Okay, now I'll format it and save it, and there will be no significant change, just the logo changed because I have used icons.android over here, so the Android icon is appearing. Okay, so now to add the background color, this ink widget takes another parameter, that is decoration. Okay, and decoration takes a decoration type widget. Okay, so decoration is the collective widget, and it has many sub widgets inside it, like box decoration, image decoration, and we will discuss about all of them. Okay, for now the most useful over here would be a shape decoration. Okay, because our main objective is to give a circular shape and add background color to it. Okay, so shape decoration. Now as it is a shape decoration, shape becomes necessary, and we want the button to be circular, let's say. So I will write circle border, okay, and then it takes no parameter, and then the main part to add a color, and let's say I add color blue, okay. Now I'll format it and save it. So now a blue color should be yes, you can see that, okay. So like this you can add a background color to your icon buttons, okay. So now since you are using an ink, you can do many other things also, like you can give it a height, okay, you can also give it a width, and you can also give it a color. So you can see if I give colors dot blue over here instead of giving it inside the shape decoration, so then now it will give me an error, okay. So if I try saving this, and you can see the compiler has thrown error over here, and that is because in Flutter whenever we use a decoration, then we can't give color outside the decoration, okay. That means in this ink, if we are using the decoration, then this color should be inside this decoration, okay. If we might not be using this decoration and then we give color, then that is not a problem. But if we are using decoration, then the color should be inside decoration and not outside decoration, okay. Just wait for the build to finish, okay, and then you can see it is an icon and a square type of box, okay. So this is the default shape, that is a square, and now you can apply those height and width and see the changes. So this was about icon buttons. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about the last type of button, and that is floating action button, okay. So to add a floating action button, after the body we have another named argument, that is floating action button, and it takes a floating action button widget, okay, and it has a child, okay, and the child also takes a widget, and for now I'll just give an icon, the icon say icons add, and as it is a button it also needs an onPressed method, and for now I'll simply print in my console floating action button pressed, okay. This should be inside quotes, okay. So now first I'll format it, and then if I run, I should be able to see a floating action button on my screen, okay. And you can see that the floating action button with the plus icon appears at the bottom right of the screen, and that is the place where the floating action button is placed in Android and as well as in iOS, okay. So now this also has all the same functionalities like other buttons, that is it takes a child, it has an onPressed which takes a function that returns void, okay, then it has a background color, okay, and if you don't give any color then it will be blue, which is the default color of any Flutter application, okay, and you can also change it to any color you like, okay, like now I am changing it to red, and you can see the color has changed to red. Now one more thing that I wanted to tell you about colors, that we can change the intensity of that color if we want, okay. So for that all we need to do is inside square brackets, if we write 300, then the intensity would be a little bit less, okay, and you can see that. Now if I write 100, it will be lesser, okay. So I am missing this over here. Let's run this, and you can see the intensity has become more lighter. Now if I change it to 900, then the intensity will increase and the color will appear much darker, okay. So the standard, if we don't write any number, then the standard number that is by default used is 500, okay, and you can see that. Then the next thing in floating action button is the tool tip, okay, and that is similarly a string that is displayed when we long press on the button. Okay, so let's say tooltip. Now let's run this. Now if I press and hold, so I'm able to see the tooltip, that is the text in my tooltip argument. Okay, so this was also the basic about floating action button. Now the next thing about floating action button is that sometimes instead of just an icon we also want a text alongside, means next to the icon. Okay, so then we can use the extended feature. Okay, so for that we just need to write extended, and extended doesn't take a child but it takes two different arguments. First is the icon and the second one is text, sorry, it would be label. Yes, so it takes a label and label takes a widget, so we will pass a text widget. Okay, and let the text say add. So now again I format it and save it. So now I should see a plus and then add written next to it, and you can see that. Okay, so this is how we can modify our floating action button. Okay, now the next thing that I missed while discussing about flat button and raised button was that they also have a extended feature. Okay, so let's discuss about that. So coming to flat button, we simply write flat button and dot icon. Okay, so now this means that the flat button will first have an icon and then a label. Okay, not just a child that takes a widget, but it takes two different things. First one is icon and the second one is a label. Okay, so let's give it an icon say icon inside an icon widget from the icon enum, and let's say Android for now. Okay, and the label is, let's see what the label takes, and the label takes a widget, so we will pass a text widget. Okay, and it says Android. Okay, and on pressed is simply a console logging, that is button pressed. Okay, now let's format it and save it, and let's see. Okay, so now you can see we have the flat button, that is for, and it has an icon and then the text. Okay, so now it is not as we expected because we are using a ink. Okay, so we don't need an ink right now. I'll just remove it from here. Now let's run this. So now that bluish background should be gone. Okay, so this is our flat button but in a extended form, that is by using this icon constructor. Okay, now if I press this, the functionality is same. Okay, and the same goes for raised button. Okay, so if I write raised button, then it also has an extended constructor, that is the dot icon constructor, and it takes two things, icons and label, and rest all the features are same. Okay, so let's see this also, and you can see that. Let's apply some color so that it is more evident. I'm sorry, color is not red. Okay, format it, save it, and you can see that this is our raised button, but it now instead of having a single child widget, it has two things. First one is icon and the second one is text, and the functionality is intact. Okay, so this was all about buttons. In the next video we should discuss about some other widgets. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about a convenience widget, which is the container. Okay, and by convenience widget I mean that it is there for the developer to make his job much more easier. Okay, so let's see how we use that. Okay, so over here instead of this button I'll change it to just a simple text. Okay, so that it is easier for you to understand. A text that says programming knowledge. Okay, and now if I save this, I should be able to see the text programming knowledge on the screen, and you can see as it is wrapped by a center, the text is in center. Okay, so first I'll correct the spelling. Okay, now to wrap in a container, I'll use my refractor key binding, that is Control Shift R, and then wrap with a container. Okay, and if you don't have this key binding, you can simply create a container, and in the child you can place the text widget. Okay, so now our text is inside a container, but we see no significant change. Okay, so now let's add a color to the container. Okay, so for that I write color is colors.red. Okay, so now the container area will be red in color, so let's see that. Okay, and you can see the container is in red color. Okay, now you can also apply the same thing by adding a text style over here, but suppose sometime you don't have a text widget and some different kind of widget, then this container comes into action. Okay, so you can apply a color like this. Now the next thing that you can do is you can apply margins. Okay, so for margins you need to write margin. Okay, and then margin takes another type of widget which is edge insets. So I write edge insets. Okay, and then it has a few constructors. First one is all. Okay, that means whatever value you give inside this, it will be applied to all the four sides. Okay, and then the next important one is only, that means we give individual margins for all the four sides. And the next one is symmetric, which means we give a margin which will be applied to the horizontal sides and another margin which will be applied to the vertical sides. Okay, so basically now we just have a single child, so this margin we will not be able to see any kind of significant difference. But the thing where we can see significant difference is padding. Okay, so we can also apply padding to a container. So we have a padding parameter, and it also takes edge insets geometry. Okay, so I'll use a named constructor edge insets dot all. Okay, and then this all takes a double value. Okay, so over here instead of value I'll make it 10.0. Now if I save this, I should be able to see padding all over and all the sides of the text, and you can see that the red color has a little bit bulged out. Okay, and that is uniform in all the four sides. Okay, now over here instead of all, if I use symmetric, so if I use symmetric, then I have to mention that which value is for which symmetric design. Okay, so for let's say that 10 is for horizontal, so I need to write horizontal and then 10. Okay, and similarly we have a vertical, and in vertical I apply 20. So now you can see that the spacing in both the sides right and left should be 10, and the spacing in top and bottom should be 20. So let's see that, and you can see the spacing over here and here is lesser as compared to these spacing. Okay, so this is when symmetric comes to play. And the last one, which is only. Okay, so now only, as I said, it takes a different parameter for all the four sides. So over here we can't use horizontal and vertical, but instead of that we need to use left, right, top and bottom. Okay, so let's see left, and I'll apply 10 to left, I'm sorry, then right. Okay, and right 20, then we have top 30 to top, and bottom 40 to bottom. Okay, and then I'll close this over here and a comma. Now I'll format this and save this. So you can see now there will be different spacing in all the four different sides. Okay, so this is how you can apply padding, and you will see the same behavior when we use for the margin. Okay, when we use this edge insets for margin, but the difference will be that if we have a color inside the container, then that color will be applied only when we use padding and not when we use margin, because the basic difference between margin and padding is that in margin we separate different widgets from each other, and in padding we add spacing to a widget. Okay, so over here we are adding spacing to that widget. That means the size of that widget is increasing, and our widget is container, and in container we have applied the red color, so in the entire spacing we can see the red color. But instead, if we were using margin, then that meant that we are separating this widget from other widgets with some value that we have given over here. So then the color, if we have a color in the container, would be confined to the exact area as it was before applying the margin. Okay, so I hope this concept is clear. Now another small thing about this padding and margin is that you will see generally developers add a const over here. Okay, so const stands for constant, and the basic use of adding const over here is that it doesn't get built when we hot reload the program. Okay, which means that if you are running an application and you open a page, so if you open a page, then this build method gets called. Okay, now suppose if you are using an app and you have navigated to other page, and when you are coming back to that page, so instead of building all these things, if it is a const over here, so then this will not be builded again. Okay, and if it is not being builded, it will save a little bit of time and the navigation will be faster. The app interface will be more smoother. Okay, so you can use constant, and you should use constant whenever you use paddings or margins. Now the next thing that we are going to discuss about is decoration. Okay, so every container has a decoration. Okay, and this decoration takes a box decoration widget. Okay, so decoration is the root, and it has many sub branches. Okay, so over here in container, the most suitable one would be box container. Okay, I'm sorry, it will be box decoration. Okay, so in box decoration, now if we have box decoration and I try running this, then you can see it is giving me an error over here. Okay, and you can see the error is also in our screen, and that is because in Flutter, whenever we have a decoration, then the color should be inside decoration. That means this color red should not be over here, but it should be inside this box decoration. So over here in color, I'll write colors dot red. Okay, so now if I run this, the error should be gone, and I should be able to see the same exact thing as I was seeing before. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so padding is used when we only want to apply a padding. Okay, and if anything other than padding, then we need to go for container. Okay, so this was about container and padding. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. Now the next thing about decoration is that you can define the shape of our container. Okay, so by default the shape is rectangle. If you want, you can also make it to a circular type. Okay, so for that we have a shape, and the shape also takes an enum, that is box shape. Okay, and if you click on box shape dot, then you can see we have two options. One is rectangle and the other one is circle. So if I change it to circle and then save it, so then you can see a few changes. Okay, so it has become circular, but you can see the text has moved out of the circle. Okay, so that could be fixed by using padding and stuffs like that. Okay, for now I'll change it back to rectangle. Now if I run this, I should see the same thing again. Okay, and I'll also remove this padding. I'll make it all. Okay, and in all the sides it should be 10.0. Okay, I'll format it, save it, and you can see it is fine. Now sometimes what we require is to have rounded corners in our rectangular shapes. Okay, so for that we have another parameter which is inside this box decoration, and that is border radius. Okay, so border radius, and this border radius takes a border radius geometry widget. Okay, so for that we will use a named constructor of border radius. So I'll write border radius and then circular. Okay, so circular means the radius will be circular, and inside circular, as it is a circle, we need to give a radius. So I'll give a radius of 10.0. Okay, let's say format it, save it, and you can see the corners have become a little bit rounded. Okay, so this is how you can design things using the help of container. Okay, so if you want to design any widget, we simply surround it with a container and then add all the designs to the container. Now we can also specify a height and width for a container. Okay, so let's say I want to specify a width. Okay, and I can specify a width, let's say as 500. Okay, now you can see the color of the container might have increased. Okay, and you can see that. Now suppose you don't know what is the length of the screen and you want to take the entire length as the width of the container. Okay, so then what you need to do is you need to write double dot infinity. Okay, so that means it will take all the space that is available. Now if I save this, it should be same. Okay, you can see that. Now you can see as we have taken the entire width, the text has automatically moved to the start. Okay, but that is not the requirement sometimes. Okay, so now suppose if you want this text to be displayed in the center. Okay, so then I'll come back to the text widget. This part I have left when we were discussing about text. So we have a thing called text align. Okay, so now in text align it takes a text align enum. Okay, now if you can see all the options. So if I click on center, so now the text would be in the center and you can see that. Similarly, if I make it end, then the text should be in the end, and that is the case. Okay, so this is how we apply width to a container, and similarly we have the height. Okay, height, and then height also, let's say for now double dot infinity. Okay, now if I save this, the entire body area should be in red and you can see the rounded corners at all the four sides. Okay, and now over here this is the perfect time to use a margin. Suppose I want to leave a margin from all the four sides. Okay, so I'll write margin const and it takes an edge inset. For now let's say all and 20.0. so let's see what happens. And now you can see from all the four sides margin of 20 has been left. Okay, and as I said while discussing about padding, when we add padding the color is also there, and when we use margin the color vanishes. Okay, means the entire decoration vanishes, not just the color but the entire decoration. Okay, so this was about container. Now another thing that we have in container is constraints. Okay, and this constraints takes a box constraints. Okay, and then in box constraints we provide the constraint that, like, suppose if we have a screen that whose size we don't know, okay, but we want to confine the height of the container, then we can say the maximum height till which the container will extend is 300.0. okay, and now let's save this and see what happens. And you can see the maximum height is 300. Okay, no matter how much height is available in the screen, the container will never take height more than 300. Okay, even though we have allowed the container to take a height of infinity, that means all the space available, but still it will only take a height of 300. That is the power of constraints. Okay, and similarly we have a min height. Okay, that means this is the minimum height it will take. The container can't take a lesser height than this. Okay, so for now let's say 100. Okay, and it will give you an error if you give the maximum height less than minimum height. Okay, so I'll format it and save it, and now let's see what happens. And nothing happens, that means everything is same. But now if we try removing this height from here, so you can see still there will be a 100.0 height. Okay, so this is the 100 height. Okay, 100.0 height. Okay, and now if I again add the height as infinity, sorry, double dot infinity, so then it should again take the max height. Okay, and it is taking the max height because we are providing it a height which exceeds max height. Okay, So this was the thing about height, and similarly we have for width. Okay, so suppose if I say max width should only be 50. Okay, that means we can't have a width more than 50. So now let's see what happens, and you can see this is the width. Okay, only 50.0 pixels. Okay, and similarly this is the max width. So similarly we have a min width. Okay, and all the properties, like if we remove the double dot infinity, then it will take the min width, and if we have the double dot infinity for width, then it will take the max width. Okay, so this is the power of constraints, and this is very useful when you want to confine a widget to a particular shape, to a particular size. Okay, so this was about container. This is how we use container with all the widgets to apply size, to provide a background color, to provide a little bit decoration. So this is where container comes into action. Okay, now along with container we also have another convenience widget, but that convenience widget is very confined, very restricted. Means we can use it only for one purpose. Okay, so for now I'll remove all this decoration and thing, means I'll remove the entire container. Okay, and I'll format it, save it. So now again our text will be there in the center. Now the next widget which I was talking about is padding. So as the name suggests, it can only have a padding. Okay, and you can see as the padding comes, it already has a const, and which justifies that it is also recommended by the Flutter team. Okay, so now you can see as it is a padding, we can only apply the padding, and I'll make it, let's say 20, and there will be no significant difference, but still this is a convenience widget which we may need sometimes. Okay, so padding is used when we only want to apply a padding. Okay, and if anything other than padding, then we need to go for container. Okay, so this was about container and padding. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about images, and the first type of image that we are going to discuss about is the asset image. And as the name suggests, the image will be an asset. Okay, and an asset to the project means that the image is in the folder where the project is, or in the root where the project is. So for that, first I need to add a image in my root folder. Okay, so for that I'll create a separate folder and I'll call it asset. Okay, and then I'll paste any simple image. Okay, so for now this image seems fine. I'll add it to the asset folder. Okay, so the image is now in our root directory of the project. Okay, then the next thing that we need to do with every asset image to use it in the code is to add it in our pubspec.yaml file. Okay, so to add, if you look, you will see some commented code, and you can see it over here. Okay, so first we write assets and then the location of that image. Okay, so I'll simply comment this out. Okay, and then over here, instead of this, it will be asset and then the file name, which is in this case rishabh.png. Sorry, and then we need to save this, and then you can see automatically over here the flutter pub-get command will start running. So once it is done, we can start using the image in our code. Okay, so for that, in my home app, I'll remove the body. Okay, for now, and I'll create another new body. Okay, and the body is a image and dot asset. Okay, so we are using the named constructor of image. Okay, and I will surely post a video on constructors, class and objects in Dart. Okay, so for now, image is a class and it has a named constructor, that is dot asset. Okay, so as it is an asset, we can see it first takes the string name, okay, which is the required parameter. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll pass the name, and we simply just can't pass reshuff.png. Okay, we also need to pass the folder because we have kept it in a separate folder, and as I told, asset refers to the data which is in the root folder. Okay, so I'll write asset and reshuff.png. Okay, so now if I save this, I should be able to see my image on my mobile screen. Okay, and you can see that. Okay, so this is the image that I have added, and the first thing that people tend to forget is to not add it in the pubspec.yaml, and then they struggle a lot to fix the error. Okay, so that is one important thing that you should never neglect. Okay, so then if we added the file name, we added the image name first, then the next property that we can add is height. Okay, so height will be of, let's say, 20.0. height takes a double value, so that's why I have added a .0. If I will not add it, then also it is fine, but adding the 0.0 is a better practice. Okay, so I'll save this, and now my image size should have shrinked. Okay, and you can see it has shrinked a little bit too much. Okay, because the height is way too less. I'll make it 100, and you can see the image's height has decreased, and since the height has decreased, the width has also decreased. And as we are talking about width, we have a property called width. Okay, and we can give any value we want. Okay, so for now, suppose I give 50. Okay, then since 50 is the smaller one, then the scale right now will be 50. Okay, and you can see the image has shrinked even more. Okay, so these were a few basic things. Now the next thing that we are going to discuss is the frame builder. So as the name suggests, it builds the frame in which the image widget will be shown. So frame builder, then it returns a method which has 4 parameters. First one is build context. Okay, so our build context will get, let's call it context. Then the next thing is widget child, then int frame, and bool was synchronously loaded. Okay, I'll give a comma over here and then format it. Okay, so now let's discuss what are these parameters over here. So the build context returns the current context. Okay, then the widget child, so it contains the default image widget, which is guaranteed to be non-null, because if we create an image asset, then this is the required field. We cannot neglect it. We need to give this field, and since we give this field, there is some image displayed on the screen, and therefore this child will never be null. Okay, then the next thing is int frame. So it contains the frame index. It is of no use right now. It basically comes in play when we display a GIF or a video, because what basically happens in a video or GIF is that the image frame keeps on changing continuously at very minute interval. Okay, so when we want to change the frame in between a video or a GIF, then this frame comes to play. Okay, for now the frame value is null, and as soon as we build it, its value will become 0. And for GIF or any other multi-frame image, it will increase by 1 every time any new image is shown. And when something is not important, we change it with a underscore. Okay, so that means it is just a placeholder. It has no significance in the function, but still we need it in the function definition. Okay, then the next thing is was synchronously loaded. Okay, so before discussing about this, we need to understand what is synchronous and the difference between asynchronous. So for that, I have found a blog which beautifully explains about both and the difference, so you can have a look at it later. Okay, for now, in simple terms, what synchronous means is that the transmission of data was done immediately, and as we are using it in image widget, so over here it stands for whether the transmission of asset image to the widget was done immediately or not. So it is generally true, but if it is not, then you can display some other widget until the image is being loaded, like a progress bar or stuff like that. Okay, so these were about the 4 parameters. Now inside this function we need to return a widget that will be the frame of our image. Okay, so for now I'll remove this, okay, and save this. Okay, so we are getting an error because I have not yet passed anything. I'll comment this out for the moment. Okay, and then save it and run it again. Okay, so you can see our images like this, and now when we use FrameBuilder, we return a widget that contains the image widget. Okay, that acts as the frame for the image widget. So for now, let's just give some padding to it. Okay, so return a padding that has a padding, and the padding is first const, then edge insets all, and from all the sides I want to add 10.0. okay, and the child is our widget child which we get over here. Okay, that means the current image widget. Okay, then I'll format it and save it. So now you can see the image has padding from all the sides. Okay, so to make the change significant, I'll change it to 100. Okay, and you can see the image has automatically left 100 pixels padding from this side, from top, and even from bottom and right, but it is not significant in the screen as we don't have any other widget. Okay, now we can also change it to container and add some color and see if it works fine or not. Okay, so container, then the container has a color, let's say colors dot red. Okay, I'll save it, and you can see the container is red in color and it has 100 pixel padding from all the 4 sides. Okay, so now you can also try some different things in this if you want. So the first is decoration. For decoration we have a box decoration. We have discussed all this in the previous videos. Okay, and then since we are using a decoration, we can't have a color outside. Okay, it is like of a quick recapitulation. So I'll paste the color over here, and then I will also like to change the shape. So the shape is in the box shape enum, and I'll make it circle. Okay, then I'll again format it, save it, and let's see what happens. And you can see the padding has become circular. Okay, so this is how we use a frame builder. Okay, so frame builder is a very important thing when we deal with images, and it is a thing where people generally make mistake. So I hope all the concepts were clear till now. We'll continue in the next video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to continue where we left. In the previous video we were discussing about images, and to be more specific, asset images, and the last thing that we saw was the frame builder. Okay, so in this video we will discuss a few more properties of this image asset. Okay, so for now I'll remove this height and the frame builder. Okay, and I'll surround this image with a container. Now you might think that if I wanted a container, then I could have simply returned it in my frame builder, but why am I surrounding this image asset with a container instead? So the reason is, when we return something from the frame builder, then the entire frame acts as the image widget. Okay, so if I apply any property to the image, then that property will be applied to the entire frame, which might be the container in our case. So to avoid such type of situation, we surround the image with a container. Okay, so now for now I'll give the height and width to infinity. Okay, height is double dot infinity, and the width is also double dot infinity. Okay, then I'll format it, save it, and you can see our image is in the center. Okay, so now the property that we are going to discuss about is fit. Okay, so fit decides how to inscribe the image into the space allocated during layout. So this is the function of fit. Okay, so there is an enum that has all the types of fit, and the enum is, as the name as you can see in the suggestion, it is box fit. Okay, so the default type is contain. Okay, that means the entire image will be in the container and no part will be clipped out. Okay, so let's save this and see, and you can see no significant change, but you can also see that no part is clipped out. We can see the entire circular thing in the screen. Okay, so then the next type is cover. Okay, so that means it will cover the entire container. Okay, so let's save this and see, and you can see it has covered the entire container. That means the entire height and the entire width. Okay, and if some part is clipped out, then it will be clipped out only. Okay, so it doesn't care if the image is being clipped out or not, but the entire screen will be filled with the image. Okay, then the next type is fill. Okay, that means it will fill the container. So let's see, and you can see the image is neither clipped out and nor any space is left. It took the entire height, it took the entire width, but no part of the image was clipped out. So what happened was it got extended and it got stretched in some directions so as to fit the requirements. Okay, now the next thing is fit height. Okay, so as the name suggests, it will fit the height and it will not care about its width. So let's see, and you can see the height has been, all the height has been taken up, and the width is also taken because the image is big, but you can see some part of the image got clipped on both the horizontal sides, and that is what the Flutter will not care about, because right now we are using fit height, so all it cares about is the height. Okay, and similarly we have fit width. Okay, so now all it will care is about the width, and whatever happens to height, Flutter will not care. Okay, so let's see, and you can see the entire width is taken by the image and there is no significant change in the height, but if the image was a horizontally long image, then you could see the significant change. Okay, so this was fit width. Then the next one is none, that means no change. Okay, so it is equal to fit equal to null. Okay, so the same image as it was before we had fit. Then the next part is scale down. Okay, so what this basically does is it will shrink the image if required, but it will never stretch the image. Okay, so let's see, and this also shows no significant change, but if we had some image that exceeded the length or the width, then it would have automatically shrinked. Okay, so to understand better, you can go to the official Flutter box fit enum, and over there you can see with very good examples how these all work. Okay, so it contains the box. Okay, and it changes it shrinks or increases the size of the child as needed. Okay, and in box fit it covers the entire space. In fill it stretches such that all the spaces are filled. In fit height it only cares about the height. In fit width it only cares about the width. In none you can see no changes happening irrespective of the shape and size of the container. And then is scale down, and you can see as the size changes its height is shrinking. Okay, so this was about this fit thing. Okay, so I'll remove it for now and save it. So now we got the image back in the center. Now the next thing that we are going to discuss about is alignment. Okay, so as we have seen in the text widget, over there we had a text align, but over here we have a alignment enum. Okay, and over here these are the options that we have. So let's try top center, and then the image should be pushed to the top. Okay, and you can see that. Similarly, we have bottom center, and the image is pushed at the bottom. Now if we had a image which had the width less than the screen size, then we could also try bottom left and bottom right, and the image will accordingly be placed at those positions. Okay, so then after alignment, the last thing that I want to discuss is repeat. Okay, so sometimes you could see that a single image is being repeated in all the places. Okay, means like in the entire screen a single image is repeated in column wise also and in rows wise also. So that can be done using this repeat argument. Okay, and it also has a image repeat enum. Okay, and the first one, let's say try repeat. Okay, so that means that the image will be repeated in all the place available in the screen which is unused. Okay, so let's see, and you can see the image is repeated over here because this was the unused space, and the same goes for this bottom part because this was the unused space. Okay, so this is what we can do with repeat. Now the next type is repeat x, and it is for the x axis, that means the width. So let's see, and since we had no free space in the width, so no repetition has taken place. Okay, now let's try for repeat y. Okay, that is for the y axis or the height. So now you can see the same repetition took place as we saw in repeat. Okay, so I hope you are able to relate all these things together. Okay, and then the last type is no repeat. Okay, that means no repeat, which is equal to null. Okay, so you can see that. Okay, so this was about image asset. In the next video we will discuss about image network. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about class and objects in Dart. Okay, so if you don't know what is class and object, you can refer to this website. It has explained beautifully. Over here you can see we have a class car. Okay, and then these objects are derived from this class. Okay, so generally till now whatever we have done, like whenever we wanted to store some value, we created a variable, and then that variable generally had some primitive data type like string, integer, and more like that. Okay, but suppose if I want to have a collection of these primitive data types and refer to them as a single object, then we use this class and objects. Okay, so you can read more about this. Okay, so back in our Dartpad, to create a class we have a keyword class. Okay, and then we write the class name. Over here I am writing point. That is a very common problem that we see. Okay, means a common competitive coding question. Okay, so I'll have two variables inside this, int x and int y. Okay, both are primitive data type, and any variable that is declared inside a class is called as data members. Okay, so now it is recommended that whenever we create a class and have some data members, then we should initialize it. Okay, and to initialize we have a special function inside a class called constructor, which is used for initializing all the data members inside a class. Okay, so now this constructor doesn't have any return type, and it has the same name as we have of the class. Okay, so over here the class name is point, then the constructor name will also be point. Okay, then we have created this method. Now inside this method what I am going to do is I am gonna initialize my data members. Okay, so for that I'll write x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0. Okay, so this is done. Now to create a object of this class, over here I'll simply write the class name and then p, means that is the object name, which is very similar to how we created any other variable like int x. So that means we have created a variable x of type int. Okay, and over here if we gave var, that means that was also correct, and so is the case over here. Even if we write var over here, this will also work. This is absolutely fine, but for the time being I am gonna use point. Okay, so that it is clearer to understand. Okay, so now to access any data members, we simply write print p dot x. Okay, and let's try printing it. So 0 should be printed. Okay, so you can see we got an error over here, and the error is because we have just created the object but we have not initialized it. Okay, so to initialize any object we need to write the class name and then parenthesis, which is basically calling this constructor. Okay, that means as soon as this point p will be created, then this point method will be called, which is nothing but our constructor. So then our values will be initialized and the error will be not there. So you can see the error is also null error. That means the value is not assigned some proper quantity, like this x and y are null, they don't have any value stored in them. Then that's why the compiler is not able to print the values. Okay, so let's try running this now. So now you can see the output is 0 for x, as we have stored 0 in x. Okay, so now if I change it to 10, then the output should be 10. And you can see that. Okay, so now I'll remove this function for now. We don't need function right now. Okay, so this is one type of constructor. Now we can have some parameters assigned also. Like suppose I am giving it a value int a. Okay, and now over here when I call this constructor, now I need to pass this value a. Okay, so let's say I pass 200. Okay, so now over here what will happen, that I am assigning the received value at a to this variable x. So now if I print x, I should be able to see the value that I have sent from here. So let's see, and you can see 200 is being printed. Similarly you can try for print p dot y. Now if I run this, I should be able to see 200 and 0. Okay, now the next thing that we are going to see is like suppose I have the data members as x and y, and the parameters I am taking is also x and y. Okay, so like for first I need to give here another parameter, because over here I am expecting 2 parameters. So now if I want to assign this x value to this x, conventionally I should write x is equal to x, and same goes for y. I should write y is equal to y. So now at this point the compiler will be confused as to which x refers to which type of data, like is this x the data member or the positional argument that we have over here, and the same for this x, that whether it is the positional argument that we get over here or the data members. Okay, so in such scenarios we have a special keyword called this. Okay, so if I write this dot x and this dot y, so that means if it is written this dot x, that means I am referring to the data member of this class. Okay, so if I write this inside this point class, that means my this is referring to this class, and this has a variable y, has a data member x, which is this one. So in this data member, this positional argument will be stored. Okay, so now let's try removing this and see what is the error. And you can see it is showing null, that means no value is assigned, because over here these both are referred as the positional arguments. Okay, so if I add this dot y, then the error should be gone. Okay, I should be able to see 200 and 100. Okay, so you can see that. So this is when this keyword comes to play. Okay, so now this is one method to create a constructor. There is a simpler method that dart provides. Okay, I'll remove this and I'll simply write point. Okay, and then inside this dot x comma this dot y and then a semicolon. Okay, so this means that when we call the constructor, the value that we store over here will be stored in the parameter, in the named argument that we have over here, and which is eventually a data member. So the value received over here will be directly saved in this data member. Okay, so now if I run this, we will not see any error and the answer will also be the same, but you can see the lines of code has reduced and it is a much more simpler way. Okay, so this is it. Now after that, the next thing that we have in a class is a function. Okay, so a class generally comprises of three things: data members, constructor, and some functions. And the functions which are inside a class are called member functions. And sometimes we also have a destructor. Okay, so if you don't know about a destructor, then as we have constructor which is called at the start as soon as the object is initialized, destructor is called as soon as the execution of that object ends. Okay, so we are not gonna discuss about the destructor because that is not used a lot, but if you want to learn, you can go to the official documentation of Dart. Okay, so now we are going to create a member function. Okay, so I'll first simply create a simple member function that will simply print some data. Okay, and it will not return anything, so the return type is void and the method name is print data. And since it is a one-liner function, I'll write it like this: print, and then I'll use string interpolation. Okay, and y. So now if I run this, I should be able to see 100 plus 200, 200 plus 100, I'm sorry. Okay, so you can see the output is not as we expected, and that is because over here I have not called the method. That is my mistake. Okay, so to call any member function, we first need to write the object name, a dot, and then that member function. Okay, so now let's try running this and then we should be able to get the output. Okay, and you can see the first two print statements give these two output, and the last is this statement which is executing this function, and over here we have this print statement x plus y, so we are getting the value of x plus the value of y. Okay, so this were the basics about class and objects. In the next video we will discuss little bit more about class and objects and then continue with our images. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this tutorial we are going to continue our discussion on class and objects in Dart. Okay, so now we are going to discuss about named constructors. Okay, so sometimes we need to have more than one constructor, such as one which takes two input values and the other one which takes a map. Okay, so that may vary according to your requirement. Okay, so in those places, what we do in any other programming language was to create another constructor with the same name, and over here the parameter will vary. Okay, so that was the normal case that we had in Java, C or Java or C++. Okay, but in Dart this will give us an error. Okay, so the way to have more than one constructor in a same class in Dart is by using the named constructor. Okay, that means the constructor will have an additional name to it. Okay, so to create a named constructor, we first write our class name. Okay, and then the additional name, so let's say from map. Okay, and as the name suggests, that this will take a map of type string int, and I'll call it map, and then I'll store the value in this map to my data members. Okay, so for that I'll write this dot x is equal to map, and map will have a x value. Okay, this dot y, and then map will have a y value. Okay, so this is done. Now let's try creating a point object using this constructor. Okay, so for that, over here I'll first instantiate an object point p1, and then to call this named constructor we write point dot from map. Okay, and then over here, as you can see over here, we are expecting a map, so we need to pass a map. Okay, so for that I'll open curly braces, and then the first value is x, and let's say 10, and then the next value is y, and I'll pass 20. Okay, then I'll close this bracket over here. Now over here you can see the type has been mentioned, so it would be better if we mention the type over here also. This is referred as a good practice. Okay, so string int. Okay, that means in this map the key will always be of string type and the value will always be of integer type. Any other data type will give us an error. Okay, so now let's try calling this function on this p1 object. Okay, so for that I'll write p1 dot print data. So now let's try running this, and we should get 10 plus 20 as the output, and you can see that. So this is how we have more than one constructor in the same class by using the named constructor. Okay, so now over here you can see this is how we create a named constructor, but this is not the best way actually. There is another way, and that is called initializer list. Okay, so for that I'll remove this from here. Okay, and let's see how we use an initializer list. Okay, so suppose my named constructor is same dot from map. Okay, and it takes a map of type string and int, and I call it map. Okay, now instead of giving curly braces, what I am going to do is I'll give a colon. Okay, and then I'll initialize the value. So I'll write x is equal to map x. Okay, and y is equal to map y. Okay, and then over here only we can call this print data method. Okay, so let's see what happens. Print data. Okay, so this means this method will be called after the value is stored. Okay, so let's try running this. I'll just remove this print data from here. We should get the same output. Let's see. And you can see we get the same output. So over here you can see our lines of code are less and the work is also optimized. That means before the code inside this constructor starts running, our data members are initialized. Okay, so this is where initializer list comes to play. Okay, and we don't use initializer list just to initialize, but for other cases also, like assert x greater than 0. Okay, so that means it will check if x value is greater than 0, and if it is not, then this constructor will not run. Okay, so assert is a special keyword that we have in Dart. Okay, and the code will not pass from here until this condition is true. Okay, if this condition is false, then the execution will stop over here. Okay, so this is done. Yes, so now let's try running this. I hope there are no errors. Okay, and you can see there is an error. Okay, so let's see what has happened. Okay, so the error over here is that x and y are not getting initialized. Okay, so instead of writing it over here, I'll write it. I'll cut it from here, remove this. Okay, and over here I'll write the same thing. Okay, now let's try running this, and I think the error should be gone by now. And the error still exists because we are calling this and this is not valid. So now let's run this again. Okay, so now you can see we get the output. Now the next thing that we are going to discuss in class is getters and setters. We can use the same type of getters and setters that we use in any other object-oriented programming language. Along with that, there is another procedure that Dart provides. Okay, so to get a value, we simply write the return type of the value and then the keyword get and then the name pointx. Okay, so suppose if I call pointx, I want the value stored in this data member. Okay, so then simply I'll write this dot x. Okay, so that means over here return keyword is applied implicitly. Okay, so now let's try running this. So I'll write print p dot pointx. Okay, so as I told in the previous video, we call all the methods inside the class using the object of that class. Okay, so now let's try running this, and 200 should be printed below this, and you can see that. Okay, similarly we can write for y int get point y. Okay, and then this returns this dot y. Now similarly over here I'll print this print p dot get y. Sorry, p dot point y. Now let's run this, and I should get 100 over here, and you can see that. Now this getter is not only used for getting the data members, we can use return customized answers also. Okay, so suppose if I want to return a map of type string and int, and I'll call it get map. Okay, then this should return a map of type string and int. Okay, and the values will be x, and that will have the value stored in the data member x. Okay, and then it will have a value y. Okay, and that will return the value stored in the data member y. Okay, then I'll close this over here, and as I said, the return keyword is applied in these both implicitly. Okay, so then again I'll call this method point p dot get map. Okay, and now let's try running this. Okay, so it is giving us an error, and that is because instead of print over here I have written point. So now let's try running this, and there we get the result. It returns a map where x has value 200 stored in it and y has a value 100 stored in it. That is same as we have passed in our constructor. Okay, so this is how we use the getters in Dart. Okay, now talking about setters. For setters also there's a different method that is provided by this Dart. So we simply write set, that is a keyword in Dart, and then point x. Okay, point capital X. Okay, so now let's not give the same name. I'll write set x. Okay, and then it expects an integer value. I'll call it x, and then as we know how to differentiate, this dot x refers to the data member and this refers to the parameter that we get over here. Okay, so now let's try calling this. I'll call p dot set x. Okay, and then it expects a value. I'll give 500 to it. Okay, and then simply p dot print data. Okay, now let's try running this. Okay, so over here you can see we get an error. So the error was, instead of passing it as a parameter, I pass it with an equal to sign. Okay, so now let's try running this, and you can see instead of 200 the value has now changed to 500. Similarly we can set y for the y parameter, and then similarly we can take a map and then map it to our data members like we did in the named constructor part. Okay, so this was about getters and setters, and by this we complete the basics of class and objects in Dart. Okay, so the next thing that I want to discuss is about enums. Okay, so enum is a special type of class that represents fixed number of constant values. Okay, so to create an enum, okay, so now suppose we have a payment status. Okay, like the payment status will have 3 values, and those 3 need to be fixed values. Okay, so in those cases we use an enum. Okay, so for enum we write the keyword enum, and then let's say payment status. That is the example scenario that we have taken, payment status. Okay, and then this has three values. First one is not paid, then OTP sent, and then paid. Okay, so this can be the three members. I'll give a semicolon over here, comma over here. Okay, I think we don't need a semicolon over here. Yes, we don't need it. So we have an enum over here that has three values: not paid, OTP sent, and paid. Okay, so over here we can create a object of this enum. Okay, so for that I'll add final status, and to store any value from this enum we first write the enum name, that is payment status dot not sent, not paid. Okay, so now we have a status which will have a data type of payment status, and it has a value. You can see enum payment status. If I click on this also, we will get the same thing, that is payment status. Okay, so the status right now is not paid. Now to check, so this is actually used widely when we use a switch case. Okay, so in switch case I have a status. Okay, and then in switch case we have a status, and then over here the first case is case payment status dot not paid, and if that is true then we want to do something. And then similarly for the other two statuses. Okay, so now you might be thinking that why do we use enum even when we can simply write it, use it as a string or as an integer. Okay, so enum is used for standardizing the values. Okay, so now suppose over here if you have the state, शांत हो जाइए. Okay, so now suppose over here the status is not paid. Okay, and in the switch case we are checking switch and then case, and the case is not paid. Okay, so you can see this is a common mistake that we can do. Like over here we have a capital P, over here we have a small p, and using enum we can avoid all these types of mistake also. So that is another benefit of using enum. Okay, so that was about enum. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about error handling in Dart, and you might be thinking why we are using this editor instead of the Dartpad, and the reason is that in Dartpad it automatically handles the exception. Okay, and as we are discussing about error handling, so we need to see the errors. Okay, not all the errors but maximum errors in the Dartpad is handled by itself. Okay, so the concept of error handling is same as in any other object oriented programming language. Okay, we have a try, and then we have a catch. Okay, and then this catch block takes an exception. Okay, and if you don't know what is an exception, so that is a technical term used for errors. Okay, so in your program if there is an error then it is referred to an exception. Okay, so and in the catch block we deal with the exception. Okay, so now let's try creating an error. Okay, and without this try and catch block. So I'll use the most popular example for errors, for creating errors, that is division by 0. Okay, so I'll create a variable a 10, sorry it should be 10, and then another variable b that is 0, and then in variable c I'll store the quotient, so a by b. Okay, and then I'll print C. So now let's try running this and see what is the answer. And you can see we are getting infinity as the answer. Okay, so that is because whenever we divide by 0 in Dart, it automatically gets converted to a double value. Okay, and in the double data type in Dart, we have a certain value for infinity. So as this will give an output infinity, so it is automatically converted into double, and the infinity value is assigned to this variable C. That is why we are getting infinity as the output. Okay, so to prevent from the changing of data types, we need to add a tilde symbol over here. So now let's try running this again. Okay, and now since it is not being converted, we should get an error. Okay, and you can see we are getting an error, and as I told, error is referred as exception. So there is an unhandled exception, and that is integer division 0 exception. Okay, that means it is very much understanding that we have divided by 0, and that is why we are getting this exception. Okay, but now suppose this exception is in an app and the user sees this error message, so he might not be able to understand what this means. Okay, so at that places what we do is we surround them with a try and catch block. Okay, so over here a try, and every try block needs to be followed by a catch block. Okay, and then it takes an E, that is the exception, and that will be an object of this exception. Okay, and then instead of printing these things, I'll simply print division by 0 is not possible. Okay, and now let's try running this again. And you can see that the catch block has been executed and it is printing division by 0 is not possible. Okay, so this is what happens normally in try and catch block. We keep the code where we expect to find some error inside the try block. Okay, and if some error is found, then the execution is terminated then and there, and the catch block is executed instead. Okay, so this is the use of try and catch block, and this is how we generally use try and catch block in most of the programming languages. Okay, so now in Dart there is another thing that it provides us. Okay, and that is for specific exception handling. That means if it is a division by 0 exception, then we will handle it differently, otherwise we will handle it differently. Okay, so for that what I'll write over here is on. Okay, so on is a keyword in Dart, and then the exception name integer division by 0 exception. Okay, so if this is the case, that means integer division by 0 exception is the case, then this statement will be printed. So let's try running this, and you can see division by 0 is not possible, that is inside our this on block. Okay, now along with this, let's try and check if we can have another catch block or not. Okay, so now inside this I'll simply print another catch block. Okay, and let's run this and see what happens. Okay, so you can see only the on block is being printed and not the catch block. Means if the exception is of this type, then only this block will be executed and not the catch block. And if the exception is not of this type, then only catch block will be executed. Okay, so now let's create another exception. I'll comment this out for now, and I'll create a list, let's say S is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll try to print the value out of index. Okay, so that means S4, where the list has index only till 3, 0, 1, 2 and 3. So let's try executing this and see. And now you can see it is giving me some different type of errors, which is not actually an error, but it is an warning, and that is because over here I have forgot to give the data type. Now let's try running this again, and you can see the error has been created over here, and since it was not of this type, so this block is not executed. Instead the catch block is executed. Okay, so this is how we handle error. Specifically means handle error for specific exception in a specific way. Okay, and suppose if we want to get an object over here also, so after this what we need to do is simply write catch e. Okay, so that means when this is the exception, then the exception will be catched over here, and then inside this we can do whatever we want to do with this e block. Okay, so this was about try, catch, and this is specific error handling. Now the next thing that we generally discuss in error handling is a finally block. Okay, so that means whether the try block is executed completely, or if there is some exception and a catch block is executed, no matter what is the case, after this whole part is over, finally block will always be executed. Okay, so let's see, print always executed. Okay, and now let's try running this, and you can see the catch block has been printed, means the statement inside the catch block has been printed, and the finally block has also been executed. Okay, so this was the case when there is an error. Now let's see if there is not an error. Okay, then as I said, this try block should be executed, and then the finally block, because that is always executed. Okay, so this was about finally block. Okay, so the last thing about exception that we need to discuss is creating a custom exception. Okay, so for that I'll create a custom exception class. Okay, since we are studying an object oriented programming languages, most of our working will be done via class. Okay, so I'll create a class age exception, okay, which will throw an error when the age is below 0, which is not technically possible. So class age exception implements. Okay, so this is the way of inheriting another class properties, okay, or a abstract class to be more specific. Implements exception. Okay, so we have an exception class already inside that. Okay, now inside this all we need to do is create define a method string err_msg, or you can name it as and how you like. Okay, so what it basically does is, by implementing this exception, we are basically able to throw this type of exception. Okay, and whatever we do inside this doesn't matter with the throwing of exception. Okay, this is our custom choice what we want to do with it. Okay, so over here this will simply return age cannot be 0, age cannot be less than 0. Okay, so now over here let's see, I'll remove this thing from here, and now over here I'll create a variable a where vra is equal to -10. Okay, so that means if a stands for age, so I'll check if a is less than 0, then I want to call this exception. Okay, so to call this exception there is another keyword throw, which creates an exception and throws it to the catch block if it has any, or to the user if we don't surround it with a try and catch block. So throw, and then we write age exception. Okay, so now let's see what happens. And you can see we got an exception, the exception was thrown over here, that's why the catch block got executed, and the finally always gets executed. Okay, so this was about error handling in Dart. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about asynchronous operations in Dart. Okay, so the question that arises is why asynchronous operations? So the answer to that would be asynchronous operations let your program keep running while waiting for another operation to finish. Okay, so let's say for example we want to store data in our server. So this type of operation doesn't execute instantly but might take some time depending upon the internet speed or size of data, etc. So if we don't use asynchronous operation, user will have to wait until our program is interacting with the server, which will create a bad user experience. So to prevent that, we use asynchronous operations. And for this purpose, Dart provides us three special keywords to use. They are future, async, and await. So first we are going to discuss about future. Okay, so a future represents the result of an asynchronous operation and can have two states only, either uncompleted state or completed state. So how this works is when we call an asynchronous function, it returns a uncompleted future, and then future is waiting for the function's asynchronous operation to finish or throw an error, and soon as it finishes or throws error, the future state changes from uncompleted to completed. Okay, so let's take an example, and the keyword future, we have capital F in it. Okay, so let's say we have a future method, future function, we call it fetch user data. And what it basically does is return future dot delayed. Okay, so this means that using this delayed method we can delay the process for some times. That is equivalent to sleep in multi-threading in Java or in any other common programming language. I mean object-oriented programming language. Okay, so then we have another class called duration, and it takes all the time parameters, that is seconds, minutes, hours, days. Okay, so for now, suppose we assume that our program will take 2 seconds to interact with the server. So I'll give it a seconds, and that is 2. That means this will wait for 2 seconds and then start executing. Okay, and we are doing this because we have assumed 2 seconds to be the time of our program to be interacting with the server. Okay, so after this we have an unnamed function which contains the code that will be executed after this delay of duration 2 seconds, and simply I want to print data. Okay, so this is our function. Now we can also specify the return type of the future. Okay, now over here in this fetch user data I have a return keyword, but it is not actually returning any data, it is simply printing the word data. That means I am not returning anything, and if I am not returning anything, then we all know the keyword, which is void, which means this function will not return any data. Now I'll comment this out for now. Okay, now after that I'll call this method fetch user data, and after that I can say have a print statement fetching user data. Okay, so now let's try running this. Okay, so now you can see we have fetching user data first and then data, but actually according to the convention we have first called fetch user data, which is this method, so this should be printed first. So that means our delay function is working fine, and that is how the asynchronous functions work. That means over here if there is a delay of 2 seconds, it will not wait for 2 seconds to execute the rest of the code. It will directly start executing the rest of the code, and as soon as this finishes, the future states become completed and it hardly affects the rest of the execution of the program. So then this function is called an asynchronous function. Okay, that means our program is still running and not caring about the completion of this function, means the completion of execution of this function. Okay, so this is how we use futures. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to discuss is async and await. So these keywords provide a declarative way to define a async function and use their result. Okay, so let's say this function remains same, and instead of printing data, now it actually returns something, and which is eventually a string. Okay, so means after 2 seconds data will be returned. Okay, and now if it is returning string, I need to change this to string. Okay, and now after that, over here I'll create another method which is string, and I'll call it user message. Okay, anything that we like. And then what it basically does is var data is equal to fetch user data, means we are calling this method. Okay, and then I am simply printing this, simply returning a string, because we have a string return type here, return data. And now in our main method, all we do is we remove all these thing and we write print user msg. Okay, now over here you can see it is giving us an error, so all we can do is surround it inside quotes and do string interpolation. Okay, so now Dart will infer that it is a string. So now let's try running this and see what is the output. Okay, so as according to the convention, the output should be data, but instead of that we are getting a future of string. That means, as I earlier said, if we execute a future, it returns a future, and that is in uncompleted state, and it is expecting to be completed or thrown error. Okay, so now over here you can see what basically happened was that this function was executed, and as this is a asynchronous operation, it didn't wait for this function to finish and returned the data. And since this was not yet finished, it returned the incomplete state of future, and that is why we are getting such type of output. Okay, so this is what we call a uncompleted future. Okay, and a completed future has a proper accurate value. Okay, so I hope you are understanding what I am trying to say. And now to prevent such type of error, what we need to do is we will use the async and await keyword. Okay, so what await keyword basically does is that it will wait for this function to execute, or basically it will wait for this function's future to be of completed state. Okay, and then this await function is giving an error over here, and that is because await function never goes without async function. Okay, async and await always go together. Okay, if we write await and don't write async, it will give us an error. However, vice versa will not give an error, and that is because async is just allowing that function to use await, and then if we don't use await, then that is not a problem. But if we use await and we have not allowed that function to use await, then that thing will give us a problem. Okay, I hope you are understanding these things. Now as you can see, this is now a asynchronous function, and over here also you have seen a asynchronous function, but the difference between these two asynchronous functions were this asynchronous function returns a future, while this asynchronous function is returning a string. and that is why we are getting a error over here, because asynchronous functions always return a future. Okay, so instead of string, this will now be future string. So now it is a future string, and since it also will now return over here a uncompleted state of future, and we want a completed state of future, that means we want some actual result, we will use await over here also. And now since this is using await, we need to give async over here. Keep in mind, async is always after the ending parentheses and before the opening curly braces. Okay, so now let's try running this program, and now instead of getting this instance, we should be able to see this data being printed. So let's see, and you can see as soon as the execution is completed, it waits for 2 seconds and then data is being printed. So it is waiting for 2 seconds because over here we have used await, which is making the program stop for 2 seconds until this has a completed state of future, and the same goes over here. So this were all the basics about future, async and await. Okay, so I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we will come back to Flutter from Dart and continue our discussion where we left. So in our last Flutter video we discussed about image.asset. So in this video we are going to discuss about another type of image, and that is image.network. Okay, so what it basically means is that you can display any image from the internet in your Flutter application. Okay, so for that I'll remove this child completely from here, add another child, that is image.network. Okay, and then we need to give a src, which is actually the URL of the image. Okay, so I have a URL copied. You can pick any URL from the internet. Okay, now if I save this, I should be able to see this image on my screen, and you can see this, it is a simple image of a burger with a red background. Okay, so now the properties that we discussed in image.assets are also applicable in image.network, and there are a few more things which were present in ImageAsset, but I have intentionally left that to discuss in image.network because it makes more sense over here. Okay, so for that, first a quick recapitulation about FrameBuilder. So as we discussed in our previous video, FrameBuilder takes 4 properties. First is build context, then a widget child, then a frame, and then bool is async loaded. Okay, and then it needs to return a widget. Okay, so just to see the difference of this FrameBuilder, I'll simply add a padding. Okay, and it will have a padding of, let's say, const edge insets, edge insets all, and let's say 20.0, and the child is our child widget over here. Okay, so now I'll format this and run, and let's see the difference. Okay, so now you can see we have a padding of 20 from all the sides. Okay, let's make it 40 so that the change is significant. And you can see we have spacing from all the sides, and that is the padding. Okay, So this is about frame builder. We have discussed it in the previous video about image.asset. Now the next thing that we are going to discuss is a loading builder. Okay, so the reason I have not discussed it in image.asset, because over there we don't actually load something, we already have the image in our asset folder. But while we are loading some image from network, which means we are downloading stuff from some other server, so that might take some time to load. Okay, so that is when we use the loading builder. Okay, so then loading builder also takes a build context. Okay, I'll call it context, then a widget child, and then image chunk event, and that is the loading progress. Okay, so this has all the data about the loading speed, bytes already loaded and bytes remaining to load, means all the numerical data means are stored in this image chunk event. Okay, so we can get all the data from this loading process. Okay, anyways, we are not going to discuss anything about that right now, because that is not actually used that much. Okay, so now over here we want to return a widget, and that widget will be displayed until the image is being loaded from the server. Okay, so for that I'll simply return inside a center. Inside a center I'll have a child, and that will be a text view. Okay, and the text view says loading image. Okay, and why is this text view giving an error? Okay, so it should be a text, not a text view. I'm sorry. Now let's run this and see. Okay, so you can see after some time the image is loaded. Okay, now the next thing that I want to discuss is error builder. So that means this widget will be displayed when there is an error, the widget that we return in error builder. Okay, so error builder, it also takes a build context. You will see in Flutter, whenever we are returning a widget, we are generally taking a build context. Okay, then an error object, object spelling is wrong, and then a stack trace about the error. Okay, and then over here I'll return inside a center, the child will be text error occurred. Okay, so now let's return this, let's run this, and before running I'll remove just one letter from here so that this URL is invalid and this error builder should be called. Okay, so let's see. And you can see error occurred is written in the center, and along with this you can also see in the terminal we are not getting any errors which would be in the console if we don't have this thing right over here. Okay, so let's say if I remove this error builder, and then if I try loading a invalid URL, we will get a error over here in our console, and you can see that, and even on the screen. So that means that the error handling has also been done internally when we use a error builder. Okay, so that was about image network, and all the other things that we discussed in image.asset is also applicable in image.network. These were a few new things. Okay, so now these are not the only types of images that we have in Flutter. There are two more, that is image.file and image.memory. Okay, so we will discuss about those when we cover little bit more about basics, like working with files in Flutter and working with base 64 and stuff like that. Okay, so this was about image.network, and now since we are discussing images, there is another way to display our image inside a container. Okay, and that is inside a decoration. So inside a decoration we have our simple box decoration. Okay, now this box decoration has a property image, and this image takes a decoration image widget. Okay, so over here I'll write a decoration image, and then inside the decoration image is required part. Okay, and then over here we simply can't write the URL for network image or the path for asset image. Okay, for that over here we have different widgets. Suppose if I want to display a asset image, so I'll write asset image, that is the widget name, and then over here the first thing should be the path, so that is asset, and then rishabh.png. Now let's run this and see, and you can see the images over here. Now what will happen if we will apply padding to this container? That will not be applicable for this image, because this image is a decoration to the container and not a child to the container. Okay, so there's a difference between decoration and a child. Okay, now similarly for our network image, we have network image, and then over here goes the URL. Okay, so you can add the URL over here, and then it will be pretty much the same. We will be able to see the image on the screen. Okay, and now we apply all the properties to the image like fit and stuff. So that is not inside this asset image, that is inside this decoration image. Okay, so over here I can have that fit, and then all the other stuff that I had in image.asset and image.network. Not all, but most of them. Okay, so suppose if I write fit height, and let's see what happens. I'll format it, save it, and you can see the same properties as we discussed in image.asset. Okay, so this was yet another way how to display an image in Flutter. Okay, the method you display an image may vary according to your needs. So this was for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about list views in Flutter. Okay, so list view is the scrollable widget, the most commonly used scrollable widget that we use in Flutter, and inside that we show a child one after another. Okay, so for that, first thing that I'll do is I'll remove this decoration, box decoration thing. Okay, and then I'll not give the height to infinity but to 300.0. Okay, so that a smaller size, so that in less child only we can see the scrollable effect. Okay, so now let's give it a child, and the child will be list view. Okay, so now this list view takes our children, same as we have in columns or rows. Okay, now simply I give a text that says programming knowledge. I'll copy this and paste it a few times, format it, and now let's see what happens. Okay, so now you can see I have this text printed 4 times, but we are not actually able to see the scrollable effect. I'll reduce it to 50. Now let's see what happens. And yes, you can see now we are having 6 texts over here, but we can actually see only 3. and the rest are in scrollable. So if I scroll, I am able to see all the other lists. Okay, so now yes, it is not looking very beautiful, but for understanding purpose it is adequate. Okay, so this is the scrolling purpose. Now we can also change the scrolling direction. We have a axis, okay, or let's say scroll direction. Yes, and it has a axis enum. Okay, and then over here we have two values, horizontal and vertical. By default it is vertical, we can change it to horizontal. Now let's see what happens, and you can see it is scrollable in horizontal direction. Okay, so now another thing that we have in a list view is a padding. Okay, so we can add a simple padding const edge insets all 10.0. let's save and see what happens. Okay, so over here the common confusion is that this padding is for in between each children, but that is not the case. Actually it is for the entire list view. Okay, so now generally when we use list view, we actually have a list of items and then we want to show widgets according to that. Okay, so now for that what we basically do is, let's first consider having a list. Okay, so I have a list of, let's say, type string, and they are called list items. Okay, and they have something like A, comma B, or maybe it will be better if I just make it comma 2, comma 3, comma 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and change the type to int. Okay, so now we have a list, okay, that has numerics 1 till 0. Okay, and we want to display it in a list. Okay, so over here this children, over here we can't simply write list items. Okay, because that is invalid, because this children expects a list of widgets, and what we are actually giving here is a list of integers. Okay, so this is a common mistake that developers make. Okay, so there's a way around. What we can do is we can use the map function that we have in a list. Okay, so what map basically does is, it is like a for each loop. It will give you each item inside the list, and then we can perform specific actions related to that. Okay, so map, and then over here this E will contain the integer, means each integer one by one. Okay, and then over here instead of null, I will return the widget that I want to show here, that I want to show in my list. Okay, so I'll simply write return a text widget maybe. Okay, and the text says count, and then string interpolation E. Okay, and then after that over here dot to list. Okay, so what we have basically done over here is that we have mapped all the items of list view. Okay, and for every item we have returned a text widget, and then we have finally converted all the widgets to a list, and then that list is given as a children in this list view. Okay, so now let's see what happens, and you can see count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, means as we expected it to be. Okay, now suppose I want to give it a little bit spacing, so what I'll do is I'll wrap it with a padding, and all sides should be 10, and then if I save this, so now you can see it is having some problems in spacing and padding. I'll remove this for now. Okay, that is just for understanding purposes. So now you can see count 1, count 2 till from here till count 0. Okay, so this is how you display a predefined list of dynamic data type as a list of widgets using a list view. Okay, then after that we also have a few things such as key. Okay, so then it also takes a key Now the basic use of key is that we can use the same key in any other list, and then we can manage both the scrolling of both the lists at the same time. Okay, so that is the basic use of key. And then there are other things that we don't need as such, but when we will do some projects, then we will see all the other features of list view also. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to continue our discussion on list views in Flutter. So in the previous video we saw one method to use a list view in Flutter. In this video we are going to see another method, and that is by using the builder named constructor that we have for list view in Flutter. Okay, so for that I'll first of all remove this list view from here, and then I'll write list view dot builder. Okay, so now this builder takes a few parameters, some parameters which are necessary to be given. First is the length of the list. Okay, so that is referred as item count. Okay, and now we are referring to our this list items, so I'll give the length of that. Okay, and we know to get the length of any list we have a keyword called length in Flutter. Okay, and then we need to give an item builder. Okay, that means how each item will look. Okay, so now it takes a few parameters. First is the build context. As I said, whenever we will be returning a widget or dealing with widgets, we will be needing a context, and to be more specific, a build context. Okay, so this is automatically returned in this item builder. Okay, and then the index. Okay, means this index item is going to be displayed. Okay, so now first of all I'll simply return a text that prints count. Okay, and then using string interpolation I'll write list items index. Okay, now let's try running this. And you can see we have 1 2 3, and then means we have given this much space only, that is why it is happening like that. Now I'll remove this space height part from here. Now let's see, and you can see we have this list over here. Okay, now it is obviously not scrollable because we have ample space left. Okay, so now this is an easier way to use the list view when we have the same widget for each item. Okay, now since we are discussing about list view, there is a special tile widget that is most commonly used in a list view. Okay, and it is basically designed for being used by a list view, and that is called a list tile. Okay, so means its ideal purpose is to be the item of a list. Okay, so first of all it takes a title. Okay, and the title needs a widget. So for now it is text count, the same thing, string interpolation, list items index. Okay, then along with a title it takes a subtitle, and it can be anything. It means it also needs to be a widget. Okay, it can be any widget, so text and anything like programming knowledge. Then after that it takes a leading. Okay, that means in the left side, at the starting of the screen, if you want to display something. Okay, so that is called leading. Okay, it also takes a widget. For now I'll display an icon. That is what standardly people do, and then inside that I'll use the icon enum, and then let's say done. That will give us a tick mark. Okay, I need to format this. I need to give a semicolon, format this. Now along with title, subtitle, leading, we also have a trailing, which will be in the opposite side of the leading, which means at the end of the screen horizontally. So I can also give this an icon widget. Okay, inside that I'll use icons.close, that will give me a cross sign. Okay, now along with this we also have on press or on tap. Yes, we have on tap and on long press. So on tap, that is like any other on tap, it takes a function. Simply I'll print pressed list items index. Okay, it is giving error because that is a string, that is an integer, and we are trying to display it inside a print statement, and print only takes a string. Okay, so that problem is gone. Okay, so now let's see how it looks. And you can see we get a list. Now as I told in leading, we have given this a done, which is a tick mark, and in trailing we have given a close, which is this cross mark. Then this part is our title, this part is our subtitle, and if we press on it, we are getting pressed 1, pressed 2, or and similarly. Okay, so this is a list tile. Okay, so now the last thing about list that I want to discuss is that it doesn't always need to be a proper list. Means suppose I have 3 different columns of varied things, I can't say that all the things are uniform, all the things are coming from a list. Means there are different things, but I want them to be scrollable. Okay, so in those conditions, what we can use is we can wrap our body with a widget called as single child scroll view. Okay, so what it basically does is that its child, whatever we give inside its child, no matter how long it is, they all will act as a single scrollable screen. Okay, so this is a way around when you don't actually properly use a list, but we can use all the properties of a list. Okay, so this will be about lists. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about another type of list view and the dismissible feature, which is generally associated with list view. Okay, so let's start. First of all, in my body I'll give it a width of infinity. So width is double dot infinity. Okay, and then the child is list view dot separated. Okay, so this is another type of list view which has a separator builder. Like in the list view dot builder, we only had an item builder. Okay, but over here in list view dot separated, we also have a separator builder, which means every item in the list will be separated by the widget returned to this separator builder. Okay, so first of all, let's add the item count, and it will be list items dot length. Okay, and then the item builder is simple, it takes a build context. Okay, and it returns, sorry, wrong spelling, returns a list tile. Okay, and then over here in the title we can have the text, and the text says count. Then we'll use the string interpolation inside curly braces we will write list items and then the index. Oh, I forgot to give an index over here. This method also takes an index. Okay, then I'll return this over here. This will go over here. Now let's format this, and now let's also give a separator builder. Okay, so when you hover around separator builder, you see we get a build context and an integer which is the index. So this means that for every item we can specify a different divider. Okay, that is the power of this separator builder, but over here we will simply use a single separator for all the items. Okay, so build context, sorry, that will be a comma, int index, and I'll use the arrow function and it returns a divider. Okay, so we have not yet discussed about divider. So divider is actually a widget that will just draw a faint horizontal line. Divider always draws a horizontal line in Flutter. So let's save this and see, and now you can see we get the values and each value is divided by a divider. Okay, so now you can see this is the standard color of divider, but we can do a few changes with the divider, like change the color. So I can change the color to colors.red. Now let's format this and see what happens. And now you can see we have the divider in red. Now similar to ListView.builder, it also has a padding. Okay, so we can give it a padding const. Sorry, the const will be in small c. Const edge insets dot all, and that can be 10.0. So now let's format it, save it, and then you can see each divider has a little bit space over here, and that is because of the padding. Okay, so this was about the list view separated, which is the last type of list view. Okay, so we also have a list view.custom which takes a sliver delegate, but still we have not discussed about sliver delegate, so I'll do the list view.custom part once we discuss the list view sliver delegate. Okay, so moving on, the next thing that we are going to discuss is about the dismissible feature. Okay, so by that I mean that if I pull from end to start on a list item, it should be dismissed, or maybe over here it shows a delete icon, and then if I pull it from the right to left, the item gets dismissed. Okay, so that is a very common feature that we see with list views. Okay, so to do so, over here in item builder, instead of returning a list tile, I'll return another widget. Okay, and that is dismissible. Okay, so now again this dismissible will, let's give it the child a card. Okay, so a card is another type of widget. It is very much similar to container, only difference is that it has an elevation, means it also has a height in the z axis. Okay, so then I'll give the child as a card. Okay, then card will take a margin. Okay, and the margin, let's say edge insets symmetric. I'm sorry, edge insets dot symmetric. Okay, and then in horizontal we give it let's say 15.0 margin, and in vertical we can give it a 4.0 margin. I am doing so because we are already giving it a margin over here, a padding over here. That's why I am reducing the margin vertically. So let's format it. Now we have the card. Now inside this card we will add our child. Okay, so the child will be for now a simple list tile. Okay, and the title will be a text that says count and then string interpolation list items index. Let's format this, save it and see. Okay, so you can see over here it says that key should not be equal to null. Okay, is not true. So that error is because this dismissible takes a key, which is not significant over here, but it is necessary. So over here I can simply write key, and then key takes a key value. Okay, so over here I can simply say value key. Okay, and then over here it takes an ID. I'll write 1 2 3. Okay, that means this value key means it will generate a key from this value and it is assigned to this key. Okay, that is just for removing the error. Now let's save this, and now you can see we have this card over here, this elevated thing. Okay, so now I think we should remove this separator builder. The purpose is understood over here, and this can be changed to builder. Okay, so now you can see we have this card over here for each item. Okay, now after this, the next thing that I need to do is, for dismissible I need to add a on dismissed property. Okay, so over here after the key I'll write on dismissed, and it takes a function which has the direction, means the direction in which the item was dismissed, and then for now we can simply print the direction. Okay, we can change it according to the functionality needed later. So let's save this, and now let's try dismissing it. So you can see this is dismissible and the value is being printed. Okay, the direction is being printed. So over here you can see dismiss direction dot end to start, which means this is the end, this is the start, and dismiss direction is an enum. Okay, now if I do it from here, so now you can see it is like start to end. So I think you are understanding what I am trying to do over here. This is the feature I was talking about. We can simply remove an item from a list with a little bit of animation. Okay, and now however if I'll build this again, I think all the items should return. Okay, now let's rerun this. That was giving us an error. Yes, so you can see we have the list over here back. Now along with on dismissed, we can specify a direction that will be used as the dismissed direction. Like right now in the app you can see the item can be dismissed from end to start and can also be dismissed from start to the end, but I want only to dismiss it from the end to start. So in that case what we can do is, inside this dismissible we can add a dismiss direction. Okay, not a dismiss direction, just a direction. Okay, and over here we have just now seen we have a dismiss direction enum like this, and then you can see this is these are all the values. Down means when we pull the item down, end to start means the names explain themselves. Okay, and I want this to only be valid for end to start, means the dismiss feature will only work when we try dismissing from the end to start. Okay, now let's save this and see. So now if I try dismissing it from this direction, it will not work, but however if I try dismissing from the end to start, it will for sure work, because we have restricted the direction from end to start only. Now when we are dismissing, you can see we have this background over here. Now in Flutter we can also specify what should be the background of every item when being dismissed. Okay, so the general convention would be to add a delete sign. Okay, so let's do that. We have a background named parameter. It takes a widget, and for now it is a container. Okay, now the container should have a color, and the color is red. Okay, let's format this first. Now it takes a child. The child is an icon, which will obviously be a delete icon. So I'll use the icons enum and then delete, and then the color should be colors.white. Okay, and then the size can be around 40.0. Okay, let's format this. Now after that, I want the containers item to be aligned to the right, since we are dismissing it from the end to start, where the end represents the right. I want the child to be aligned at the right, so I'll add the alignment as right. So I'll use the alignment enum, alignment dot center right. That means in the center vertically and at the right horizontally. Okay, and maybe let's add a padding from the end, that is from the right. Otherwise the delete icon will be at the end of the container, means it will be sticking to the border of the container. So let's add a padding, and then again add a const before padding and margins, because so it will not be builded again and again. So const edge insets dot only, and it is only for right 20.0. Now let's save this and see. So now when we dismiss this, we can see we get this delete icon over here. Now this doesn't look very good, because when we try to dismiss this, it is not actually the card which is being dismissed. It is a little bit surface beyond the cart which is dismissible. Okay, so to fix that, over here we can remove this padding from here and do a little bit design changes which is required, but the purpose is fulfilled. So I hope you understand how to use a dismissible. Okay, and one thing that I missed in dismissible was there is a confirm dismiss option. Okay, that means once the dismiss process has been done and still you want to confirm the user that are you sure you want this to happen, so then we can use this confirm dismiss. Okay, so this will be for the video. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about a inbuilt function in Flutter, which is setState. Okay, so what setState does is it informs Flutter that the internal state of application has changed and probably we should rebuild the current interface, means the current screen that the user is seeing, which means that whenever we call the setState function, this build method is executed once again. Okay, so we will see what happens when we don't use setState and how setState comes to the rescue. Okay, so first of all I'll remove that list. I'll remove the entire body, we don't need it over here. Okay, and now I'll add a body, a simple text in the center. Child is a text, the text is count. Okay, so let's create a count variable over here, that is 0. Now I'll increase the size so that it is visible. So I'll add the style parameter, it takes a text style widget. Okay, and then over there we have font size. Okay, so I can make the font size 20. Now let's format it, save it, and you can see we can see a 0 in the center. Okay, so now what I am basically trying to do is, whenever I click on this button, instead of printing fab pressed, the counter should increment. Okay, so this is exactly same as the starting project that we get when we create a Flutter app. Okay, so for that the simple process would be, we can keep this print statement. Okay, so the simple method would be, we can write count plus plus. Now let's save this. So now if I click on this button, the counter should increment. So let's see, and you can see the print statement is executing, but this count statement is not executing, and I can say that by seeing in the counter over here it is still 0. Okay, so now what happened over here was that the incrementing operation was done, but that is happening internally and it is not reflected on the screen. Okay, so this is when we use set state. Now what happened over here was that the value of count changed internally, but the interface has no response to it. So to get a expected response on the screen, we can use the set state method. So what I'll basically do is, I'll simply write a set state over here. So now another thing, we can use set state only when we use a stateful widget. If we try using set state in a stateless widget, probably it will not work and give you some errors. Okay, so now over here what will happen, that as soon as the value of count will be changed, the set state method will be called, and that means, as I told you just now, that the build method will be called, and since the build method will be executed again, this center will be executed again, and then over here the new value of count can be seen. Okay, so now let's try running this. Okay, so now if I click on plus, you can see the value is changing over here. Okay, so that means we are getting the expected response. Okay, so this is the place when we use set state. Okay, now if you want, you can keep this function inside set state also. Okay, so it hardly changes anything, but the general convention is to keep it inside set state. The factors which actually change the state of the application should be kept inside the set state method. Okay, so now let's save this again, and then again it should work fine. Okay, so you can see this was about set state. It is a very important function and it will help you in a lot of places. Okay, so the next method that we are going to discuss about, it is not a discussion but rather an overview. So the next method that we will see is the init state. Okay, so it is similar to like on start that we have in Android, if anyone is coming from Android background. So what it basically does is, it is generally used for initializing some controllers and parameters, some global keys that we have in Flutter. Okay, so you might not be knowing what is a controller, what is a global key in Flutter, but we will come to that later. Okay, so to initialize such things, we have a inbuilt function called init state. Okay, and then over here it always has a statement called super.init state. So now this super comes from the concept of oops, a concept of inheritance. So what basically is happening over here is that init state is already a method that is existing somewhere inside the Flutter code. Okay, and over here if we write super.init state, that means we are overriding that init state method in our init state method. and that is the same reason we have a override over here. Okay, so now in this init state, first of all we have reference to the actual init state which is inside the Flutter code. That function will be executed, and then after that all the initialization that we want to do. Okay, so over here only we deal with shared preferences, checking if a user has logged in previously, like we have the remember me feature. All those stuffs work with init state. Okay, so then the next method that I am going to discuss about is the dispose method. So it is similar to on stop method if you are coming from an Android background. Okay, so what it basically does is it is used for closing all the existing things, means disposing all the controllers, disposing all the global keys. Again we will discuss about controllers and global keys later, but since we are initializing them, it is kind of understood that it is necessary to dispose them as well. Okay, so for the same reason we have this dispose method over here. And now the trick part is that over here we, after this super statement, we write all the code, but in dispose we write all the code before the super statement. And the reason is that when this method is called, this page, this my home app, means like this class will stop completely. Okay, so I hope you understood about the three methods: init state, dispose and set state. Okay, and you can always refer to the documentation for a detailed explanation and better understanding. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about text field. Okay, so text field is basically a widget in Flutter which is used to take input from the user, and by input I mean only text input. Okay, so let's start. So in the body, inside a center widget, my child will be a text widget. Sorry, not a text widget but a text field. Okay, then let's format it, save it, and now you can see we have our text field over here in the center. Okay, so if I click on it, then it gets selected and it is highlighted in blue color, and then if I type anything, it is shown in the screen. Okay, so this is our text field. Now let's discuss about the properties of the text field. Okay, so the first thing that we need to know is autocorrect. So autocorrect is a named parameter that takes a boolean value, that is true or false, and as the name explains itself, it enables autocorrection in that specific text field. Okay, so this is one. The next thing is autofocus. Okay, so generally means at the starting autofocus is false, but we can always make it true. I mean that the default value of autofocus is false. So what autofocus does over here is that if we open the screen and nothing else is selected, then this text field will automatically be selected. That means this text field will automatically have the focus. Okay, so over here I'll try running this, and then you can see this will have the focus automatically. Okay, so let's wait for the build to finish, and you can see it is automatically selected. Now if I remove this and then I try to restart this, then that text field will not be selected automatically, but we will have to do it manually. Okay, so you can see as we have commented out autofocus, the text field is not selected, and if we remove this comment, then it will be selected. So we need to do a hot restart, and then you can see this text field is selected automatically. Okay, so this was about autofocus. Now the next thing, and we can say practically the most important thing in the text field, is the controller. Okay, so we are gonna discuss about controller. So by using this controller, we can get the value that we give as an input in the text field. We can define some preset value for the text field. Okay, so let's see how to do those. Okay, so to use a controller, the ideal way is to first define a controller outside and then use it in the text field. Okay, so let's see. First of all, I'll declare a variable, and that is called text controller. Okay, so now the next thing is to initialize it, and as we discussed in our previous video, to initialize, the ideal way is using init state. So inside init state, I'll remove this comment, and after the super statement, I'll write text controller is equal to text editing controller. Okay, so now if you are thinking why it is a text editing controller, so if you will hover over this controller, you can see it takes a controller which is of type text editing controller. Okay, so now since we have initialized it, we also need to dispose it, and for disposing we will again use the inbuilt function in Flutter called dispose. So now in dispose, as we discussed in the previous video, we write the dispose statements before the super.dispose. So over here I'll write a text controller dot dispose. Okay, so now our text controller is ready to use, so I'll give that to this text field. So text controller. Okay, so now to trigger the printing function, means to print the value inside this text field, I'll add a floating action button. So over here I'll simply use an icon button. Okay, and it has an icon, and for the icon I'll use the icon widget, and inside that the icons enum, and then I'll simply use that add icon, which is the plus sign. Okay, and then inside this I'll also write on pressed, and in on pressed I'll print the value that is inside the text field. Okay, so to print the value which is inside the text field, we don't need to do much. We simply write a print statement and then the controller name. Okay, text controller dot text. Okay, so this text actually has the text which is inside the text field, means the text given as an input from the user. And plus I also want to point out that the underscore which we have before text controller makes it a private variable. Okay, so I have already discussed this, it was kind of a reminder, and it is recommended by Flutter that wherever possible we should always use private variables. We should always use private variables. So now let's try running this. I'll save this. Now if I click on plus icon, this should get printed on my console. So let's see, and it is giving us an error, and the error is because we are initializing the text controller in init state, and when we hot reload, it basically only executes the build method, but this init method and dispose method are not executed. Okay, so this is a common mistake that many people make, and the way to fix it, that instead of hot reload we can do hot restart. Okay, so once it has restarted, now if I enter something, let's say my name, and press on this icon button over here, so you can see the output is being printed on my console. So this is how we use a controller to get the text that is given by the user and use it as and what according to your requirement. Okay, so now the another thing that we can do using controller is to set an initial value or set a preset value. Okay, so for that what I can do is in the text controller dot text I will give the preset value. So let's say the preset value is programming knowledge. So this means that whenever this screen will open, that my home app dot screen will be the end screen seen by the user, then over there in the text field the initial value will always be programming knowledge, and then after that the user can change it as and however he likes. Okay, so let's restart and see this. Okay, so once the app has restarted, you can see the text field already has a value, and that is programming knowledge, which was set by us over here. Okay, so this is the use of controller in a text field. Now moving forward, the next thing that we need to know is this enabled. Okay, so enabled basically also takes a boolean, and it means that the text field is enabled or disabled for changing the values. Okay, so by default it is always true, but if we make it false, then we will not be able to change the value of the text field. Okay, so let's save this and see. So now you can see it automatically got unselected, and now if I try pressing this to select it or try typing anything, nothing is happening because the enabled is false. So now if we make it back to true or even remove this, both are the same thing. Okay, so let's save this, and now if I try selecting this, I am able to select and I am also able to edit. So this was about enabled. Now the next thing is enabled interactive selection. Okay, so this means that if the user long presses the text field, then the entire text will get automatically selected, and we will have an option to cut, copy, paste, like the simple stuff that we do. Okay, so this is by default true, but if we want, we can make it false. Okay, so let's save this and see. So now over here, if I press and hold, so then I get an option to select all and paste. So if I select all, then we have the option to cut, copy and paste. And now if I make it false, then I will not be able to do these things. So let's make it false. I'll restart. Okay, so now if I press and hold, nothing is popping up over here like paste and select or stuff like that. So those things are prevented like this. Okay, so now the next thing is enable suggestion. Okay, so this is basically a keyboard thing. We can't see it on the emulator because the keyboard doesn't pop over here. So what it basically means is that when you are typing something, then it will show you suggestions just above the keyboard, like that you would be seeing in many other apps. If you type something, suggested keywords, maybe 3 suggestions or 4 suggestions are showed just above the keyboard. So that is by default true, and if you want, we can make it false. Okay, so this was one thing. Now the next thing is keyboard type. Okay, so keyboard type defines what type of keyboard should be used for that text field. Okay, so for that we have a enum, that is text input type. Okay, so now this text input type has a few values. Okay, so let's see. So the first one is date time, so it will automatically pop out a date time selector. Then we have an email address, that means requests a keyboard with ready access to @ and dot keys. Okay, then we have a multi-line, requests the default platform keyboard but accepts new line with the enter key pressed. Okay, so what this means is that by default if in the keyboard you press the enter key, it basically sends the message or means moves to the next text or something like that. But if we have a multi-line, then what will happen that if we click on the enter button, it will go to the next line. Okay, so I hope you are understanding. Then the next one is simple number, that will show us a numeric keyboard. Then a phone, then that will also show us a numeric keyboard with ready access to asterisks and hashes. Then text, that is a simple keyboard. URL means it will have the ready access to backslash and dot keys. Values, and then means it is all possible enum values. Then visible password means it is generally used for entering password where we have both numbers and letters on the same screen. Okay, so you can put anything according to your choice. Let it be email address for now. Okay, so this was one thing. And then the last thing that I want to discuss in this video is obscure text. So that means that if it is by default always false, but if we make it true, then it is something like we see while entering passwords. Okay, so if I save this, then you can see our text has been obscured. Okay, so this was about text field. Now in the next video we will continue with text field and discuss about decoration of the text field. Means whether it is a box, what should be the hint text, how to add a background color, how to add a borders and stuff like that. Okay, so this will be for this video. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to continue our discussion on text fields. Okay, so in the previous video the last thing that we discussed was obscure text, which means if we write something it will show us only dots. Okay, that means if I write Rishabh over here, then instead of showing Rishabh it is simply showing us the dots. Okay, so I'll remove this for now. Now the next thing, rather important thing which we are going to discuss is decoration. Okay, means how we will decorate the text field. So this decoration takes a widget called input decoration. Okay, and then we will now discuss about the properties of input decoration. Okay, so the first thing is content padding. Okay, that means the padding which will be inside the text field, means for the content inside the text field. Okay, so as it is a padding, it will take edge insets. So I'll write const edge insets all, and so as to mark a significant change I'll make it 30. Let's format and save. And now you can see we have padding 30 pixels padding on top, right, left and all the sides. So this is how content padding works. Okay, now the next important thing is border. Okay, means how to specify the border. So there are three options to specify border. I'll use the most common one. Okay, and that is outline input border. Okay, so now this takes a border radius. Okay, so for border radius we'll use the border radius dot circular named constructor, and I want to give it a radius of 20 from all the four sides. Okay, and then another compulsory thing is to give a border side. Okay, so even if you don't want to specify anything inside the border side, we still need to write simply border side, means call the constructor at least. Okay, so this is an important step and it is rather a required step. Okay, so now if I save this, I should be able to see a border. So now we can see we have the border around the text field. Okay, and it has rounded corners. Okay, so it is not clearly visible. Let's add a padding over here, and the padding is of 10 pixels from all the four sides. Yes, so now it looks better. So this is the border side. Now similarly we also have a enabled border. Okay, this also takes the same value, and it is when this text field is selected. Okay, and then similarly we have error border. It also takes outline input border, and it is when there is an error in that text field. Okay, so these were the three types of border, means three places where we use a border. Now suppose I want to add some color inside this text field. Okay, so for that we have another property called fill color. Okay, and let's decide a color, let's say colors dot green. Okay, and let's say dot with opacity. Okay, so we don't have that feature over here. I'll simply give a 50. Okay, so now if I save this, I should be able to see a greenish tint in my text field, but it is not there because we missed something. Since we are giving a fill color, we also need to tell the text field that it should be filled with the fill color. Okay, so for that we have a filled parameter, and it takes a bool, so I'll simply give it a true. Okay, let's save this, and now you can see our text field has a greenish tint. Okay, means this fill color has been filled inside the text field. Okay, now I'll remove this text from here. Okay, and now we will add a hint text, means as to depict what that text field is for, and also the user will have ease in identifying what that text field is used for. Okay, so let's say hint text, and the hint text takes a string. Yes, we can see it takes a string, so let's give it a string, and let's say enter name. I'll save this, and now we can see we have a hint text, enter text, and if you start typing anything, it vanishes. Okay, now we can also design style this text over here, and for that we have a hint style. Okay, so the hint style takes our text style widget. Okay, and then maybe I'll change the color. The color is colors dot red. So let's see. Okay, so it is giving us an error somewhere. Let's save this again, and now we can see the hint text is in red. So we can change the hint text, we can style the hint text like this. Now another thing that we have is a icon, means sometimes for design requirements we want an icon and a text field corresponding to it. So for that we already have a icon parameter in our input decoration. Okay, and it takes a widget. So since it is an icon, I'll use an icon widget, and then I'll use one of the already present icons. Okay, so let's say icons dot person. Okay, now let's save this, and now you can see we have a icon of the person over here. Okay, so this is how we use icons. Now the next thing that I want to discuss is a label text. Okay, so sometimes the text fields also have a label. Okay, so simply label text, it is very similar to hint text. The label text takes a string and it is name. Okay, and it also takes a style, and that is a text style. So label style, and it takes a text style, and let's give this some another color, color dot, let's say yellow. Okay, the spelling is wrong over here. Okay, so now we can see we have a label called name over here. Since my colors are very contrasting, we are not able to see that. Okay, so this was the label text and label style. Now similar to this hint text, hint style, label text, label style, we have a prefix text and a prefix style and a prefix icon. Okay, so the difference between simple icon and prefix icon is that in case of prefix icon, this icon will be inside the text field, and then before the text field we will have a small space for the text, and that is the prefix text. And similar to prefix text, we also have a suffix text and a suffix style. Okay, so these are the 4 types of text that we can add in a text field. Okay, so this was about input decoration. Format this. Now back in the text field, there are a few methods that we should know. Okay, so the first method is onChanged. Okay, so this will be fired whenever the value of text field is changed. Okay, so it receives a value and then the function. Okay, so this value is the actual value in the text field, means the present value in the text field. Okay, so to check, I'll simply print the value. Okay, so I'll save this. Okay, so now let's enter something. So you can see as I am typing here, it is being printed over here, because as soon as I start typing, it means it has started changing. Okay, so this onChanged parameter is called. So if I write Rishabh, it will print after every keystroke, because after every keystroke some value is being added or removed, and that counts as a change. Okay, so this is one method that we have. Now similar to this, we also have another method, onEditingComplete. So this method is also very similar to this onChanged method. Okay, so this method is called when we move to the next text field, or we click on the submit button. Okay, so this was onEditingComplete. Now after that we have onSubmitted. Okay, so onSubmitted, also when we click on the submit button, this function is called. Okay, so these are basically related to forms. Okay, so this onSubmit function and onEditingComplete functions are used generally when we are working with forms. Okay, so then after that the next feature is onTap, and as the name suggests, it will work whenever the text field is tapped. Okay, then after it also takes a function similar to onChanged. Okay, and then the next thing that I want to talk is read only. Okay, so this means that whether we will be able to change the text present in the text field or not. It is very much similar to enabled. Okay, then after that we have style. Okay, which takes a text style to design the text, to style the text which will be given input from the user. Okay, then after that we have text align. Okay, so to align the text horizontally, okay, it has a text align enum. Okay, and then over here we can see we have these options: center, so the text will be aligned in center; end, so in the end; justify, so the text will be justified wherever it seems right; then left, right, start, and means all the values are understandable. Now similar to text align, we also have text align vertically. Okay, because text align works horizontally, so there is another feature called text align vertical. Okay, so in this we align the text vertically. Okay, then after that we have this text input action. Okay, so this depicts what will happen when we click on the next button or the done button or the tick we have in our keyboard that displays on the screen. Okay, so this text input action has a text input action enum. Okay, and then continue action means it will go to the next field. Done action means it will call the submit function, means it will automatically submit. And then emergency call means these are some features, it is not generally used, but if you want you can give a read over here. All the things are pretty descriptive. Okay, so this was about text input action, and the last thing in text field would be text direction. Okay, so that means if we start typing, how the text will start flowing in. Okay, so by default it is left. That means if we type the texts are flowing from the left. If it is center, then the cursor will be in center, and whenever we add something, it will flow in both the sides. And the same goes for right. If the text direction is right, it will flow in from the right. Okay, so I hope you are understanding all these things. So these were the pretty much it about text field. I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to create a small project by using all the things we have learned till now, and we will also discuss about few other widgets in the Go. Okay, so the project that we are going to make is very simple. We will simply have a text field that will take the input from user, and then we will display the table of that input. Okay, so the input over here can only be a integer. Okay, so let's start. First I'll remove this entire body, we don't need it. Then we also don't need this floating action button. Okay, so now first we will write a container. Okay, so this makes the most sense by starting the body with a container. Okay, then inside container we will have a child, and the child will of course be a column. Okay, so now this column takes children's. Let's format this, and then our first child will be a text field to take the input. So text field, and then we will give this the same controller that we have used earlier while discussing about text field. So that was text controller. Okay, so now let's save this, and we can see we have a text controller with programming knowledge written in it, and that is because in the init state we have initialized the text of this controller with programming knowledge. So I'll remove this, or maybe I'll change it to 2. So that means that by default our program will show the table of 2. Okay, so let's save this and see. And over here still it is programming knowledge because it is inside init state. It is not executed again, so we will do a full restart, and it will take some time, and we have 2 over here. Now let's add the table below that. And so to add the table there are many ways. The easiest way would be to use a list view. Okay, so I'll simply write list view dot builder, and then this builder takes a few things. First one is item count. Okay, and we want to display the first 10 values of the table. Then it takes a item builder, okay, which takes a function with 2 values. The first one is build context, and I'll call it context. The second one is index. Okay, so now over here I'll simply return a list tile. Okay, and in the list tile, in the title section we will have the value. Okay, so in title, the title takes our text widget. Okay, and then over here we'll use string interpolation to multiply and display the values both at the same time. Okay, so I can get the position by using this index. So index, now since index starts at 0 and we plan on showing our table from 1, we need to add 1 to the index. Okay, and then we surround it with a brackets, as in this gets executed first. And then over here in this controller we have the value that is given as the input. Okay, so what we will do is we'll simply multiply it with text controller dot text. Okay, so now this will not work because this text is in string type, and to multiply we need an integer. Okay, so to convert string to integer we have a inbuilt function in Dart, and we have had one video on that. So that is int.parse. Okay, so any value inside this parse method gets converted to integer only if possible. If it is not possible, then it will give us an error. Okay, so now let's try running this and see what is the output. Okay, so you can see as soon as I tried to run this, I got a bunch of errors, and that is because over here we have tried to put a list view inside a column. So column is also type of a list where we show values one after another, and in list view the name justifies, it shows values one after another. So they both do the same thing, and since they have been merged they clash. So to solve this, what we can do is we can give the list view a specific height. So that means that our list view will only be in a section of 200 pixels. Okay, any value of the list that exceeds that 200 range will be scrollable. Okay, so to give the height, the one option is to use a container. Okay, and then other option, which is also a very important option, and that is called a sized box. Okay, so I'll use a sized box. So not only over here, sized box is used in all the places where we just need to specify the height and the width. So sized box takes 3 parameters, that is height, width and child. So child is already over here, width is not required. I'll simply give it a height of, let's say, 300 pixels. Okay, so any value more than that will be in the scrollable region. Okay, so let's save this, and then we can see we have the table of 2 over here. The mathematics is correct, means our this calculation is working fine. And then you can see this table is only over till here. Okay, all the rest things are scrollable. That means it is not going beyond 300. Okay, so this is the beauty of sized box. It is used to specify height and width of almost every widget. Okay, we can use it everywhere to specify a height and width. Okay, so this is one possible way to solve the error. The next possible way, which makes more sense, is to use all the extra space that is left. Okay, means we have the text field till here, then after this all this space is unused, and we can use that to show the table. Okay, so to get all the unused space, we have another widget in Flutter, and that is called expanded. Okay, so what it basically will do is that it will expand in all the region that is unused. Okay, so since it expands, it doesn't need a height, it expanded only takes a child. Okay, so now let's save this, and you can see it took all the space that was left. Okay, so now we can see the table is working fine. Now let's try to change the value and subsequently change the value of this table. Okay, so for that we need to deal with this controller. Okay, so now to confirm that the value has been changed, means to tell the program to render the table according to the new value, we will again add a floating action button. Okay, so that will be, let's say, an icon button. Okay, an icon button where the icon is inside a icon widget, and the icons is icons dot done that is nothing but a tick mark, and then after icon we have a on pressed method, and then in this on pressed, for now let's simply print the value. So print text controller dot text. Okay, so let's format this and save this. Okay, so now once this is done, I'll change the value from 2 to 3 and then press on this icon button and we get the new value over here. So now this means that whenever we press on this, that means we are telling the program that we have entered some new value and render the program according to it. Okay, so now over here you can see in the list view, it automatically takes the latest value present in the text controller. Okay, so to render the new value, all we need to do is call the set state once again, and all the other works will be done on its own. Okay, so let's try doing that. Over here, whenever that tick button is pressed, first of all we'll print the new value and then simply set state. And then we can give it over here. Now let's format this and save this. And now you can see, since our value was 3, it has automatically rendered the table of 3. Now let's change it to 5. Press on this tick and you can see the values are updating automatically. You can give any vague value and that will also work. Okay, so this is how we combine few things and may work. Okay, so now if you want, you can decorate this text field. If we can also decorate this list tile. Okay, so this is how we link widgets together with each other and subsequently make a complete app that is ready to be published on Play Stores. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about GridView in Flutter. So GridView is nothing but a scrollable 2D array of widgets. So let's directly jump into the code. So we don't need this text controller init state and dispose for now. We neither need this body or the floating action button. Okay, so now let's start creating a GridView. So the widget name is GridView. Now there are too many parameters in the GridView. We will discuss only which are important and which are mostly used. Okay, and if you want to know about all the other parameters, you can of course refer to the documentation. Okay, so the first parameter is scroll direction. It is very similar to the one we had in list view. It takes a value from an axis enum. Okay, and it defines whether the list will be scrollable in horizontal direction or in vertical direction. By default, its value is vertical. Okay, then after that, the next thing that we should know is reverse. So this is a boolean value. If we give it to true, if we give the value true, then the list from which the grid view is generated will be reversed. And if we give it as false, then the list will not be reversed. By default, the value of reverse is false. So let's try giving it true and we will see what is the output. Okay, now the next thing is controller. Okay, so the controller in grid view takes a widget of type scroll controller. So let's create a scroll controller. Now scroll controller is stored as a state variable and it is used when the state rebuilds. That means when the setState method is called, then Flutter internally uses this scroll controller to get the position of user in that list view, in that grid view. Okay, so suppose if we are viewing a grid view and we are at the 100th row or the column. Okay, so then that position is stored in scroll controller, and now if internally due to some background actions set state is called, the build method is re-rendered, then instead of going back at the starting of the grid view, the user will remain at that 100th column or row of the grid view. Okay, so that is what scroll controller is mainly used for, and it comes with some parameters. Okay, and that is initial offset value, initial scroll offset. So by this we can define the offset that will already be on the left side or the top side of the scrollable grid view. Okay, that means if the grid view would start from 0.0 axis, and if we set the initial scroll offset to 20, then if our scroll direction is vertical, then it will start from 0,20. If our scroll direction is axis dot horizontal, then it will start from 20,0. So I hope you are understanding what I am trying to say. Some part, the part that we define over here in initial scroll offset will be left out, will already be considered as scrolled. Okay, so that is what initial scroll offset is used for. And another thing is keep scroll offset. That means to tell the system to use that scroll offset defined by the programmer or the developer. Okay, so this was about controller. Now the next thing, which is rather a very important thing, is physics. So physics takes a widget of scroll physics. Okay, so now this scroll physics is not used that much, but everyone should know what this scroll physics is for, what this scroll physics is used, when is this used. Okay, so it is used to determine how a scrollable widget will behave when the user reaches the maximum scroll extent or when the user stops scrolling. Okay, means the action, the reaction to every user action is defined in this scroll physics. Now the normal reactions that we see, that if we stop scrolling, the list stops, if we click on it, it gets selected. So all those are predefined and we don't need to do anything, and if we want, we can change those. Okay, so the next thing that we have is padding, and then as we know, padding takes an edge insets geometry value. So let's give it a padding edge insets geometry dot all edge insets dot all edge insets dot all 10.0. Okay, so now the next thing is one of the most important thing in grid view, and that is grid delegate. Okay, so a delegate that controls the layout of the children within the grid view. Okay, so grid delegate. Now there are many types of delegate. The most commonly used delegate type is sliver grid delegate with fixed axis count. Okay, so don't get confused, this is a single widget name. Okay, so let's start typing sliver grid delegate with fixed axis count. Okay, so now this means that our cross axis will be fixed. So now over here it takes a few things. The first one is cross axis count. So let's say I want a column of a row of 3 values. A row should have 3 values, so I'll write 3. Then after that we have a child aspect ratio. So over here we define what will be the aspect ratio of every child. By default it is 1.0. we can change it, let's say, or 1.0 seems fine. If you want to change something, you can. Okay, so I'll remove this child aspect ratio. Now the next thing that we have is cross axis spacing and main axis spacing. So this is used to define the spacing between each item. cross axis spacing for the column wise and main axis spacing for row wise. Okay, so I hope all these things are clear. And then another important thing, or the necessary thing, is children, means what we will show inside the grid view. Okay, so now to display something, first let's create a simple list, a list of type integers. Call it dummy, and it has a few values. It has 8 values. Okay, so now over here we will again use the map method. So dummy dot map dot to list, and now over here I want to return a container, okay, of container of height 100.0, width 100.0, color should be colors dot red, alignment should be alignment dot center, that means the child should be in the center of this container, and the child is nothing but E. Okay, so E should be inside text, and then I'll use a string interpolation, which is better than using toString because we have more accessibility, we can add more things in the string and all the stuff. So let's format this, save this, see if we have some errors. So now since we don't have any error, we should be able to see all the values. So now since the first thing that I would like to mention is that since we have written reverse as true, then the first value 1 is starting in the last row. So I hope you get my point. It is not the last item but in the last row. So this is a very clear confusion, please don't get confused. Okay, now let's try adding some spacing. Main axis spacing can be 20.0. so we have the spacing over there. Now cross axis spacing can be 20.0 again, and that also, so we'll get some spacing over here. Now we need to know why is this grid view at the bottom. Okay, so let's try surrounding it with a column maybe, because column brings everything to the top. Okay, so that will not work. Okay, maybe if we remove this reverse, then it should go at the top, because the general practice, the general behavior of Flutter is to start from top. And yes, so as you saw, and I also learned a new thing here, if we use reverse, then it also reverses the alignment, it also reverses the position, means instead of starting from top, it starts from bottom. Instead of being start aligned, it is end aligned. So these are a few things that we learned today, and I hope the concept of grid view is clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about two things which are very important while we develop in Flutter. So the first thing is MediaQuery. Now what is MediaQuery and where does it comes in play? So suppose you have an app, okay, and then that app has a container and you have given it a static height of 100 and a static width of 100. So now suppose if that app runs on 10 different mobiles, then that there is a very high probability that all those 10 mobiles will have different screen size. So now suppose if someone has a big mobile, then the 100 height and 100 width container will take a very small amount of space. Now suppose someone has a mobile with small screen size, then that 100 100 as height and 100 as width, 100 pixels, will take a very large space. Okay, so now you understand that as the screen size changes, the look and feel of your app will also change, and that is not a very good UX quality. That is not at all a good quality. That is a dismerit in your app. It should never happen. Okay, so to avoid such kind of problems, we have MediaQuery in Flutter. So by using MediaQuery, we can get the current height and width of the mobile, means the mobile on which the app is running, and then we can render accordingly. Okay, so now over here I have only one mobile, so I will not be able to show you some demo. You can try on your own with 2-3 different devices. Okay, so let's start. I'll remove this grid view. We don't need it anymore. We also don't need this list. Okay, so now our body will simply be a container. Okay, and the height of container is 200. The width of container is 200. The color of container is red. Let's format this, save this. So now we have a container like this. Let's bring this in center. Okay, sorry, this will be small l. Alignment dot center. Okay, so we need to surround it by a center. I'm sorry. Yes, we can also remove this. So now we have a container of height 200 and of width 200 in the center of the screen. Now on this screen, means the screen of iPhone 11, it looks fine. Okay, but now if I open on some older versions of iPhone, like iPhone 5, iPhone 6, where the screen is only around 50 to 60% of what it is right now, then this same container will take a very large amount of space in the screen. So we don't want that to happen. So to fix that, we are gonna use MediaQuery, and to use that we simply write MediaQuery dot of context dot size dot width divided by 3. Okay, so whatever the width is, that will be divided by 3, and since we want it to be a square, we will give the same to height. Oh sorry, first was height. So to get the width of the screen, we write this MediaQuery dot of dot context dot size dot width. Okay, so now let's save this. Okay, so we still have a rectangle. I'll make it half. Okay, so now over here the container's width is half of the mobile screen. So now suppose if we open in any other mobile, then also the container's width will be half of the mobile. Okay, so that means the height and width are given dynamically. So for different mobiles, no matter what is the screen size, the look and feel of your app will be same. So this is how we get the width. We can similarly get the height. This line will return us the height of the current mobile screen. So right now the height of this container is half of the height of the screen. So now we use MediaQuery very rarely. These are the means we use MediaQuery only for getting the height and width. There are other uses of MediaQuery which are used very rarely, and that is not that much important. But if you are curious and you want to learn, you can surely refer to the Flutter documentation. So now the next thing that I'm gonna talk about is navigation. Like we can practically make no app without navigation. Okay, so let's create another screen. So we can create a new class over here. I'll simply write Stateless widget and then the name of the class, but that is not suggested by Flutter. Flutter says that in each file there should only be one state widget, a class that extends state widget, no matter it is a stateful or a stateless widget. Okay, so let's create another file. I'll call it screen2 dot. Now over here also I'll import material, that is very important, and then I'll create a stateless widget and I'll call it screen2. Now this has a scaffold and the body, and in body inside a center widget we have a child that is a text and that says screen2. Okay, so this is done. Now let's try navigating from screen 1 to screen 2, from our home app screen to the screen 2. So we need a button to trigger, and the most easy way is to create a floating action button. I'll simply create a floating action button. Okay, on press to, that is what we are gonna do. Now we need to specify the child, I guess. Yes, we have the child, and the child is an icon, and the icon is icons.play. that can also refer as a next. Okay, we don't have anything called play, so we can give any icon, that is just for understanding purposes. Now let's talk about navigation. So to navigate there are two methods. We'll see both of them. Okay, so on pressed means when it is pressed we want to navigate. Okay, so to navigate we write navigator dot of context dot push. So now consider navigation as a stack. We push means we open another screen on top of the first screen. Then we have pop and push. Okay, pop. Then we have pop and push. Okay, so that means that the current screen will be popped and a new screen will be pushed. So that is used when we don't want to navigate back to the previous screen. Okay, and then we have this pop, so that to close the screen and go to its parent screen, means from where it was redirected. Okay, so these are three methods that we need to know. All the rest are not that necessary. So the first one is push. So now inside push we write the route name, the class name where we want to push. Okay, so for that we again have a material page route widget. Okay, which takes a builder. Now since it is a builder, it will always take a function which has a build context. So this is almost a generalized thing in Flutter. Wherever we see a builder, it will take a function that has a build context. Might be there are some more added values, but build context is always there. Okay, so context. Now I'll not simply call this context, as it is not a good practice. We write it build context, and then over here we write the class name. So our class name is screen2. So over here we will simply write screen2. Okay, so now this is done. Now if we click on the floating action button, we should be redirected to screen2. Okay, so if I click on this, I am being redirected to screen2. Now since I said it is it acts like a stack, and over here we have push, that means this screen is on top of its parent screen, that is the screen from which it has originated, which is nothing other than my app. So now over here if we come back, we can return to the screen from where it started. Okay, so this is one thing. Now suppose I don't wanna return, then I'll simply write pop and push. Okay, now over here we have pop and push named. So we'll also see what this named means. Okay, now on screen 2, let's create another floating action button. I'll floating action button that takes a child. The child is again an icon, and inside icon we will use the icons enum, and this time let's use some other icon. Any icon will work. And then over here on pressed, we can simply write navigator dot off dot pop. Okay, so pop is used to return to the screen from where it has originated. So this is all right. Don't know what's the error over here. Okay, there is some error. Okay, this is not required. No. Over here we have push. I'm sorry for the glitch. So now let's save this, restart it. So now over here if I click on this, I am taken to the next screen, and again if I click on the button, I am taken back to the screen from where I started. That is means we are popping that screen out. Okay, and sorry for the icons, they are not at all relatable. Okay, so this is one method of navigation. Let's see another method of navigation, and that is called named navigation. Okay, so for that, over here in our material app, we need to specify the routes, the named routes. Okay, so for that it has a routes parameter that takes a map. Then the first one is the route name. The key value is the route name. I'll call it screen 2. Okay, and then it again takes a build context, and then it will simply call screen 2. So now over here it is like this. So now instead of writing so many things, we'll simply write a navigator dot off context dot push named. So now push named, and simply we'll write the route name, which is nothing other than screen 2. Okay, so I think there is some error. Okay, it will not be like this. Yes, let's save this. Let's restart. And now if I click on this, it goes to the next screen, and if I click on this, then it pops back to the previous screen. So the flow is still the same, everything is working fine, and this is the best way to navigate from one screen to another. I personally prefer this way, means creating a route, giving it a name, and then calling that name from all the places where I want to navigate. And the more better version that I use is I don't write it over here. Okay, I write the route name for that screen inside that screen. Okay, so over here I'll create a static constant route name. Okay, and then over here I'll simply paste this. Okay, so now by doing this, I can avoid the chances of making a spelling mistake, plus my another classes will not know what is my route name. Okay, so it is kind of protecting your data as well. So now over here I'll write screen 2 dot route name. Since it is a static variable, we can access it from throughout anywhere in our project. Okay, so I'll save this, and over here instead of calling screen 2, I'll simply call screen 2 dot route name. So now let's save this, see if everything works fine or not. And then if I click on this, I am taken to the next screen, and then again if I click on this, I am popped back to the previous screen. Okay, so now this is how we use push named. Now if I write pop and push named, okay, so that means my initial screen will be popped and then that screen will be pushed. So ultimately I will not be able to come back. Okay, so now to check if that is working or not, so if that is working fine, we should get an error that we can't pop because there is no screen. Okay, so I'll call this, and then if I press back, then it shows a black screen. That means it is not showing the home screen, but it has blacked out. That means the parent widget has already been popped out. Okay, so I hope you are understanding the concept of push and pop and push named, all those things. I'll change it back to push named. Now this was about basic navigation between screens. Okay, now the next thing and a very important thing is how to pass data from one screen to another. Okay, so passing data from one screen to another is also pretty simple. With push named, pop and push named, all these types of navigation methods take a named parameter called arguments. So now over here, arguments can be anything. You can send a list, you can send a map, you can send a object of some custom class, you can send anything. So this argument parameter is very flexible, and that is the beauty of Flutter. It provides you more accessibility. So right now I'll simply pass a string that says navigation is working. Okay, so now in my screen 2 I am sending this argument. So let's see how to retrieve the data in screen 2. Okay, so inside our build method, please note I am writing this inside my build method. I'll create a variable arguments that will be my received arguments. Now over here we'll write modal root. So these are some keywords that has a specific meaning, which will not be required in general development flow. But if you develop something very much related to native and something related to plugins, means you are generating a plugin, then you will might have to look closely to this modal route. But if you are generating simple hybrid mobile apps, then this is not required. Then knowing the deep knowledge about modal route is not required. We can simply keep this in mind that modal route contains all the data that are transferred from one screen to another. Now the arguments are not the only thing. There are many other things which transfer internally from one screen to another. Okay, but we will be able to access only the arguments. Okay, so let's see how we access that. Modal route dot of context dot settings dot arguments. Okay, so now by this I got the argument which I sent here, navigation is working, in screen 2. So now over here, instead of displaying screen 2, I'll display that argument. Let's save this, restart. Now over here you can see navigation is working. Okay, because this doesn't had any predefined value, that means the value returned in that argument is being received properly and that is being displayed. We can now, as I told you, it is very flexible, we can pass anything. So let's pass a map that says nothing is working 5 times. Let's save this. Now let's see what is the output. It should show something like it is a list or something like that, because it will not print the value that is directly inside that. Okay, so it is giving us an error because over here the text takes a string type and that is a list of a string. So let's change the value to argument 0, that will return a string. Now over here arguments is a variable. It doesn't know, Flutter doesn't know that it is a list. So the first method would be to change this to a list. Okay. Now another method is writing as a list. So this as keyword is used for defining the type. Now to make it more specific, I'll write string over here. Okay, so now the error is gone. Let's resave this. And now if I click on this, the first value of the list is displayed. Now let's change the first value. Test. Let's save this. Now we can come back. Now if I click on this, we can see test 2 programming knowledge. Okay, so you understood what is navigation and how we pass data through navigation and what are the different types of navigation. And we also discussed about MediaQuery, the most important use of MediaQuery, that is dynamic rendering of widgets. Okay, and I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Programming knowledge. So in this video we are going to see how to send an HTTP request and then parse the response and update the UI accordingly. So first let's remove all the extra code that we have over here. We don't need the floating action button. Okay, we don't need a body for now. We'll create a new body, and we don't need this screen 2. So I'll delete the screen 2. And then I need to remove it from my home app if I have it. Yes, so I need to remove it from here. I also need to remove it from here. Okay, I need to remove the import from here also. Okay, so let's save everything, do a restart, and yes, so we have our empty screen. So now to send an HTTP request, if you don't know what is an HTTP request, you can follow this link and read about it. They have very excellent documentation. Now to send an HTTP request from a Flutter app, we need a third party package, and the most popular package is HTTP. You can see over here it has 1404 likes, 110 pub points and 100% popularity. Means this is most preferred by Flutter developers. Another alternative can be Dio. Okay, so Dio also has 99% popularity. It is made by some flutterchina.club. Okay, so let's install Flutter. We will go in this installing section, and then inside our dependencies we simply need to add this. So we find our dependencies in pubspec.yaml. Over here below this toast or below that Cupertino icons, we can paste anywhere. Save, and then since I am using VS Code, it will automatically start flutter pubget. Okay, so that means it is importing this dependency to our project. So that will take a minute. Now after that let's see which API we are going to call from our app. Okay, so I'll be using this Kanye.rest API. It is a free REST API for random Kanye West quotes. Okay, so since it is free, it is accessible to everyone and everyone can try the same. So now over here you can see it says get, and get is nothing but a type of an HTTP request. Okay, so what get basically does, it fetches data from this server, means the link followed by the get request. Okay, so I'll for now copy this link. Okay, and if I paste it in my browser, then that is also ultimately a get request only. So let's see what is the response of this get request. So over here doing this get request, we get a quote, I am the best. And now if I refresh this, it should change. People always tell, and then there are stuff. Okay, so let's try implementing this in our app. So we now have the HTTP package in our app. So let's try calling this. First we need to import HTTP, import HTTP. Okay, so it is not showing over here, that means it has not installed correctly. I need to run pubget again, so I'll do that. We have a icon over here in VS Code. Okay, so once that is done, now over here if I type import then HTTP, so we can see http/http dot. Now I am not simply gonna call all the methods. I'll use a namespace, that means a reference to this package as HTTP. Means everything inside this package will be used under this namespace. Okay, so you'll understand what I'm trying to say when I implement this. Okay, so now let's try calling this REST API. So for that, in our class, I'll simply create a feature. I have a video on what is a feature and what is its use in Flutter. Now since over here we are interacting with the internet, we don't know how much time it will take. So that is the reason we can't immediately send the response. We need to wait for the interaction with the internet to finish, and then we will send a response. And for the same, I am using a feature. Okay, a feature, and that feature should return a string. That string will be nothing but this followed by quote. Okay, and then I'll call the name the method get Kanye. Okay, simple name. Now it needs to be async since we are dealing with future. Okay, now a good practice is that whenever you interact with futures, we need to surround whenever we interact with the internet, we need to surround it with a try and catch, so that when there is error, it will not simply show a red screen on your mobile app, but give some customized message which improves the user experience. So I'll simply surround it with a try catch. And then over here you can print t. If you are making a real app, most probably you will wanna show a toast. So that is done. Now let's finally call this request. So I'll copy this URL that I have over here. Now to call a get request means after every request we get a response. Okay, so to store a response, I'll create a response variable. Okay, and then now let's call the get request. This request, let's call this get request. Okay, so for that I'll simply write http, which is the namespace we used over here, dot get. So this dot get is refers to this get. Means over here in the documentation it says that we need to use a get request, and that is why I am using a get request over here. Now the URL we copied right now, https api.kanye.rest. Okay, so now we are getting a response. Okay, so now if I hover over this get, you can see it sends a future of response. Okay, so that means as I said, it will take indefinite amount of time to interact with the internet. We can't assume the time, so that is why it is a future, and we need to wait until we get some response. And as we have discussed in our Dart tutorial, to wait for the response we use the await keyword, and since we are using await here, we need to have a async keyword over here. Okay, so now once this command is executed, that means this command will take some time since we are using await. That means the controller which runs the code will not proceed until this statement is completely executed. So once this is done, then that means that this response has the response, means this response which we will get from this API. Okay, so this response variable will now have this response. So before updating the UI, let's try simply printing it to check that everything is working fine. Now if you would be knowing about REST APIs, you would know that response doesn't only have this thing, this is the body, but it also has different things like the headers and other stuffs. Okay, so this part where we have the actual response from the API, that is the body. Okay, so now let's get the body. So instead of getting, let's simply print the body to see if we have something or not. So response dot body. Now I hope everything is clear. Okay, so let's save this. Now inside the build method, I'll simply call get Kanye. I'll restart. And you can see it took a second or two, and then after that we have the response. Quote you took, you can't look at a glass half full or empty if it's overflowing. Okay, now if I'll save it again, that means I will do a refresh. Since on the refresh the build method is is executed again, so this get Kanye method will be called again and we get a response. Okay, so now since we have a response, let's try updating our UI. Okay, so over here this feature needs to return a string. So now over here my requirement is only this string, but right now the body is printing this entire string. Okay, so the body is in string format, but if you look closely or you look in the browser, it is actually a map which has a key and the value which we are interested in. So to convert a string back to a map, we need to use a Dart package, and so for that we will import that Dart package, and that is called convert. So this convert package allows you to convert a string to any other object or a object to a string. Okay, so let's see how that happens. I'll simply write where result is equal to JSON. Now this JSON is inside this dart.convert JSON.decode. Okay, so now string is the encoded thing. If we convert a map to a string, then the string is considered as the encoded output of that JSON value. Okay, so since we have the string, we need to decode, we need to go back, and over here I'll write response.body, and then instead of printing this, I'll print result, and then the key that we have over here, that is quote. So simply paste it over here, format it, and do a restart. Okay, so now you see we only get the quote part. Means instead of getting this entire thing as a string, we have decoded it to a map, and then we are printing the value for this key. Okay, and now we want to return the same thing, so I'll simply change this to return, and now this get Kanye will return something. So let's wait for that to return. So then that means this method is called, and when it finally returns, then we go to this then method. So now the string sent over here is stored in this value. Okay, so let's create another variable, string quote, and then over here I'll save the value to quote. Okay, we don't need a semicolon over here. So now once this get Kanye returns something, it is stored in this quote thing. So now let's simply print the quote thing. So over here I'll write body. The body is in center, and the center has a child which is a text widget, and the text displays nothing but the quote. So now let's do a hot restart and see what happens. And you can see it gives us an error, and that is because, as I said, interacting with internet takes time, but the execution doesn't stop over here and it keeps on running, it keeps executing. So one solution would be to add an await over here. Okay, and the other solution is, because I am not adding await over here because that is not a standard practice. If you do a real world project, most probably all your interactions with the internet will be in a separate file. So what I'll do is, over here I'll add a conditional statement. So if this quote is null, so in that time I want you to show a circular progress indicator, and once this quote is not null, then the quote should be printed. So now what happens is that for the first time it will be null, and then this circular progress indicator will keep on working. Now even after we get the value, this will not update, and to update the screen, as we have discussed earlier, we need to call the setState method. So over here I'll write setState, and then inside this the value means, okay, so everything is fine. Let's restart, let's do a full restart. Okay, so I think my internet speed is very fast, that's why we are not able to see the progress indicator thing. Okay, no, yes, so the progress indicator is at the top. So instead of conditional rendering over here, I'll do it inside the center widget. So now let's see. So you can see the circular progress indicator, and as soon as we get the value gets updated. Okay, and now you can see it will keep on updating, it is not stopping, and that is because we have a error in our program. Okay, so the reason that it keeps on updating, it is not stopping, is that we are calling setState inside the build method. So this is a very common mistake that people do, that is calling setState method inside the build method. So what setState does is it re-renders the build method. So if the setState is called, it will re-render the build method, and now while rendering it will again encounter setState, so it will again start re-rendering. So this will go to an infinite loop. Okay, so the way to fix this is to use an if else. Okay, so I'll write bool quote controller is equal to false. So now this method should run only if the quote controller is false. Okay, otherwise this shouldn't run. And now let's update the value of quote controller to true. Okay, so this means that the first time when the value of quote controller is false, this method will run, and as soon as this runs, this if condition runs, the quote controller's value is true. So even though the setState is called and the build method starts rendering, this if condition will become false and all this code will not get executed. It will simply render this return statement. Okay, so I hope everything is clear. Let's do a full restart. And you can see it updated only once. Okay, so yes, now after this will not update, and it is not updating. So I hope you understood what I did over here, and you understood how to call a HTTP request, how to parse the response over here, and then update the UI accordingly. Update the UI always has set state in it. So I hope all the concepts are clear. Now this is one Kanye.rest which you can try. Another one which I also use, which is also free, is Chuck Norris. So over here also you can call this request, and you will get you will not only get a code, you will get multiple things. You will get an URL for the image. Okay, you will get an ID, which you, if you have any idea about databases, will understand that every value has a ID. URL, which will be URL for this code, and then a value which is the actual code. So you can also try this if you want to. Okay, so I hope everything was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in this video we are going to discuss about bottom sheets in Flutter. So basically there are two types of bottom sheets in Flutter. The first one is persistent bottom sheet and the second one is modal bottom sheet. The difference between these two types of sheets are that in persistent bottom sheet, the sheet remains on the screen even though we are not interacting with it. Whereas in modal bottom sheet, the sheet will hide if we are not interacting with it. So let's start coding. So first I'll remove all this code that we that we wrote while we were discussing about HTTP requests. We don't need this anymore. I'll also remove the unused imports. Now once this is done, in the center widget I'll add a raised button, and the child will be text that says show bottom sheet, and then it will have an on pressed, and that will show the bottom sheet. So first let's start with modal bottom sheet. To display a modal bottom sheet, we simply write show modal bottom sheet. Now it takes two parameters that are necessary and the other ones are not necessary. The first one is context, and the context we have right over here. This is the context, so I'll simply write context. And the next one is builder. So it takes a function which has a parameter of build context. And now over here we return the widget that will be displayed as our bottom sheet. So I'll simply return a container of height 400 and the color to be red. So now let's format this, save this, and now we have a button in center, and if I click on this I am able to see the modal bottom sheet. So now, as I said, the sheet will hide if we don't interact with it. So this is the bottom sheet. Let's not interact with this but interact with the remaining part. So as soon as I click over here, the bottom sheet hides. So you understood what I was trying to say, that the bottom sheet hides when we are not interacting with it, and if that happens then that sheet is a modal bottom sheet. Okay, now the next type of sheet is the persistent bottom sheet. So for that we simply write show bottom sheet. Now format this, save this. Now if I click on this, okay, so it is giving me an error. So let's try another method to show a bottom sheet, and the method is by using a global key. So I'll write var scaffold key, and that will be a global that will be a global key. Okay, and the global key will be of type scaffold state. Okay, and then I'll add this key to our scaffold. So the key over here is scaffold key. So now what this basically does is that right now this is our scaffold. Scaffold is the area in which the contents are displayed like the app bar, body, the widgets inside the app bar, widgets inside the body. All those are displayed on the scaffold. Scaffold is like a canvas. We can say it to be a canvas. So by adding a key to the scaffold, now we can access the state, the context of this scaffold anywhere else by simply using this key. Okay, and that is what we are gonna do over here to show the bottom sheet. Okay, so I'll simply comment this. Now to show a bottom sheet, first we write the global key name, that is in our case scaffold key. Then we take the current state. Okay, so now over here you can see with the scaffold key we can get three things. First one is the context, that is the current context, the current state, and the current widget that is being displayed. So over here we need the current state, and then on that we call show bottom sheet. So now over here I'll return this same container. Let's see. Now I'll remove the comment from here and then give a semicolon. So now let's see. Now if I save and then if I click on this, I am able to see my bottom sheet. So this bottom sheet is a persistent bottom sheet. Okay, and by that if I don't interact with this part of the sheet, even then this will not disappear. So if I click anywhere over here, the sheet still remains. If you wanna close it programmatically, we can do it by writing navigator.of_context.pop, and over here in app we can simply slide it down like this. So these are the two types of sheet that we have in Flutter, that is the persistent bottom sheet and the modal bottom sheet. So I hope the concept was clear. Thank you. Welcome to Programming Knowledge. We are going to develop a daily task manager application, and that is rather a very simple application, and that will mark the end of this series. So let's start. First of all, I'll delete all the extra things I had. Let's get this project back as it was when we first created it. So I'll remove all these things. Okay, save it. In main also I'll remove all the code. Let's code it from scratch. And I also need to remove the assets folder, and along with that I would also need to comment this out, and so I did. Okay, so now over here you can see we are getting an error, and this error generally happens because when we delete some file while the project is running. So I'll comment this out first and then restart the app. So run without debugging it is. Now let's start. I'll first create a folder that will be screens, and then in the screens we'll first have a home screen dot. Now let's first of all import material. That is the most important thing. Then we'll first start with a stateless widget and we'll convert it to a stateful widget if needed. So here is the home screen. Okay, now it will have a root name that is like in the boiler code. So static const root name, and that is home screen. And now in my main.dart I'll import it. That is like writing the code that I have just commented, that I have just removed. So we'll always use relative referencing while importing any package, screens and then home screen. Now over here the home will be home screen. Okay, so over here first we need to save this and then save this as well. So now over here it will be a scaffold, and then let's add a simple app bar. The app bar has a title that takes a text widget, and the text widget says task manager. Neat. Now in body, I don't think like right now we need to add any body. First we need to add the feature to create tasks, and then only we'll be able to show tasks, and showing tasks go in the home screen. So center simply a child with a text widget that says no tasks added yet. Cool. Now let's add the root, the button clicking on which we will be able to create a task. So the best option would be to create a floating action button. That will take a floating action button widget. I'm sorry. So this will take a floating action, and then over here the child will be an icon widget, and then over here we'll use the icons enum, and then the add button, that is the plus sign. Okay, now I'll give this icon a color of white. Let's format this. Then after that we have the background color. So the color is, let's decide a theme. I am thinking we can go with yellow. You can try anything else of your choice. So this is yellow, and then this is showing yellow underline because the on pressed parameter is required. So let's add that on pressed, and for now simply print fab pressed. Let's format this hot, restart this. Cool. And it is giving us an error. Null check operator used a null value in main line 8. Well, this seems fine to me. I don't know where the error actually is. Well, that was not an error, that was just some kind of a lapse that happened in the app. Okay, so right now I'll remove the debug banner, debug show checked banner, that is false. Let's save this. Now my app bars or let's make the entire theme blue. That will be easier because the default theme of Flutter is blue. So colors blue. Let's save this, and now if I click on this, the onPressed method is working fine. Now what we want to do here is that whenever we click on that button, it opens a new screen, and over there we add the task. Or what would be better is that instead of opening a new screen, we can open a bottom sheet. Okay, since the last video was on bottom sheets, it makes complete sense that we use bottom sheet instead of a new screen. But if you want, you can use a new screen also. That is, there is no such kind of design technique or rule that restricts from using a new screen. Okay, so I'll simply write show modal bottom sheet. Now it needs a context. The context is context, and then it has a builder. The every builder always has a build context. And for now, I'm sorry, I was coding in JavaScript last night, and for now let's simply return a container. Okay, a container of height, let's say 500, and color, let's say colors dot blue. Cool. Let's save this, and now if I click on this, I am able to see a bottom sheet. So let's not decide its height. Let's create the child, and child will of course be a column because we are gonna add things one after another. Then it has a children. The first one will be text that says add a task. Add task. Now it is looking very weird. I'll maybe reduce the background color little bit. Let's see, maybe little bit more. Okay, it looks better than what it was earlier. We'll of course be changing designs later. Okay, so let's add some style. Now I was thinking let's add a custom font. So for that I'll go to fontsgoogle.com and decide a font, and in the meantime I'll search for Google Fonts Flutter. This is a package using which we can use all the fonts that are available on Google Fonts. So either you can go in the installing section, copy and paste, or there is a shortcut. You simply click on this, and then in your pubspec.yaml you have to paste it below Cupertino icons. I paste it and I saved it. Remove this for now. So now let's fix on a font, and maybe we can go with, I think we should go with Montserrat. Okay, so let's start adding the text. All the text in this app will be in Montserrat font. Okay, so let's wait for this Flutter pub get to complete. Okay, so it is. Now I'll add the import Google Fonts. Now the first text we can see over here, the spelling is wrong as well. Task. Now in style we simply write to Google Fonts dot Montserrat. So now since we don't have any configuration to add inside, we'll leave it like this, format it. Now over here also I'll add style Google Fonts dot Montserrat, and then Over here I'll change the color. I want the color to be white and the size to be 20. Let's see. Now let's save this. Now after that, over here we can see the font has changed to Lato. Okay, and over here also this font is also Lato. Now we also have our text in center. We'll change that later. Okay, so the first text is add task. Now after that, I believe that this add task should be over here, and a cross button over here, which when we click on this modal sheet should close. However, it will close if you click anywhere else than the modal sheet. Okay, so let's do that. I'll wrap this text inside a row. Okay, and then I'll give the main axis alignment as space between. Neat. Now after that, I'll have an icon. The icon will be from the icons enum, and the name is icons close. That is the cross sign. Okay, so now this is done. Now I'll add a gesture detector upon it, wrap with a widget, and that is gesture detector. So now this gesture detector widget, it gives you the triggers for all the gestures that we do on a screen. That is a single tap, a double tap, a triple tap, a long tap, a double long tap, and all those things. Okay, so for now I'll use on tap. Now over here it should simply close the modal sheet, and for that we simply write navigator.pop. Navigator dot off context. What's happened? Dot pop. Cool. Now you might be thinking, why didn't I use an icon button over here? So that is because icon button comes with a inbuilt padding that we explicitly have to remove, and that will be actually 4 lines of code, and over here it is only 2 lines of code. So this is the better choice. Less lines of code means a better code. So now we have it here and this, but we definitely need some padding over here. So this container over here, the main container, the parent container, will have a padding, and then we should always write const before padding or margin. I have already discussed about it. You can look to the previous videos. Edge insets dot all, sorry, not 100.0 but 10.0. let's save this. Now first I need to close this, open again, and then it has a padding, a decent padding, and that is it. Now after row we can add a divider. Now let's save this, and we should be able to see our divider, and we have our divider. If you look very closely, I'll change that. So the width, or we have something like that. To see all the available parameters, you can simply click on control space, and then over here, yes, we have height, so I'll make it 1.2 just for testing. Let's see how it looks. And this has become, we'll have make it 10. Let's see. And damn, it's not changing. Okay, so that is not height. We need to change the thickness. I am sorry. This kind of stuffs generally happen when you develop something. There are plenty of widgets and you often get confused. So there is no, this is not such that bad a thing. Okay, so now it is a bit thicker and this looks fine. I will be after subsequently upgrading the UIs and discussing it with you. For now this will do. Now I don't need a comma here since we only have one parameter inside that. So that is the basic, that is a good practice actually, that if you have a single parameter you don't give a comma. If you have any number of parameters which are more than one, you do give a comma. Okay, so this is done. Now after that I'll leave some space, sized box. Okay, and the space will be of, let's say, 20. Now after that I'll have a text field. Okay, let's see. So we have a text field over here, but it looks very weird. Okay, so let's design this. So it also takes a decoration. That decoration takes an input decoration. Now first for the border I'll use an outline input border. Okay, now this outline input border has a few things. Border radius, that is the curve around the corners. So for that we have another widget, border radius dot circular, and simply 5.0 would do. Now after that we have border side, means that over here in outline input border we give one border sides and that is copied for all the 4 borders of a input field. So simply border side, and the borders color will be colors dot blue. Cool, let's see. So we have the border over here. Now let's add a white color in between. Okay, so that is the fill color and the color needs to be white, and filled should be true for the fill color to show. I think it's filled, yes, true. It was going to become true. Let's save this, and after that, so it is white in between. Now let's add a hint. So the hint text takes a string or a text widget, and it takes a string. Enter task, and then again we have a hint style, and the hint style will go with Google Fonts dot Montserrat. Okay, now let this red line go. Actually it in real time connects with the internet. That is what I am guessing for such kind of behavior. I am not sure about it. Let's save this anyhow. Okay, I don't know why it is acting weird. Let's give it a minute. Oh, sorry, the spelling is wrong. Google Fonts, I'm extremely sorry. The spelling was wrong and I thought it is some kind of a weird issue. So this is also not that bad a thing. Okay, so hint style, and that is simple Lato. Now I can add some task. I can write the task over here. Now we need to have a complete button. So I'll instead of having a single complete button, I'll have 2 buttons. One is the reset button and the other one is the add button. That means add this task today, for today. Okay, so below this text field I'll have a row. Okay, the rows children, there are 2 children. that is, sorry, we don't have simple button, we have raised button. Now the child is text reset with a style of Google fonts Montserrat. Sorry, we need to give parentheses after that. And we have on pressed, and this on pressed for now will simply print reset pressed. Now let's format this. Now I'll have another button like this. So instead of copying, I'll click shift option and arrow key down, so then it gets copied. Save. Now over here, instead of reset, it will be add, and over here also it will be add. Let's save this. See, and it looks completely atrocious. So we need to fix that. Sized box, a height of 20 would do. Now let's fix this. So how do we fix this? Well, there are two methods, I'll say. First, I'll wrap this with a sized box, and the sized box will have a width that is the entire width, MediaQuery dot of context dot size dot width, and height of, let's say, for now 200. We'll definitely reduce it to as much as it is required. Okay, so now this raised button goes inside a container. Okay, the container has a width of MediaQuery dot of context dot size dot width divided by 2, means half the screen size, and then this entire thing minus 10, that will be added for the padding. The padding will be 5 because 10 divided by 2 for both the sides, minus 10. Okay, so this is fine. Now same I'll do for here. Wrap with a container. The container has a width of this. Cool. Now in this raised button, let's add a background color, or we simply call it color. Colors dot blue, and here it should be color is colors dot white. Now let's see what is left. Instead of sized box, we'll have a container, and then this container will have a padding from all the sides, padding of, sorry, not size, padding of const edge insets dot symmetric horizontal, and that is 10.0. Let's see if it gives us some overflow errors or what, and yes, it does. So the size of these buttons are apparently big, and they are big by 20 pixels as I guessed. My calculation was little bit wrong. This should be 5. Okay, and now let's see. So still the error is there, but it has reduced. So better we make it 20 for both. Save, and then this is fine. Now you open the mobile on any screen. Now you open, sorry, not the mobile, you open the app on any screen size. This will look same because we are using dynamic width over here. Okay, so now I don't think this 20 needs to be there, it should be a mere 8. Okay, I don't know why it is not changing. Oh, because because the height is 200, which is not at all required. I don't think we need a height at all. Let's save and see. Yes, so this looks fine. When I click on reset, reset is pressed. When I click on add, add is pressed. Now I don't need this height also over here. So where we started the model sheet, this is okay, so the height was commented, that means this is the default height. Now I am gonna force some height to it, that is gonna be 300. Let's see, and 300 is also more than required. I'll make it 250. Now let's see, so this looks good. Now apparently there is a better color for the background than the color it is right now. We will discuss that later. For now our adding a task UI is complete. So until the previous video we have created the basic structure and we have created the UI of the bottom sheet. So let's continue. Now the first thing that we need to do is add a text controller to this text field and add functionalities to this button. So for that I'll need to initialize the text editing controller inside init state and then dispose it in the dispose method, and all those methods are available only in stateful widget. So I'll change this stateless widget to a stateful widget. Now I'll declare the controller, so let's call it task controller. Now over here let's override the init state. Now over here we'll write task controller is equal to text editing controller, and now we also need to override the dispose method, and in the dispose method everything goes before this super statement as we have discussed in one of the previous videos. So over here we'll simply write a task controller dot dispose. Now once this is done, let's attach this text editing controller to our text field. Okay, so for that we need to look for the text field. Over here we'll add the named parameter controller, and that is our task controller. Okay, so now this controller is added. Now let's add functionality to this reset button. So over here it simply says print reset. Now instead of this I'll write a task controller dot text and then overwrite it to an empty string. Okay, so now this should reset the text field. Yes, so let's save this or do it a full restart so that the init state also gets executed. So now once it has restarted, if I click on this plus button, I am able to see the bottom sheet. Now if I write something, any scrambled text, and click on reset, the text is getting overridden with an empty string as we have done over here. Okay, so this button's functionality is done. Now let's talk about adding the task. So to add the task, we first need to store the task. Now generally there are two methods to store the task. First one is using database, and we have SQLite as the database, and the second method is using shared preferences. So now in this app the data will change every day, means a task for one day is written and then by the end of the day the task gets over. Okay, so for that we don't need to go in the complex SQL systems. We can simply use the shared preferences. Memory of the shared preference is stored inside the app. So ultimately the size of app will become large if we use a shared preference to store everything when the data to be stored is too big, and in those cases we use SQLite. But over here, since the data will only remain for a day and the next day it will be cleared or some other data will be added, so it is completely safe to use shared preferences over here. So for that we have a plugin, shared preferences. It is given by Flutter. So let's import it and then use it in our project. So in our pubspec.yaml below Google Fonts, I'll paste it, save it, and then wait for the pubget to finish. So once the pubget has finished, we can start using this shared preferences inside our project. So for that, first we need to import the shared preferences. So simply over here I'll write import shared preferences, and you can see it is not showing in the option. So that means there was some error in this pubget. We should call it again, most probably, then the error will not be there. This sometimes happens with VS Code. Once done, let's see if it comes now or not. Import shared preferences, so we can see shared preferences dot. Now let's see how to use this. So for that, first thing you can see is we need to initialize the shared preference. So over here they have initialized using async await. If you don't wanna use async await, we can always use then method. Okay, so let's see. Now whenever this add is pressed, I'll call a method that is save data. Okay, now let's create this save data. Okay, so all the override statements are together, all the override methods are together. I'll create this method which is not overriding any method above them. So over here void save data, and then first we need to initialize the shared preferences. So shared preferences, I'll call it prefs. Now since we use await, we need to use async over here. Await shared preferences, sorry, not this. Over here also it will be shared preferences, and over here also shared preferences dot get instance. So now once this statement is executed, we have our instance of shared preferences in this variable. So now let's save the data. So for saving, let's the most probable or the most standard practice would be to create a model class and then save the object as a JSON in this shared preferences, and then retrieve it from as JSON and then parse it to the model and then display. So we'll follow the same thing. Let's create a new folder, model, and then inside this folder we'll have task dot. So let's create class task. Now this will have the task, sorry, and we'll have the date. So there is a variable in Dart called date time that deals with the date and time. So simply call the time. So this is done. Now let's create its constructor. So task, this dot task, and this dot time. So now let's create another constructor. So there are two methods, one that I have discussed in one of my videos, that is called named constructor, that is task dot from JSON or something like that. So that is one method. There is another method that is using the factory keyword, factory task dot from map. And now over here we take a map, or we don't take a map, we don't actually need a map, we just need the task. So let's call it from string, and then over here we take a parameter string task. And now like before, when we were using named parameter task dot from string without this factory, then we would have simply written this dot task is equal to this task and this dot time is equal to date time dot now. But since we are using the factory one, we'll return, we need to have a return statement, and then ultimately we'll be returning this constructor. So I'll write return task, and then over here I need to call the named parameters, that is a task, and task is nothing but the task parameter that we get over here. And then we have the time, time is nothing but date time dot now. Okay, so this is done. Now by this by calling this method, we can create a object of this class task. Now to store it in shared preferences, we directly can't store a model class as it is not serializable. So instead we'll store it as a JSON object, or most probably a map, that is also a JSON type of thing. Just there is a flexibility to add commas at the end if we want, which we don't have in JSON. So that is only the difference between JSON and a map in Dart. So let's see. Now I want to return a map of string and dynamic, and that is return, no sorry, not return, that this method can be called getMap. Okay, and then over here you return a map that has a name as task, and the task is this dot task, and then we need a time. Now we simply can't send this date time object, as that is again another object that can't be serialized. So we have another parameter that is called milliseconds since epoch. So epoch is a constant time, and the difference from that till this variable, till the time that is stored in this variable is measured and sent. And so this is two-way thing. If we have the difference, we can get the date time variable from now, and if we have the date time variable, we can get the milliseconds since epoch from that. There are milliseconds, there are microseconds, we can use whatever we want. So I'll simply use this dot time dot milliseconds since epoch. So now by this I'll return this thing. And now I also need another method so that it will take this map and then parse it to a task object. Over here we are parsing it from a string. Now we need to parse it from a map. So task dot from map, and we need a map of type string and dynamic, and let's call this map. So over here I'll get the map from map task, and the time will be date time dot from milliseconds milliseconds since epoch, and then the time is map time. So as I told earlier, this is a two-way process. We can get the milliseconds since epoch from the time, and we can get the date time from the value of milliseconds since epoch. So milliseconds since epoch, this variable is independent of the time zone. You can read more about it if you want, if you like. So now I think the model class is ready. Now let's get back over here. First let's import this model class. Import. Now whenever we are importing some project file, we leave a line gap and we use referential indexing. So double dots backslash, I can see model, and inside that I can see task dot dot. So this is the standard practice for importing. All the Flutter imports or the external package imports are together. One after leaving one line, we write all the project level imports, and if we have dart level imports, we leave yet another line over here, and that goes at the top. So this is the standard practice that is followed, and we'll follow the same. So now this save data, let's create an object. So I'll call it task t is equal to task dot from string, and then the string is task controller dot text. Okay, so this dot text returns whatever value is in this text editing controller. So now we have our task over here. Let's save it in the shared preferences. So for that, over here I'll write prefs dot put string okay, I don't know it is put string or set string. I think it was a set string. Yes, so it is a set string, and then the key is task, I guess. Okay, and then we need to give the value. So this we have a set string, so we need to convert the value to string. So for that I'll use a dart package, and as I told, it will go at the top. Import dart dot convert. So now we have JSON. This JSON keyword is inside this convert package, JSON.encode. So over here you can see it takes a object of type dynamic and encodes it to a string. So JSON.encode, and then over here we will give the map. So t.getMap. Cool. So now we have saved the data. Now once this is saved, we can close the bottom sheet if we want. So let's see if it is saved or not. Also, we can't possibly see it is saved or not. We can see if there is some errors or not. We'll see if this is saved or not after this, most probably in the next video. So let's see, enter some task. Demo task 1 and click on add. Unhandled exception, missing plugin exception. So you can see, so this means that this shared preference is not found in the project, and that is because we have added this shared preference while the project was debugging. So the shared preference is added to the project, but it has not been transferred to our mobile or the emulator that we use. So let's close this and start it again. Run without debugging. So Dart and Flutter. Now over here we can do one more thing, that as soon as this task is created, we empty the text controller. So I'll write task controller. Oh, I'm sorry, the spelling's wrong. task controller dot text and force it to an empty string. So now if you would remember, this underscore before any variable name makes the variable private. Okay, and if we don't give an underscore, then by default it is public. So that was another thing that we have discussed in the starting of this series. Now let's wait for the build to finish and then let's see. So now the build is finished. Let's save this change that we made over here. Now let's add a task, demo task 1, and if I click on add, the text is getting removed, and you can see there is no change in the console, but along with that there is no error as well. So in the previous video we were saving the task. Okay, so now there was an error that I made. So over here, while we are saving, you can see that in the preferences I have given it a key of task. So every time I add a new task, this same task key is given to that task, and hence the value which was stored prior to execution of this statement gets removed. So ultimately what will happen, that in our shared preferences we will only have the task that we saved the last. So that would be an error. So let's fix that. So instead of adding task, let's first try to get the task. Then we will convert the task into a list of tasks, and then we will store it. And then after that, every time we add something, we will retrieve the list, we will add the item to the list, and then we'll again save it to the shared preferences. So let's get the first let's clear everything. Prefs dot remove, and the key is task. So now for now nothing much will happen, but during the last video we have executed this code. So right now in our system we actually have preferences with the key named as task, and it has some value. So let's first remove that before we start coding. Okay, so I'll save this, and then over here I'll write something gibberish, then click on add. Now I'll click a few times just to confirm, So now we don't have anything in our shared preferences, so let's start coding the process in which we are planning to save the task. So first we will get all the tasks. So prefs dot get, I don't know, it was get, or yes, it was get string, I'm sorry, get string, and the string is task. Okay, and then when we get this, okay, sorry, this is not a future, this returns a simple string. So we'll get a string over here, string tasks, and that is this prefs dot get string. Now after that this task is in string format, we need to decode it back to JSON format, and from there we can again get it into a list of objects, which we don't need right now. We will probably do that later. Okay, so JSON dot decode, and we have to decode tasks. Okay, now this also returns a dynamic value, so for now I'll store it in a list, and that is list, and I'll be storing everything in this list. Okay, so now since we have this list, let's try printing something, or maybe let's print this list. So right now it should be empty or something like that. So now once we have this list, we will add the new task in that. So list dot push okay, so we don't have it in list, it will simply have add. Then in JavaScript we have push. Okay, so now over here I'll simply add JSON encode t.getMap. Okay, and then again I'll encode it and save it. So prefs dot set string, and the string is stored in task, and the task is JSON dot encode JSON dot encode lists. Sorry, it is list. Okay, so I hope everything is clear. We first retrieved all the tasks, we converted it into a list. Okay, and then in that list we added the last value and then we stored it. So let's try running this and see. So I think it will crash for the first time. We'll have some bugs. We'll fix that on our way. So I click on add, and yes, it has an error. The getter length was called on. Okay, so if so we want to execute this only if tasks is not empty, so I'll use the null value operator and then I'll initialize this. So now let's restart this, although this error should occur only for the first time, since then we didn't have anything here. Okay, so let's add some task, click on add, and again this error happened on line number 26. Okay, the getter length was called on null. Okay, so this instead of this entire thing, so we can't do it like this, because this entire thing, if this entire thing is null, then only this will work. But right now the situation over here is that this string is only empty. So for that we'll use our ternary operator tasks equal to null. If the task is null, then we'll simply initialize it like this, else this, give a semicolon over here. Okay, now let's format this, save this, do a full restart. So restart is done. Now let's add some task, and then I click on add, and then for now we are getting this. And now if I click on this again, so now now the task was stored in the first time, and in the second time it is retrieved, and then so this line, so this print statement executes, and then this is printed on the console, and then after that again we get this task added in the list, and then we again store it in the shared preferences. So I hope these 5 lines are clear to you. Now if I click on this again, so some task will print, and then once again some task will be added. So 2 times it will print, and 3 times it will be in the shared preferences. So let's add something new. So if I click on add, so now over here you can see some task is at once it is added and twice it is added, and some task 2.0 will also be added, but it is not being displayed over here. So now if I make it 3, so now this means that some task 3.0 will be added to our preferences, and everything prior to that will be displayed. So let's see, and if I click on add, so I get some task 2.0, and then this 3.0 is also added, but since the print statement is before the adding thing there, so that is why it is not printed. Now I can make it in both ways. So now once before adding, once after adding, we can see everything. So now let's see print add. So now let's see the last one. We have some tasks, okay, sorry, I didn't save it, shit, extremely sorry. So I'll have to make it 5. So now, yes, so let's see the last one. So now in the last time we added some task 5.0, so that is also printed, and prior to that we did 4.0, 3.0, 2.0 and 2 times some task. So everything is being stored in the shared preferences and decoded easily. Okay, so by this we complete the storing process. The storing process works fine now. So I'll remove this, and once it is stored, I also want to clear the text field and hide this bottom sheet. So for that I'll add another 2 lines. Task controller dot text is this, and then navigator dot off context dot pop. So now this is done. Let's format this. And save this. So now if I add some task 6.0, so that will be saved, and then this bottom sheet should close. So let's click on that, and you can see the bottom sheet is closed, some task 6.0 is added, and the text field is also empty. That means it is ready to store another task. So by this we complete the storing process. Let me add to the version control. So now once saving is done, we need to display the tasks over here. Okay, so for that, as soon as this screen opens, we need to retrieve all the tasks and then convert it into the task object that we have in this model package. Model package, sorry, not model, model package, and then we will create a widget, and that will display all the tasks. So let's start. In the init state method, I'll create a method get tasks. Okay, so now I need to create this method. So now again I'll call this shared preferences, make it async. Okay, then I'll get all the tasks over here. Now let's convert it into a list of type task. So for that I'll create a global variable over here, and that is tasks. Now I'll initialize it inside our init state, or in get tasks would also do, because that method is being called inside init state. So tasks I have initialized. Now let's add value to this task. So for I'll say a dynamic D in list, and then over here I'll add that dynamic D. So tasks dot add, and then over here it will be task dot from map and then d. So now all the tasks will be added. Let's simply print. So now actually over here we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, in total 7 tasks. So this should print 7 items. So let's save this. And once saved, we need to do a full hot restart so that init state will be executed again. And once we do, we get a error over here. Unhandled exception, type string, home screen 39. So I think there is some error over here. I'll initialize it as list of task. Okay, now if I do a full restart, I don't think the error should be here. So again it is showing some error. Okay, so over here it is a type string is not a subtype of map string dynamic. So over here I am guessing this from map takes a value of map string dynamic and is dynamic. So I don't know, let's convert it to type map dynamic. If I save this, full restart, and again it is still giving us an error. Let's go in the task. So in from map we take a map of type string dynamic. So I don't understand what is the error over here. We'll have to check the type. Okay, so let's convert it back to a dynamic, and over here I'll add a print statement. Print d dot runtime type. We have a method like that which will print the data type during the runtime. Okay, so let's save this. Let's do a full restart. And so the error is that dynamic d is of type string. Okay. So I think what is happening is that there are 2 levels of encoding. First the map is encoded to string, and then that string is added to a list, and then that list is encoded to another string. So over here only one decoding is happening. So let's decode it once again. So like when we decoded the list, we got strings of the map that we were encoding over here, right? JSON encode list, JSON encode t dot get map. Okay, so this encoding is decoded over here. Now let's decode this encoding. Okay, so for that over here I'll write JSON dot decode d, and we don't need this anymore. So let's save this and do a full restart, and I hope there is no error this time. And yes, there is no error. So the error was because we were encoding 2 times and decoding only 1 time. So now the error is fixed and we get all the instances 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So we have 7 tasks. So now the retrieving is also kind of done. Now we just need to display it on the screen, and then add a ticker that will complete the task, and then as soon as the date changes, the previous task should get deleted automatically. So that is what we are going to do. So up until the previous video we have created tasks, stored them and also retrieved them. Now let's display them on the screen. Okay, so for that I'll remove this text that we have over here. Okay, so or better that instead of removing I do conditional rendering. That means if this tasks is empty, then the center widget will be there, otherwise we will display some other widget. Okay, so if tasks is equal to null, that means we don't have any task, then this center widget seems appropriate. And if we have something, then let's display it. So for that I'll use a column. You can use a list view also. I feel more comfortable with column. So in column we have children. The children is task dot map dot to list. So we have already discussed this method in one of the video where we were discussing about columns. So for now let's return a container. Okay, now the container will have a height of, let's say, 70, and the width will be the entire width of the screen. MediaQuery dot of context dot size dot width. Okay, don't know why it is yes, so the error is gone. Now along with this inside it will have a child, and the child will be a row, or for now just let it simply be the text, and the text is e dot task. Okay, so the task. Now let's format this, save this and see how it appears. So we can see all the tasks and it looks pretty ugly. Let's add some decoration to it. So we'll call the decoration parameter, we'll have box decoration. Okay, now inside this we will first add the border radius. So border radius dot circular, and then from all sides I want it to be circular by 5 degrees, or okay, and then let's add a border decoration style. So border, and the border we'll use the widget border dot all, means that refers to all the sides. Now let's add color to this border. The color of border will be black, colors dot black, and it can be of width 0.5, let's say. Now let's format it, save it and see how it looks. I hope it looks better. Okay, so it is looking better, but still it needs a lot more refining. Let's add margin. We always use const because we don't want this to re-render every time the set is state, every time the set state method is called. Okay, because it is not necessary. So let's add a margin from all the sides to be 10 pixel. Okay, so it looks better. Maybe I can change this to symmetric, and horizontally we have 10 pixel of margin, but vertically I think only 5 will do. So let's see. Yes, this looks better. Now the text should be in center, so for that we have another widget, that is alignment, and then it also has an enum alignment dot center left. Okay, Let's format this, save this. Okay, now let's add some padding over here. So for that I'll simply copy this. In VS Code we have a shortcut Shift, Option and down button, then the all selected things are copied just below it, and I'll change this to padding, and instead of symmetric it will be only, and this will be left. I'm sorry. And now since we have only one parameter, we don't need a comma, it can be a one-liner widget, and let's save this. And some padding is there. Okay. Now I think we were using the font Montserrat over here. I think yes, so we are using Montserrat, so I need to add that over here as well. Style, Google Fonts dot Montserrat. Okay, let's format this. Now let's save this, and the text is in the font of Montserrat. Okay, so now the basic UI is done. Now all we need to do is add a radio button over here, and as soon as it is ticked mark, instead of radio button we can use a checkbox. As soon as it is checked, we will remove this task item from here. Okay, and also from the shared preferences. So for that I need to wrap this text around a row. Okay, so like this. Let's save this. Now yes, so there is no change in UI, that's good. Now I'll add a checkbox. Okay, now this checkbox needs some parameter. For now I'll just give the required parameter because UI is my major concern. The parameter value is required, so let's add some value. For now all will be false, that means unchecked. Okay, let's see what else is required. Shit, I'll have to check it like this only. Might need to give it a key. Let's say the key takes a value of any type, so let's say a global key, and over here we can leave it like this. So let's format this, save this, it will show what is required or what not. Okay, so we have the checkbox over here. Now we want this to go over here. So for that we can either add a sized box in between, that is the inefficient method. The efficient method would be to change the alignment, main axis alignment, and the main axis alignment would be space between. So it will leave all the space possible in between the two items. Okay, so now you can see all are perfectly aligned to the right, and all the tasks are perfectly aligned to the left. So with this we complete the UI. Now we'll add functionality in the coming parts. So let me add it to version control. So without further delay, let's get into it. So up until the last video we were able to save the tasks and also display it. Now let's proceed. So now while I was starting this project, I saw an error that when we first start this project, the tasks don't appear. Okay, so they tend to be disappeared. So we are retrieving the task over here, but we are not able to see it on the screen. However, if I save the screen, that means set state is internally called and the build method is executed again, I am able to see all the tasks that were saved. So the problem over here is that we are retrieving the task, but after that we need to do a set state so that all the tasks are visible on the screen. So let's do that right away. Where we are getting all the tasks, over here we can simply say set state. So this is done. Now let's format this, save this, and now if I do a restart, I should be able to see all the tasks. So as soon as the tasks are retrieved, it is displayed over here. So now let's actually try completing the task. Means if this task is completed, I click on this checkbox and this task gets removed from my task list. Okay, so for that first we need to create a list of boolean. Okay, that is tasks done. Now let's initialize it the same place where we get the tasks. So over here I'll call that variable, and then we have a special method in Dart that is called list.generate. So what it basically does is it generates a list based on two parameters. First is the size of the list, and second all the values that will be in that list. So the list of this task done should be equal to the task list. So I'll simply copy and paste dot length. And then over here we get index, and for each index I wanna return false. Means this task done will be a list of length this, where each value is false. So now we have the list. Let's save this, and now let's come to our checkbox. So this checkbox needs another variable, another required parameter, that is onChanged. Now this gives us a value, means that is the current value of this checkbox, true if it is ticked and false if it is not. Okay, so let's do this. So the value over here will be tasks done, and inside that the index will be the same index of E in this tasks list. So for that we'll simply use the index of method. In the tasks I wanna get the index of E. Simple. So now I get the index of E, and at that value what is the corresponding value in tasks done list, and when this is changed I'll change this value. So inside a set state is important, because if we check this then internally the value will change but it will not reflect on the screen. So that's why I'll put it inside a set state, and over here this will be equal to VL. Now let's format this. Now once done, I'll save this also. And now since this method right now is null, because this is called in get task and get task is called in its state, we need to do a full restart. So let's do that. And once it is done, okay, so they are little bit lagging. So once this is done, if I click on this, I should be able to see the tick mark. Cool. So now let's do the save thing. like that means that if I have done some task, this is some task is completed, so I check mark it. Some task 2.0 is also completed, so I check this also. Now I want to save this changes. That means when I open the task manager next time, so I don't wanna see these two tasks as I have already completed them. So for that we need a way to save this thing, save the existing state of the application. So for that I am gonna add a save button over here. So let's do that. So for that, inside the app bar we have another parameter that is called actions. Okay, and that it takes a list of widget, means it a list of widgets that will be displayed here starting from right to left. So we just need one, and that is an icon button. Okay, now this icon button takes an icon, and the icon takes a icon widget. We use an icons enum, and then we have an icon called save. We can use that. Yes, so this will be the icon, and then we have a on pressed or on clicked. Yes, we have on pressed over here. So for now simply print save is clicked. So once this is done, let's format this, save this. Now I am able to see the save button. If I click on this, save clicked is printed. Okay, so now let's actually save the remaining tasks and remove the ones which are checked. Okay, so for that I am gonna create a separate method. It is update pending tasks list, and I'm gonna create a method over here with the same name. And now first we need this shared preferences thing, because we need to handle the preferences. Now a better method to handle shared preferences would be that we initialize it inside init state and make this prefs variable global, so that the same variable we can use in update pending task list method, get task method, and save data method. Okay, so that is a better approach. Now since we are using await, we need to add an async over here. Now let's create a list of task, that is the pending list. Now let's loop through all the tasks. So I'll write for var I is equal to 0, I is less than tasks dot length I plus plus. Now okay, I don't need a parentheses. This is a one liner, so we don't need a parenthesis. If not tasks done is I, then we inside the pending list we add the task, so that is tasks I. So this is done. Now after execution of this statement, we get the pending list, that means all the tasks which are not checked. So then we finally save that in the shared preferences. So for that pending, we need to create a pending list encoded, and over here we again use the list dot generate, and the length will be pending list dot length. Okay, and then every time we return, let's make this I, every time we return JSON dot encode pending list I dot get map. So this is done. Now we need to save this encoded list, because when we are getting the task we are decoding it twice. So the first level of encoding is done over here. Now we'll do the second level of encoding. Prefs dot set string, and the string name should be exactly the same as we have over here, that is task, and the value is JSON dot encode pending list encoded. So now with this we remove the tasks which are marked check, and also save the remaining one. So after this we just need to call this method to get the fresh list of tasks and also display them. So with this, let's see if this works. I'm gonna do a full restart. Okay, so it has not restarted actually. Yes, so now it is done. Now if I check some task and some task 4.0 means that I have completed these two tasks, and then I save the state, so those two disappear, and then we have the remaining task. So with this we conclude the 99% part of the application, that we, and at the morning of the day we list all the tasks that we want to do, and but during the course of the day, as soon as we complete the task, we check them, save them, and then those tasks are gone. So this is what a basic daily task manager application should be. Now the next thing that we can do is to add a button at the bottom to clear all the tasks. Because suppose if you have some tasks and you are not able to complete it in the same day, or you completed them all and forgot to check mark them, so and then the next day comes, so over here we'll have a button that will simply remove all the tasks, and then you will get a fresh screen to start the other tasks or start your other day. So up until the last video we were able to create tasks, mark them as completed, and also save them. So now as we discussed in the previous video, that suppose if a person forgets to check all the things and the next day he wants to start fresh, means add a new tasks for that day, so it would be a better user experience if we have a button by which we can clear all the existing tasks at once. So let's do that. So for that, in the home screen, in the app bar, I'll add another icon button. So in VS Code we have a shortcut, shift command and arrow down, the exact thing gets copied below. And now instead of save, I'll add a delete icon. Okay, and then on pressed it simply prints press. Now let's save this, and we can see the delete button. Oh, by this I remember that in the previous video I said that it goes from right to left, which is wrong. I am sorry, it goes from left to right. And over here you could see that as soon as the list extended, the task manager which was in center is now at the left corner. So this happens automatically, and that is good. So let's proceed. Now if I click on this delete button, press is being printed, and but actually I want to delete all these things over here. So simply over here only I'll create the shared preferences. Let's see if this can be async. Yes, so this can be async. So let's get my shared preferences variable over there. Okay, or in other ways, words create a preference, and then to this I wanna set string, that is task, and the value is json dot encode and empty list. That means all the things are removed, nothing is inside this list, and after that simply I'll call get task method. Okay, I think it is get tasks. So yeah, so it is get tasks. So now let's format this and save this, and let's see if this works or not. So I get 4 tasks. Now if I click on this delete button, everything should be gone. And yep, it is working, means I can clear all the tasks at once, or marked them done as once. You can call it whatever you like. Now let's try adding something. So some new task, and let's click on it. Okay, so here is a problem that when we save it, it is being saved in the shared preferences, but it is not being displayed on the screen. So again we need to call this get tasks after saving each task. So save task, and then I'll simply call this. Let's save. Let's do a full restart. Now let's see. Once the restart is done, we have some new task over here. Yet another new task. Okay, so another change to smoother, no issues. So if now I click on add, I am able to see the new task. Okay, so now I can do it like this, or I can simply click delete. Both ways work, and by this we complete our simple daily task manager application. Thank you.